Yup. About to get started. We got about half an hour until the first set starts. But we're getting into the team event. So, final event of the Memphis NABC that'll be broadcast. It looks like we have coverage of every day. First 2 days are going to be on Real Bridge, and then the last 4 days, round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals are going to be on BBO. Boo Graph. Looking forward to that, getting back to, I think, the layout that everyone tends to prefer. I'm not sure. Maybe some people have enjoyed their Real Bridge change. Well, we got a couple of buys. So, first off, the first, second, and third seeds are going to get a bye, which means Nickel, defending champions, Zimmerman over here, and Fleischer are all qualified to the round of 32 starting tomorrow. But these are our matchups for today. I thought that, you know what I realized? I don't have YouTube chat up. Apologies, YouTube. You all never talk to me anyway, though. You're lame. No offense. But the way that I always thought it worked was that the higher seeds got put into a four-way match. It's probably that if you're qualifying 3 teams out of the four-way, then that's when the higher seeds get put in the four-way match, because then they're effectively always going to qualify. They'll win one of the 2 matches. But if you're only qualifying 1 seed out of the four-way... Actually, I don't know. Are they only qualifying 1 seed? How does this work? So how many teams entered? Let's try and... Where's the highest number? 55? Okay, 55 teams entered. We've given out 3 buys to the round of 32, so we need to pick 29 more teams out of 52. So these are qualifying 3 teams, these 4 ways. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, I think you want to kick out the lowest seeded teams. You don't want to kick out teams that are, like, in the middle of the standings here. This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't know about this. This seems very fishy, what they're doing. Anyway, we'll take a look at the matchups. Watching on YouTube, it's to catch up on the stream. Yeah, I think YouTube's much better for that, just keeping the VODs up. I mean, especially because it's just permanent. Twitch deletes them after a couple of weeks. Hey, Craig, good morning. Are you on Discord? Do you want me to join? Is that why you're saying hello? Good morning could mean anything. But I will jump on Discord. Alright, Craig might be here shortly. Okay, well, anyway, regardless of whether or not they've done anything intelligent with the structure of the tournament, let's look at the matchups. So, tends to be the case that the higher seeded teams are going to be favorites. So Rosenthal up against Moyer. Expect Rosenthal to win this one. Leibowitz against Deweese. Not Simone Deweese, but maybe his daughters and a couple of other players. Looks like Bridge Winners doesn't actually have them marked.
It's interesting.
What?
Yeah.
Craig?
Hey.
Hi? Are you saying something?
I think I had a slight technical difficulty. Yeah, they used to do, bottom seeds going into these four ways. I think when they had four ways with one survivor, they had the low seeds in. Now there's four ways with three survivors. I think that might have influenced this change. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they had some reason for it.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it just seems backwards to me, but anyway, I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
None of these teams are ever going to make it through anyway. So, anyway.
Mostly, I mean, there's a couple good teams in this part of the bracket.
Yeah. So, okay, Rosenthal,
Anyway.
Leibowitz, Shori. I'm just going to run through teams. Stop me when you think there's one to actually talk about. Street, Rubenstein, Lal,
Well,
presumably.
Can I stop you?
Yeah.
So go back to Shori Donnelly because that's going to be one of the view graph matches. So why don't you do some handicapping there?
This is going to be a Vugraph match? Is this just because it's Gavin? It's probably just because it's Gavin.
Yeah, so Jan put up a poll on Bridge Winners, and the overwhelming crowd vote was for Shori Donnelly and for Hammond Roman.
This makes sense. Everyone wants to see Gavin and Bob. Like, that's basically it.
I've seen Bob Hammond play a lot of boards, and at age 88, I think, I would love to see him play some more.
Yeah? All right. Well, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a particularly interesting match.
So someone did post on the Bridge Winners thread about who the unknown players are, and it sounds like it's mostly a young Scandinavian team. I can give you the rest of the names if you give me a moment to pull it up on Bridge Winners. So I think it is possible that that's actually a bit of a sleeper underseeded team. Let's see if we can get the names here, and maybe there are kibitzers who know who we're dealing with here.
Apparently, Christopher P. Donnelly is the infamous CPD from Matt's stream. He plays with them.
Okay. So the unknowns are Magnus Citra, Nikolai Pepe Hamlev, and Eric Wiberg of Sweden, along with Donnelly, Edgar's Ola of Latvia, and Anders Brogland of Norway, who I would assume is Boya's son.
Yeah, so I mean, young players, I don't know much about them, but
Yeah, nor do I.
I don't expect that this is going to be a very interesting match after the first set. I mean, we'll see some good bridge, like we might see some pretty good bridge from the young players. Like, I think a lot of matches would be worth watching, but I can't imagine that this is going to be much closer than 150 imps at the end of the day.
I think that's right. I think the vote reflected, as you say, everyone loving Gavin and not everyone thinking this is going to be one of the marquee matches.
Yeah. And the other one you said was Hammond against Roman. So we have a bunch of the old guys that often play on the U.S. senior squad. Daub and Waldowski, we just saw them in the Platinum pairs yesterday. Hammond and Chambers and Bakai and Dunitz playing up against Roman, a four-handed team. So Jeff Roman and Ralph Buchhalter just made it to the finals of the Platinum pairs. I don't think they did particularly well. They were below average, but still a good accomplishment. And then the two Baccarins are a solid partnership as well. So I think this will be a more interesting match to watch.
I agree. I'm not sure if they're doing it as both tables simultaneously or if it's going to be first only one table and one for the first half, one for the second half. The titles of the articles suggest the latter, but we'll see. Jeff Roman, we used to know him pretty well in the DC area. He moved to Oregon quite some time ago after partnering up with a non-bridge player. Very good player and one of the funniest and most fun guys in bridge.
He is super funny.
Ralph is also a very nice guy.
I can't imagine that he didn't have a career in stand-up comedy waiting for him at some point, but I don't think he ever has gone that route. But he's hilarious. I played with him a couple times when I was much younger, like high school age, since he was in my area growing up.
Yeah. Yeah, very good player. I think not a world beater, but someone who certainly plays like a good national class level of bridge.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he made it to the finals of the platinum pairs.
Yeah.
This will be. I mean, this will be a U.S. matchup. I don't actually know. The Baccarans aren't U.S. players, are they?
No, they're Dutch.
But like, I mean, everyone else in this match is going to be from the U.S. Everyone has been playing bridge for like 40 years, and everyone's going to play the same conventions. So, I mean, it's very much going to be like a U.S. versus U.S. Senior trials event sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that's right. Like Hammond has played other systems in his life, but I think in this partnership, probably 2-over-1.
Yeah.
Woldowski and Daub, I think Woldowski at one time in his life was a big proponent of weak no trumps, but I think now they just play standards, and Ifty and Mitch are definitely a standard pair.
Yeah, so I think we'll see a lot of down the middle action. It might not be the most exciting match, but I think it'll be one of the closer matches of the day.
Yes, Snoo, we played against Jeff Roman just a few nights ago and taught them a lesson. Winning by 5 imps, I think.
Yeah. Leon is playing. Which Leon? I think I saw a Leon.
Meyer. Yeah, Leon Meyer, I believe, but I forget what team he's on.
Okay, so I was up at Street Rubenstein Lol against Meyer. Still not convinced we have a good matchup through there. Hans, I mean, they're just going to win the event. They're my pick. So Sievers, that shouldn't be too challenging for them. Van Oosten, oh, they've added a 5th. Huh. Because this was a 4-handed team that we saw the other day, I think.
Yes, that is 100% correct. Carlos Pellegrini was not on this team until very recently.
Okay, interesting. I mean, I think he's a good pickup that will improve their ability.
Yeah, I agree.
It is sometimes challenging playing in like a wheel of 3 people. You have to remember multiple systems unless you're all playing the same card. Leo is very much a system person. So I think it's possible that he would be playing a different card. Like if he's in part of the wheel, which is my guess he is, he's probably playing with Michael Zhu and Pellegrini.
Yeah, it's still tough playing. Even if you're playing ostensibly the same filled out convention card, It's still tough. Like people have different styles and tendencies. Like some guys are gonna be more aggressive or more conservative in certain situations, and just like resetting your like, oh yeah, like this partner likes to open ridiculous week 2 bids versus this partner doesn't. Just to give like a pretty simple example of that. Like you still got to recalibrate every time you sit down, which is tough.
Yeah. That's exactly.
Like even if your like headline message are the same, it doesn't mean that everything is the same.
Yeah. So Snoo says Leon is playing with Michael Zhu. Okay, so that's their junior partnership, I guess. I forgot who the 5th was. But then I guess
I think we just said the 5th is Leon Meyer, right?
Right. So then the other 3 are Leo, Van Oosten, and Pellegrini. I'm trying to figure out who's going to sit out. I mean, they might like rotate throughout the day.
I think you want Carlos to play as much as possible to the extent that he can before he gets fatigued. I think he's, whether or not he's the best player on that team, he's by far the most experienced.
Yeah, I think so. So yeah, maybe he's going to take the lead and play like the first 3 sets. Rotating with Van Oosten and Lesota, and then I guess they'll find out what they do in the final set. But I mean, this will be a good experience for the junior players. It's always a good idea, especially when you're kind of growing in the game, to try and get as much experience playing in these big team events as possible. That was a big thing that I wanted to do when I was like in high school or early college, was to just find a team that I know Craig and I played on a couple of teams in some of these big events. I played with some other juniors in some of these big events to get as much experience against like a really strong opponent for a full day of play as you can.
Yeah, like, even if you know you're going to lose, there's just no substitute for getting to play 64 boards of really top-level bridge. And, like some of these guys, depending on who you draw, like, you're a junior and you're playing against them, and fine, they wallop you. But some of these guys are definitely willing to, like, go over some hands with you afterwards and that, and there's, so much to be learned from that as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Chris Walenkin, one of his formative experiences was he lost a close match to Bob Hammond, and Hammond was, when he was in college, and I was like, wow, like, you're really good. Come to Texas and play a regional with me, and that was one of the things that kickstarted his high-level bridge career.
Yeah, I mean, I got a number of invitations as well from, like, people after I would play against them in some of these big matches, win or lose, to, try and sit down and play like a pairs game at a national or something like that. And so that's always a great way to just make more connections and really get more involved in like the expert bridge community, as well as like get experience playing against players that you wouldn't otherwise get the chance to play against, whether or not they're from your country. Like there are a bunch of foreign players as well. And so you can learn a lot by sitting down and playing against a pair like Versace and Cementa, not just because they're a really strong partnership and they're like, good guys and willing to chat about hands and like a fun presence at the table, but also like they have different ideas about bidding. And so you can gain more experience that way by playing against the international players. So good opportunity for them. I mean, I'm not going to throw in the towel for Van Oosten yet. I think, like, especially with no sponsor on the team and Goodman, I mean, they have some really strong partnerships, but this is not one of these teams that I would, expect to win the event. So I think Van Oosten, it could be a good match. They might have a chance.
So I don't necessarily expect Goodman to win the event either, but that team has been on a very good run the last few years. Like they've made a bunch of semifinals at least. I think maybe even one final. It's a good team. I think what's their seed?
They're 11.
I don't know if they're underseeded at 11. They might be. Like, it's a 9 through 12 shuffle. If they went head to head against Lal, I would take this team, for example. Doesn't mean you would, but I would.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I would probably pick. I think all of the other teams that are ahead of them in the seeding over Goodman. But I understand. I mean, they do obviously have some good partnerships, and
mostly on the strength of the sponsor pair is stronger than the other sponsor pairs in this part of the bracket.
Sure. Yeah, that's true. And I've gained a lot of respect for Deweese after reading his thoughts in the Real Bridge bidding column. So I think he's, again, he might not be the best player in the world, and like he makes the same number of mistakes as everyone else does, but like he really understands bidding at the very least. I haven't really followed his card play all that much, but being able to just kind of like hear his thoughts in the bidding column, he has good opinions, whereas a lot of the other panelists don't seem to have very good opinions. That's my opinion. But Wolfson, Caprera.
Any of those guys? Yeah.
Wolfson, Caprera. So, I mean, there are some pretty good players on Wolfson's team.
Wolfson Caprera is going to be one of the blowouts of the day, is my prediction.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Caprera, there's no sponsor, right? But like, this is.
I mean, no, but
there should be.
No, not really. It's just like there's, like every player on this team is, approximately a class below every player on the Wolfson team, and like that, I think even includes, a couple of the Caprera people versus Wolfson himself. Like Wolfson's not a great player, but he's a very good player.
Yeah, for sure.
Like Andy and Shireen, I like them a lot. Like they actually are two of the people that developed Real Bridge. They come to all the nationals, just super nice couple. I've, been friends with them a long time. And they're good, they're even a very good expert pair, but they're not a great expert pair. Glassdoll and Papagopoulos, we saw them play in the Platinum. They were my teammates in this event last year. They're good. They had kind of an off day when we played with them. Like Glenn and I, it was our one very good day of the tournament, and we lost by, I don't know, 40 or something like that, maybe even a little less to Amoils with Moss and Gru. And, they played fine. They're outclassed at this level. I would happily play with them as teammates again because I thought they were basically peers to us, but we're not peers to the Wolfson guys either.
Sure. Makes sense. Peter asks, who do I think is the best player in the world right now? The way that I think about best player in the world...
Madala.
What?
I said, just say Madala.
Just say Madala. I mean, I could name a bunch of people that I think would be kind of in the running for that sort of title, but I think that sort of title is missing the point. Bridge is a game of there isn't like an elo system. There's no rating system, so you can't really compare two players the same way you would in chess. Even in head-to-head matchups, I mean, it's like a team against another team, or one pair against a room of other pairs where, you could get lucky, you could get unlucky. So even just comparing results and taking a look at the plays, the different plays that people make, everyone, even people who are, in the running for best player in the world, like Craig says Madala, you could put Klukowski in there, you could put...
I was sort of joking.
Well, but I mean, Madala's good, Klukowski's good, Greco, and a lot of the American players are good, like Greco and Hampson, Brad Moss, Joe Gru, and a bunch of the Zimmerman team, all of the Norwegian players like Brogland and Helgamo. There's a lot of players that I would put in the category that I would consider world class, which is much, much stronger than an expert player. And so an expert does a lot of the right things, knows system, understands conventions, can pull off squeezes sometimes, and has good defensive instincts and good card reading and that sort of thing. But world-class players are in a completely different tier where, they just have a really deep understanding of how the game works. This concept that I talked about yesterday at match points, where it's when you're playing match points, it doesn't... doubling the opponents has very little to do with whether or not you think they were going down. It has a lot to do with whether or not you think you were making your contract. And this is a really deep concept that, a lot of expert players don't understand, but world-class players will completely get.
So, and I have some thoughts along those lines when you've finished expounding as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's just an example of, what I would call a difference between an expert and a world-class player, is that that world-class players just, have a really deep understanding of a lot of different aspects of the game that goes much beyond just being able to pull off, the mathematical calculations or, visualization process that experts can do. So, to answer your question, it's a little bit unfair to pick one, but if I had to pick someone, based on what I've seen, I think Klukowski is still an excellent choice.
Yeah, I agree.
He consistently impresses me when he plays, and he just does things that very few other people do on a regular basis, which I think, even if I don't either understand or maybe his opponents are just throwing tricks against him. Sometimes when your opponents are consistently throwing tricks against you, it's because you're really good. It's not because you have an intimidating aura. It's because you're putting them to guesses that the rest of the field isn't. And that's kind of a undervalued skill in the bridge community. Anyway, I've rambled, but if I had to pick one person, I would probably put him up there, but there's a lot of people that would fall into this category of world class, and choosing between people in this category, I think, is a little bit of a fool's errand.
Yeah, and I would say, I'm not going to go on at quite as much length as you did, because I think you covered the main points, but people off when they hear bridge is my hobby, say, well, like, I think bridge is, like, possibly the best game that we have. Like chess obviously gets a lot of press as a really great game, and it is a really great game. I know Rob, certainly has strong feelings on that subject. But one of the things, what I think makes bridge the best game is you really need a complete set of games playing skills. Like, chess, you need a lot of different skills, but it exaggerates the visualization part of your brain, as a problem solving skill. But bridge, like, you need that for card play. You need a lot of game theory. If you're a homework person, maybe you're not the best problem solver, but you might be a really great system developer and win imps or match points that way. Like, there's a lot of different aspects of being a good games player that bridge requires, and there's a lot of players who are good in a couple of those dimensions. Very few are good in all of them, like Bobby Levin, for example, who I think today is not the best player in the world. He's obviously right up there, but one of the things about him is, besides being one of the great natural talents that's ever come along to play bridge, he works incredibly hard. Like, he'll spend hundreds of, we have mutual friends, so I hear about his preparation techniques. He'll spend hundreds of hours before a tournament going through and learning all the notes. Like, that kind of dedication is something that a lot of the top players who have enormous talent don't have the discipline to do that. So, like, there's a lot of different aspects of being good at bridge, and the world-class players, they have at least some very high-level talent in every one of those dimensions, which is really rare. So, like, is someone a better visualizer and a little less good at the homework, whatever, like, some hands are going to make them look better than the other guy, but, there's just so few people who can do all of those things well. That's why, like, the best players at bridge are just, like, a different class from everyone else, because it's not just that they declare really well or defend really well. Like, they do all of these things, the game theory, the homework, the system theory, yada, yada. And finding someone who can combine all of those, is so rare.
Yeah, for sure. And I think even if you have a ton of talent, like, having the discipline to work on the parts of your game that you're not good at is something that a lot of people really just don't want to take the time with, and that holds a lot of players back.
Yeah, there's a theory that I agree with, that the most talented players don't tend to be the absolute most successful players, because over time your talent fades, but the ones who are, like, extremely talented but not the greatest savants, that have to develop good work habits to become as good as the savants, those are the ones who later in life, the good work habits carry them through when the savantness fades as we get older.
Yeah. All right. We got about 3 minutes left to get through the closer matchups. Rosenberg against Baker. I mean, Rosenberg is four-handed, which is obviously going to be tough as they get deeper in the event, but they have no sponsor. Kevin just won the Platinum Pairs, and he and Brian have played together for quite a while. Finn Kolesnik and Adam Kaplan. I don't know if they play together all that much, but both relatively talented players. So I don't think they're going to have much difficulty against the Baker team. Baker playing six-handed, but with a sponsor, and the pro players are just head-to-head, not stocking up anywhere close to the Rosenberg talent on that team. So I think Rosenberg has a chance to do quite well. Hanlon is four-handed as well. They do have a sponsor, but again, I think the other three players are going to be much stronger than the players on Milgram. Wordplatt, Bianchi. Yeah. You have something to say?
No, I agree. Amoils, despite being a sponsor playing four-handed, can absolutely hold his own, at least for the first couple of rounds of the event.
Yeah. Wordplatt, I mean, quite a strong team there that Kiki has assembled, and I think we noticed that she might have been a relatively weaker or newer sponsor from the time that we watched her playing in, the finals of whatever it was, like the Solways. So, right. But she has a very, very strong team behind her, so I think they should easily dispatch their first round opponent. Goldberg, Honestly, I think they're like one of the most solid teams. They seem to consistently make like the round of 16 in these events and then get knocked
Yeah.
out. And like
Yeah.
and so like I expect them to do so again. Nittebach, oh, they added my boy Kevin. So they have now six-handed, or maybe he was already on the team and I just didn't notice yesterday. But
Yeah,
there's
I think he was.
okay. They're six-handed. Mexstroth, Pepsi, Burish. I mean, as long as Pepsi and Burish have gotten over, I think we're starting play. Let me go over to Real Bridge. But as long as Pepsi and Burish have
Just
gotten over,
2 minutes away.
yeah, as long as they've gotten over their failure in the WBT finals, then they'll be all right. It's been a few days.
Yeah, I mean they, obviously I think probably as Polish players do, had a long jabbering session after the event, but those guys are pretty tough. I do not think it's going to carry over to this event.
Yeah, I mean, and if it does, I mean, Kevin's played with Pepsi before, so they could probably play together if necessary.
I don't think that pair is one that we have to have psychological concerns about.
No, but we got 1 minute to go until the opening round.
Yeah, and I guess we'll, possibly even see if we have a choice of matches or if there's only going to be one at a time. And today, somewhat annoyingly, I think for quality of event purposes, no screens today.
Yeah.
I don't know whether the ACBL just has a screen shortage or they just want to make sure that, pairs with tempo problems have a little extra chance to advance.
It wouldn't put it past them, but yeah, I think
Got to make sure those board members have a chance to win a match.
it's been pretty rare for screens to be utilized in the round of 64, I think, and I kind of believe.
Yeah. Using them in the round of 32 is a very new development.
Yeah.
It used to be round of 16 on until a couple of years ago.
Right. Matt says he's still shook that you're taking Greco Hampson over Versace in the event.
Well, we will get to test this theory in real time. I think part of it is just like Versace, I think, is possibly better than either Greco and Hampson, but I think both Greco and Hampson are a good bit better than Samantha.
And
they also have they have really great partnerships.
Right. The partnership thing is relatively huge.
Yeah. But mostly it's my, thinking that Samantha is not up to the level of the other three players that we're talking about in that matchup.
Sure. Okay, so we have Rosenberg, Baker, McAllister, Rubenstein, Dinkin, and Holman are our options. I was thinking about starting with the Rosenberg-Baker matchup. They're playing against each other, right? Rosenberg-Baker.
Yeah, which Rosenberg is that? Is that Kevin?
Kevin.
It must be, right? Yeah, that could be cool. And, we can see, like, Harrison or Olivia play, against, any of Finn, Kevin, or Kaplan. Like, seeing some of these young players face off against each other could be kind of exciting.
There are actually quite a few interesting tables. We have Owen Lean and Ulf Nielsen against Sprinkweetsen and Mendez de Leon. But let's
be curious to see them too. But I would love to see Finn play against Harrison. That sounds like a really fun table.
Yeah, let's
and
do
really
that.
Fast.
So we don't have nameplates on South or West, but
we know West is Kaplan, right? The question is just who Harrison's playing with.
Right. All right, Pass by North, 3 clubs by Finn Kolesnik, and unlike most other juniors, I think Finn has a pretty level head on him when it comes to bidding. He plays like kind of just down the middle standard for an American player. So 3 clubs, not all that unusual with an 8-card suit.
Well, he also, we'll see if we get a convention card. I suspect not. Maybe he doesn't have 4 clubs available. They might play a conventional 4-club opening.
They could.
5 is totally insane.
Yeah, they could.
I mean, sometimes you want to open 3 on an 8-card suit to like let partner bid 3 no trump. This doesn't look like the hand for it, but 4 clubs might just not be an option.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the point, because I know that you harp a lot on, like, don't bypass 3 no trump when you preempt, sort of thing, but this is certainly not the hand that really wants to let partner bid 3 no. I mean, if partner does, you're okay, but, like, yeah.
I would expand that to don't bypass 3 no trump when you can make it opposite honor doubleton. Here you can't.
Right, yeah.
Like that for me is a consideration. If partner bids 3 no trump thinking his honor doubleton is good enough to run the suit, you know, like that's what's important to me. Anyway.
Yeah, so
Kaplan,
3 clubs,
meanwhile,
take out double 3 diamonds, 4 clubs by Harrison. He wants partner to pick a major.
Yeah, a little aggressive, you know, with King Jack third of clubs totally wasted, but he also may think that his right-hand opponent is bidding 3 diamonds, preparing a save, and, you know, this way we can, you know, job East-West into saving. He's thrilled.
Right.
Like, the alternative, I don't even know what it would be for North, like pass and try to bid later, which probably means pass and never bid again.
Yeah, well, everyone got what they wanted at this table, and I think it's going to work out best for East-West here. They didn't double for spades, so they're not going to collect a huge penalty, but this is going to go down quite a few tricks.
Yeah, East-West are going to cross-ruff the first few tricks, so at least that'll solve Declare's trump problem, since he has 3 natural trump losers anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he might end up down 3 with them taking the first 6 tricks. Ace of diamonds, diamond rough, club rough, diamond, roughed and over-roughed, club rough, diamond, roughed and over-roughed, club rough.
I mean, you still sort of have 2 hard losers. You can end play West, since the minors will be stripped at that point. But I think you're probably going to lose at least 1 more trick from that point on.
Yeah, you're right. They probably will lose a heart from there. I mean, Declare can pitch a heart on the 3rd club.
Oh, yeah, that's a thing you can just, like, you know, find out about the break. And I guess actually maybe you can end play. It doesn't matter. It's just going to be a slaughter. Although we'll see, you know, this is going to be a problem in the other room, too. You know, north-south, like, they do have 2 8-card major suit fits, but of course, even, you know, 1 spade is too high.
Yeah. Yeah. So, 10 of diamonds. Harrison will probably rough with the queen of spades here, hoping that West has the ace and king, so they can rough with the queen and pull another round of trumps. But East will just over-rough, give partner a rough, and then score the 10 of spades with... Oh, wait, maybe he doesn't score the 10 of spades?
If they rough with the queen, he will not. If they rough low, they can untangle the 3 remaining spades, right?
Ah, okay,
you know.
So roughing with the queen is even better against this layout. Yeah, so he does rough with the queen, another club rough comes, roughed with the ace. Now a heart switch. So Declare can pull trumps, and...
I think he was down 3 from this point on, but we'll see if we get an adjustment.
Yeah, Declare can pull a trump, and then eventually does lose a heart from there. Okay, I mean, I think it could go anyway on that one. It looks like I'm assuming these scores are accurate. Let me just take a quick look. We did get the adjustment to down 3, and 3 clubs making 3 in the other room was the final result over there.
Right, Plotnik not making the fairly aggressive takeout double that was chosen at this table.
So East opens a heart, 11 count, heart of spade.
So I don't know. I would just pass as North, but man, you know, like, you kind of want to overcall a no trump maybe, but the hit isn't great for it. The spade length is really bad because that's, you know, not going to be a trick source. You have no heart stopper, but you do hate to let it go with a hand that good. Yeah, he does try a no trump.
Yeah, I would have been surprised if Harrison didn't bid a no trump. I think passing is the more prudent action, just in general. between two bidding opponents when you're vulnerable. This could get really dicey for your side.
Yeah. As you say, like, he doesn't think he can make a game even opposite a pretty good South hand, I think, because just the tricks are too too hard to visualize. So your hand is pretty good for defense with three aces, a singleton if they end up in a non-diamond suit, possibly partner a spade shortness and get some roughs, as happens here. Like, sure, you might miss a red game, but I think you're much more likely to miss a good shot to defend something.
Right. Well, two diamonds goes back around to South, and I mean, South is thinking about balancing three clubs, I assume.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, yeah, I think South is thinking about balancing three clubs as opposed to double. He does double.
Yeah, so North has the easy pass here, three aces, and, figuring the opponents probably don't have a great diamond bid. He doesn't know he's running into 5-5 on his right by Adam Kaplan. How is this going to do here? I mean, they're not going to make over tricks, which often means that for a lot of players, doubling two of a minor, if they make it, who cares? It's 180. You're not conceding a game bonus.
Right.
Like, if they make over tricks, it's really bad because those over tricks add up quick. But, making a thin double here, especially early in the match, I know you always like talking about putting the opponents on notice.
So asks, what's the difference between balancing three clubs and two now? I don't know. I'm also not sure I understand the difference between double being penalty or cards in this spot as South. Obviously, North-South have the agreement that it's penalty. I mean, maybe it should be.
So I think, expecting North-South to have any given agreement, I think, is a little optimistic. I think Harrison just looked at a singleton diamond and decided it was penalties.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary, but I mean, South obviously intended it as penalty because, like,
right.
I don't.
But also, it doesn't make a ton of sense as takeout because the opponents have bid all three suits and indicated real length in all three of them, right? A heart guarantees 5, bidding spades and then diamonds guarantees he's got at least 9 cards in the two suits. So, like, takeout for what, right?
Well, not takeout, but just cards, like the do something intelligent partner double.
Yeah, but in this case, the target on that is so narrow that defending is very often going to be one of those things, so it has to show at least some diamond lines and willingness to defend.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I guess penalty probably is the assumed.
Yeah, or what they used to call optional doubles, where the prototype is honor third or even honor third or something like that, and reasonable defense where partner looks at his hand and says, do I want to defend opposite that kind of holding?
Sure.
And this is sort of the equivalent with Jack Fourth, although obviously the outside values are kind of thin.
All right, Kaplan has decided to win the second club with the king. He could have roughed this in hand to immediately start working on the heart suit. He knows spades are not going to be effective. Just because of the no-trump bid on his left.
Well, but he has no reason to think that his left-hand opponent has 5 of them, especially if the right-hand opponent double suggests a more balanced hand, right? I think he's just hoping to bank a couple of major suit kings by knocking out these aces and cross-rough.
Well, yeah, in which case I was a little bit confused why he pitched a heart and not a spade. You can't rough all of the spades in dummy.
Yeah, maybe he's hoping for spade shorted. If he thinks that the right-hand opponent is, the one more likely to be short in diamonds, if he thinks the diamond length is on his left, then maybe lefty is shorter in spades and he can lead spades through his left-hand opponent to rough and dummy and hearts through his right-hand opponent to rough in his hands. Yeah.
It looks like he's misplaced the diamond ace, which makes a lot of sense on this auction. I'm pretty sure he expects South to be making a penalty double.
Right, although if he thinks that, then the heart ace would be on his left, and then, as you say, pitching a heart didn't make a ton of sense.
All All
And the
right.
hard ace kind of has to be on his left anyway for the no trump overcall. Like, this whole thing looks so weird to Adam.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So heart to the king and ace, and South is like kind of end played here, but probably gets out a club, I guess.
I mean, we were talking about this the other day, that sometimes, when the opponents have some trump problems and we have length, that giving rough stuffs can be a good strategy, and this might be one of those hands.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. South does decide to just switch to a diamond, presumably hoping for a spade rough to come back. I mean, I don't think the defense is in danger of letting this make, but I think this is probably not the most accurate defense. Babs wants the played card setting on. Chat, what does everyone else think? I mean, I generally find these hand diagrams to be completely unwatchable in general, so I don't think I'm going to mind.
I prefer it. I think, Jenk probably just thought that, well, it looks like the player is trying to cross rough, and how do you stop a cross rough? You lead trumps.
Yeah.
He also probably thinks that he's defending a 4-3 and not a 5-3. I think he thinks that his partner's going to be able to lead more trumps.
Mm-hmm. Warwickshire says no. Matt says no. There's a lot of no. Please keep as... What do you mean, please keep as is? Like, as is now? Alright, North gives the rough slough, so... Okay, I'll keep it like this. Not as is, Martyr says. I'll put up a poll.
No.
I'm going to put up a poll.
Yeah.
This is the way to do it, isn't it?
Yeah. I just said that, so yes.
Okay.
I think the Claire might be making this.
Declare might be... I wasn't paying attention. I trust you, though.
Yeah. Declare. I'm not sure the defense could have done anything. I think he could have done stuff earlier, but I think after Jenk returned that trump at the end, it was over.
Well, North could have always given South a spade rough. Oh, that's only a fifth trick, right?
He got a spade rough. Adam let him one off dummy, and he roughed it, and Adam claimed.
Right. So minus 180. I mean, good result for Finn Kolesnik and Adam Kaplan there. Let's see. All right, Twitch, you can vote, and YouTube, I will create a poll as well.
So we'll see how Harrison decides to handle his 8-card suit. Presumably it'll start a spade pass. I don't think Kaplan is going to bid an unusual 2-no trump with that hand. Yep. Yeah, so 1 no. Wes is going to be a little surprised now that East has come in his 5-bagger, one of his 5-baggers.
Yeah, wow. So, as you say, West doesn't overcall, unfavorable. A spade and no trump. North doesn't really have an alternative choice. 2-club overcall by Finn Kolesnik.
You could try a natural 4 hearts. It's a little weird, or even a very weird invitational 3 hearts. I don't hate 4 hearts. I think 1 no is fine and totally normal, but I think 4 hearts is also okay.
So the 2-club overcall, 2 spades by South. West decides to just bid only 4 clubs. I think maybe leaning into that queen third of spades.
I think 4 clubs, honestly, is my choice, too. If partner was sticking his neck out a little bit to make a lead director, we don't want to punish him. We're red-white. If it's right to bid 5 clubs, he'll bid it.
Yeah. So that makes a lot of sense. Harrison decides to bid 4 hearts at this point.
At some point, you have to bid your 8-card suit.
8-card suits are trump, aren't they?
Whether or not they're trumps, they are not suits that you never introduce.
So 5 clubs by East, and South does just pass. So 5 clubs all pass. There are 3 top tricks that North-South can cash. And I think this will just be down 1.
Yeah, I think zero trouble finding them, right? They can't go away, and, either South or North has an easy spade lead.
Right. Yeah, East bid 5 clubs relatively quickly. I mean, I think this is also just a pretty natural imp thing to do. Like, you're vulnerable, the opponent's a bid 4 hearts. Like, yeah, you could double and maybe collect, 100 or 300 on a good day, but that's not going to make up for your side's game. Your partner effectively invited you. I know 4 clubs is supposed to be preemptive, but as Craig mentioned, it's a vulnerable against not 4 clubs preempt. So partner has some stuff, and if that stuff is, queen 5th of clubs or queen 4th of clubs in the diamond ace, then you're going to be making 5 clubs.
I think West always has 5 clubs for this action. Maybe knowing about the hard extreme shortness, he doesn't. But anytime, imagine just 5 little clubs in any ace, which wouldn't be so crazy. Now 5 clubs is an easy make.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, poll results are in.
You need the diamond on side, but whatever. Yeah.
Poll results are in. I'm sorry, Babs, you have lost this time.
Yeah.
Try again next year.
If you feel strongly about it, you can also pull up the Real Bridge window on your own and follow along in that format, with us doing commentary, on the side.
Yep. All right, so 5 clubs down 1.
Much more tame collection of hands on this one.
So we just don't have a comparison for board 2. I'm going to assume that the score in the top right is accurate.
Yeah, well, keep in mind, East and West are, 2 of the fastest pairs possibly in the entire event, and the other table has Kevin Rosenberg.
Good point. All right, 3 passes go around to South, who has a strong no trump. Harsh Duality asked the hard-hitting question, why did Vugraph move to Real Bridge? How much do I want to say? I think I'm just going to leave it. I know the answer to this, but...
Yeah, I don't, but I think the answer is the ACBL, just wants to make sure that they have, that they have options in some of these different platforms.
5 clubs not down. Wait, did 5 clubs make? Did I... What?
Oh, 5 clubs. It's got to be an operator error. There's no possible make, right? A diamond can't go anywhere. Wait, did... Oh, no.
Oops. Okay, sorry. I wasn't looking.
Wow.
Oopsies.
I think that's South's fault. Partner gave count, cash the other one before you cash your partner's side ace. I think North very reasonably said, well, if partner's not cashing the other one after I gave him the count, it's because he's not cashing.
The ace and king of diamonds could have been flipped. South has to get the diamond trick in before setting up dummy spade trick. You could go ace king of spades spade,
I see.
hoping that partner could ruff, but there's no guarantee that North has a club, right? East overcalled a 5-card suit. East could have had 6. I think South has to switch to the jack of diamonds.
Right, because the queen of spades might be a necessary discard.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, maybe it's just tougher than it looked. Yeah, we were just looking at the four-handed diagram, not thinking about the player's problems, which is always a bad move when you're kibitzing.
I don't think the defense should be that difficult. The jack of diamonds goes to the ace, North should just return a spade. But, it's not, guaranteed. Like, could South have had the Diamond King and East had a Spade Void, and somehow but it never goes away. I mean, like, the King of Diamonds never goes away if East has a Spade Void. I don't know. I think it was just like a pretty clear error from North. Didn't really think through the problem fully.
Yeah, North could have ducked the diamond also. That's always safe.
That's dangerous. Declare could have Stiff King.
That would give partner 5. It would make the auction a little weird, right?
Yeah, but anyway.
Yeah.
There were options that would have worked, and they didn't choose one, and it has cost them dearly.
Alrighty, well, meanwhile, we have a somewhat normal-looking 4-spade contract here. South having a maximum no-trump and super accepting via 3 spades rather than showing his doubleton. I think he had a doubleton.
He did, and I think really importantly, because this is something that I talk about a lot and a lot of players just don't do, they don't have this reflexive instinct. South ducked the opening diamond lead. Like, was that necessary or important? Like, maybe not, but it cuts communications, like, and there's no cost, and so he just didn't want anything to go wrong. Like, now the opponents are not, East is not getting in to put a club through in case that was ever going to be an issue. So ducking the opening diamond lead, just a really strong technical play. I would put it in the expert category, not world class, but like...
So, yeah, although it's kind of interesting, right? Because he has no diamond loser if the spade finesse is on side. He can unblock the hearts, take a spade finesse, and, play... Well, I guess, then you're in the wrong hand to draw. You can't get back to your hand, but... Yeah, I think like you can pitch 2 diamonds on the ace queen of hearts. Maybe you can't. You need an extra entry to your hand to be able to do that.
Right, yeah, like at match points, it's probably not the right play because if King Doubleton of Spades is on side, then you could pitch all of Dummy's diamonds, pull 2 trumps, cross back in trumps, pitch the diamonds on the hearts, ruff a diamond, and then lead a club up to the king, for example.
Right, yeah, because you don't need all your trumps. You can use the middle spade spots as entries late in the hand.
Right. So at match points, this is probably not the right play, but at teams, like, sometimes things go wrong, like, and you just really don't want East to get in at some point. Like, I don't know, would it be important to try and construct the hand that, like, goes wrong before you do all of this? Sure, yeah. Like, it would be nice to always take the time to, like, come up with a reason why you're ducking a trick or cutting communications, but, like, as an instinct, like, just having the instinct to cut communications at trick 1, I think is a really important thing to have as Declare on some of these hands.
Yeah.
So, as is, Declare has pulled 2 rounds of trumps. They didn't split. He does get to pitch 2 clubs on the ace queen of hearts, and eventually just loses a spade, that opening diamond, and 1 club trick. But East-West off to a good start. 19 imps through, I think, 3 boards. 4 hearts down 1 on board 3 at the 1 table. Add that to the 5 clubs that made. That's a whole 11 imps for them.
Let's see if Finn is inclined to open this East hand, a somewhat shoddy 11 with... You would love to be 4-4 in the majors to make a super light opening like this, but maybe he'll do it anyway.
Yeah, it does depend a little bit on style. He opens a diamond, so South probably going to overcall no trump there, 15 count, good diamond stoppers. Yeah. West will make a penalty double, I assume, given the vulnerability.
Yeah, this we were talking about, sort of requirements for no trump overcalls. Like here, even red-white, maybe you don't necessarily think you have a game, but you sort of have 6 tricks in your hand, 3 diamonds if things work out okay, 2 hearts, and the club is probably going to be well-positioned, so, you don't mind doing it as a constructive bid, even though your target isn't necessarily going to be that game bonus.
Right. North redoubles to rescue. Not exactly sure what the North-South agreements are on the redouble, but it's probably something to the effect of single-suited run-out.
It might be two-suited run out. He is
Could
5'4".
be. Yeah, it could be. But it looks like
And
South.
I guess we'll find. Yeah, I think South is gonna. Oh, I see. South is treating it as a single suitor because he would have been his cheapest suit. Yeah, cheapest 4-card suit.
All right, 2 clubs past 2 hearts. We'll see if East has a takeout double available. It looks like no. This is a forcing pass from East, so
yes. I think what would standard be that you can defend 2 spades but not 2 hearts.
yeah, that's a pretty common agreement.
Yeah, kind of a tough problem by West, where 2 spades is, kind of what's in front of your face, but you're a little bit worried about being too heavy for this bid.
Yeah, there are some interesting implications. So I think Finn read the situation correctly, which is that because he's short in hearts, since he didn't have a takeout double, his double would have been penalty or card showing over 2 hearts or whatever. So West also would have been doubling for penalties. The fact that West didn't double for penalties probably means that his singleton heart is really working.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, the double or penalty implication, because it's a forcing pass, you don't need a card showing double. The card showing double is what you do to force partner to bid in non-forcing situations. But since he's already forced to do that, the double has other meanings, which would be penalties.
Yeah, so they do get to 4 spades, and on the surface they have 3 losers. And it looks like that's probably all they're going to have. Declare can even just hop up with the ace of clubs if he wants, pull 3 rounds of trumps, and then start running the clubs. He'll eventually pitch a heart and ruff a heart from his own hand and then knock out the diamond ace.
I think the ace of clubs is 100% indicated right. There's 0 chance that the club king is on your left, but there's some chance that a club singleton is on your left.
Right, yeah, exactly. And so he does pop up with the club ace. He's going to pull 1 round of trumps and be relatively happy that they're not 4-0. And now he just has a simple claim for his 10 tricks.
Even if hearts and spades are now 3-1, 1 rough and 1 goes on the long club and dummy. Those club spots turned out to be pretty important.
Yeah. So, good result for East-West getting to the spade game. I don't think it should be that challenging. If East doesn't open the bidding, West will still... if East doesn't open the bidding, it'll probably go a no trump, maybe pass by West with the 5 solid spades, transfer to hearts, 2 hearts or 3 hearts by South. I don't know. Things could get a little bit dicey if East doesn't open.
So on the previous board, when I had said that maybe you would try kind of a somewhat offbeat invitational 3 hearts on the 8-card suit, that is exactly what Captain Rosenberg did.
A spade past 3 hearts, 4 hearts, passes out, and they do nip it a trick. A club, a diamond, and 2 hearts, it looks like. That's in the other room. We have a 9-card suit now for South.
Wow.
So East will pass in first seat. And what is Schenk going to open?
5 clubs.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, this one you don't mind getting past 3 no trump.
But Craig, opposite Honor Doubleton, wouldn't you have 9 tricks?
Not when they run both majors at you for the first 13.
Okay, fine. So he opens 5 clubs. Okay, first off, is Kaplan going to do something with his 15-count club void? 5 diamonds, or do we pass? Or do we double?
Well, we have to do something. Like, you absolutely cannot pass. Yeah, I think we probably just double. Like, maybe partner has a 6-card major. We have no idea. Those diamonds are not really playable at the 5 level.
Yeah, so North sticks out the blue card. Now, I think Finn is an experienced enough player to... He decides to pass. I was going to say he might think this over for a second. Then again, he knows that Harrison might just be trying to job him with the redouble. But it could have been important for East to run.
Oh, I think it was important for East to run, right? Well, I guess in these colors, I don't know. I mean, this is going to make, obviously.
Yeah. Snoo says North has a pretty clear redouble. I mean, just because you're making something doesn't mean you should always redouble. It gets you a small amount of extra points, and if it coaxes your opponent to run into a good sacrifice, then you probably don't want to do it. I guess it's probably important to redouble, though, because North feels like he's going to be collecting a large penalty against anything. That might not be true, not against spades,
Yeah,
right?
I think that's an argument for not redoubling, right? Though, well, I guess redoubling, like maybe you get to declare it, and if they run, you're always doubling. So I was thinking, because like passing is the way to defend and collect a penalty, not redoubling.
Yeah, yeah.
If you think you have a huge plus on either offense or defense, then redouble and collect the plus if you play it, and collect the penalty if you don't.
Yeah. Hey, Proquar, congrats on your 3-stream streak.
I am not sure. I think East-West were going for 800, so if this is plus 800 for North-South, then nothing mattered.
East-West were going for 800?
Was it only 500? I thought they were going to lose. I mean, presumably they were going to play in spades. Oh, yes, I guess they were going to lose, a spade, a heart, and 2 diamonds, only 500?
Yeah, I think so. It might have even only been 200 if North-South don't get their hearts set up in time.
They got the overtrick?
Yeah, West switched to spades.
Yeah.
Which I think was a pretty big error from West.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been, but Finn played the 10 of hearts, which looked like if it was suit preference, then then who knows? But if it was count, then I think Kaplan was worried about, the King of Hearts being rough, setting up 2 winners in dummy.
Yeah, depending on what their agreements are. I mean, this should be a count situation, so East should be giving count. I just don't know what their count signals are. They might not know either.
They know. I think that was just an accident, but I think Adam absolutely thought that it was odd count and therefore not at all safe to play another heart.
Yeah. Yep.
Anyway. So, I think limit plus, a little on the light side, but that basically is a limit raise in my world as well as Harrison's.
Yeah, it's tricky if you don't have a mixed raise. But North does just bid 2-0. 4 hearts by East. I think that's a pretty reasonable bid. Preemptive, spade void. 4 spades by South. Understandable with the stiff heart and 5-5. And smash by West with all the stuff. So
yeah, hoping. I mean, maybe he won't take 3 trump tricks after the double if there's some way to end play him out of something, but it's going to be a slaughter anyway.
All right, heart goes to the queen. East tries to cash the heart ace, kind of understanding that there was a roughing finesse anyway, if it wasn't cashing, so I think pretty reasonable.
Yep.
All right, so now what's Declare going to do? He knows about the 4-0 trump split. So
I guess it's actually only down 1 from here, right? You can pitch a club on the the now good King of Hearts, rough some diamonds and dummy, and just kind of, let West take his 3 trump tricks at some point in the hand.
I think that's right, because West can't effectively lead trumps himself. Clubs also split 3-3, so even if West does start leading trumps, it's probably not effective. But yeah, something like club to the ace, heart pitch a club, West roughs in, switches to the spade king, we win the ace, ace of diamonds, diamond rough, diamond rough, club pitch a diamond. I mean, maybe at that point West roughs in, cashes the trump, and then cashes a diamond. So I think Declare does need to be a little bit careful about how he handles the play here. Maybe we go ace of diamonds, diamond, ruff, king of hearts, pitch a club immediately.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And like West can ruff, but he can only pull one trump at that point, like king of spades. But now he can't lead another one without giving up a trump trick.
Yeah, so let's see. West will ruff the king of hearts, switch to the spade king. We win the ace. Diamond
Or we can
ruff,
win the ace or not. It doesn't really matter.
ace of clubs, club ruff, diamond ruff, club ruff. Yeah, okay, and then West gets the last two trump tricks. So I'm sure Cenk knows about the 4-0 trump split and this line of play that we've just gone through. Ace of diamonds, starting with the ace of diamonds, roughing a diamond, and playing the king of hearts. Looks like it does get him out for down one. So he should be able to see all that.
Yeah, and even if he thinks there's some remote chance trumps are 3-1, like, it's not like he's got to lay down the ace of spades here to take each trump out of his hand because there's no danger in leaving it there. He's not going to be roughing anything with it.
Right. Yep.
Maybe on some lines you would, kind of start play and like eventually cash the ace of spades once he's in a position where it's safe to. Basically after the king of hearts has been cashed would be the important juncture. But
yeah, for sure. I mean, can Kaplan do anything like clever to try and talk Declare out of one of these lines of play? Like, what if he pitches a club on the king of hearts? I don't think it really matters. Then Declare can just go ace of clubs, club ruff, diamond ruff.
yeah, as you say, with the club splitting, he can just plan to set up really either minor suit and it'll work.
Okay. Looks like probably down one. So he does go down the correct path. Ace of diamonds first, ruff a diamond.
Wow, and we have another big swing going to Kaplan and Kolesnik, but of course they're probably about to, north-south are about to get on the scoreboard with that plus 1,000.
West does ruff the heart. We'll switch to the king of spades. Bab says Brad Moss did not open the south hand on this board. That's not too surprising because Joe and Brad play such a wide range of different styles depending on the vulnerability.
Yeah, red they play a somewhat normal looking 2-over-1 system. It looked kind of conservative to pass, but Queen Doubleton's not great. Your spade interiors are horrible. Two suited hands, sometimes it's better to pass because you can show both suits later on. Like if you open a spade, you might bury the diamonds, and if you pass, you might be able to make a Michael's bid or something later.
Yeah, it's such a stark contrast, though, because they'll open almost all 8 counts when they're not vulnerable, since they have the precision system to protect them a little bit by opening a diamond or a major. But vulnerable, they'll, this is a 5-5-11 count with 2 aces. There's a queen doubleton. I think if that queen of clubs was in either of the pointed suits, Brad would have opened. But for them, I think this hand is just a little bit below the requirements vulnerable.
Yeah, I wonder if you switch the spades and diamonds, where you had ace 10-9 for the spades and the, theoretically stronger because you have the jack, but in practice probably weaker since it's ace jack and 3 very small ones. If he would have been a little more tempted, I don't know. Yeah, so as expected, West roughs, leads the king of spades. South can win this or not. He does win it.
Yeah, it's just very simple. We ruff a diamond, ace of clubs, club ruff, and then ruff our last diamond. And then if West turns up with the last club, we can ruff a club then. And if West doesn't turn up with the last club, we just play a club pitching a diamond. He's just working through all the distributions that West can have to make sure that he gets the send position right, which seems fine.
Yeah, you just want to make sure you're not missing some dumb thing that'll lead to 500 instead of the 200 you're pretty sure you're going for.
All right, club to the ace, club ruff. So now he'll ruff a diamond, and then looks like he will ruff a club after that. Club's 3-3, it's going to work out just fine.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it is. Right? Yeah, you can. Well,
this looks a little bit. I'm not sure if this actually loses against any of the layouts that roughing a diamond first would have, but it looks a little bit unusual to me.
Yeah, I guess he is just gonna, West has to follow 3 times in the minors, and all 3 of those are going to be trump tricks, and that's down 1.
Right. Yeah, he's pausing here. I mean, it looks like he's just a little bit uncertain about the distribution and how to really proceed, but he doesn't really have an alternative here to diamond ruff, club ruff. So diamond ruff. The chef says, how wholesome to have your sibling kibitzing. Sibling of... Oh, we got Emma in here. Yeah, Emma's hanging out, watching.
They'll say nothing but nice things about Finn.
I don't think she watches the stream.
Oh, I see. She's she's on the list of kibitzers, I see.
Yeah.
Well, still, we'll still say nothing but nice things about Finn, because he's a nice guy and a good bridge player.
No, I'm going to trash talk him as much as possible. It's my prerogative. I will not have anyone holding me back in this regard. So, Declare does get out for down 1. Feels like a pretty nice save. I mean, 4 hearts wasn't really making, was it? Maybe it was.
That's a good question. I wasn't really looking at the east-west offensive possibilities.
Either way, I think the north-south auction is pretty sensible and normal, and West just happened to have king, queen, 10, 4th of spades sitting behind the spade bidder.
I think maybe on the ace of spades lead you can make 4 hearts, but short of that, I think you just have too many losers. The clubs are going to be a problem. Diamonds, ace in a rough. You still don't have an entry to dummy to take a heart finesse.
Yeah, exactly. So West opens a club. We get a hard overcall from North. Decides to show the hearts rather than both hearts and diamonds.
Yeah, the suit disparity being so great seems like a perfectly sensible choice.
Sure, makes sense. East bids a spade. Effectively a no-trump bid, but maybe without a heart stopper. I mean, it shows 0 to 3 spades. 2 clubs by West, 2 diamonds finally by North to show his second suit. 3 clubs by East. South now comes to life with honors in both the partner suits, having heard partner bid a second time.
And a good decision for South not to go crazy. I don't think 4 hearts is really in the picture just on the strength of the Jack of Hearts, Ace of Diamonds, but, this is certainly as high as they want to be.
Yeah, and North does well. I think a lot of players at teams looking at that North hand and hearing this auction would be very tempted to bid 4 hearts. Just, you got a club void, you have this nice 15 count, 5-5, your partner showed a fit. But you got to roll everything back to when South didn't bid over a spade. So your partner has 3 hearts, but their hand is not very good. So North did really well to stay out of game here.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to make, but even this is in a little bit of trouble here. Trump lead, obviously, with East having these diamonds to protect seems sensible, and now Declare, he's got a spade problem with pretty limited entries to dummy to lead spades toward his hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know what you do. Do you
if So if the defense gives him all the time in the world, he actually can lead spades up to the queen jack twice, but they shouldn't allow him to do that. They should, after realizing that that trumps are splitting and that he has the side diamond suit, they should start forcing him, and that'll push him to the that he needs to start playing on diamonds. I think it's pretty likely that he's going to get the diamonds right by cashing the king first and then leading towards the ace-9. That'll pick up the diamond suit for just one loser, so he'll eventually lose 3 spades and a diamond to make 3 hearts. One Under Trick Wonder asks, are you really obliged to bid here as South? So going back to something that I frequently talk about at Imps, my philosophy at Imps is that every bid tends to be, every time you don't pass in a competitive auction, it doesn't tend to be competing for a part score as it is at match points. It tends to be, partner, I still think that we might have a game. So if we think about North's 2 diamond bid in that respect, then South really is obligated to bid 3 hearts here because South has a heart fit and a diamond card, and partner still thinks we have a game despite us having showed nothing in the auction. We have a complete maximum as South with a heart fit. So our hand can't really get better as South at this point. And if North happened to have a similar hand with ace-third of spades instead of queen-jack, then they would effectively be on 3-2 diamonds to make a heart game. And then, North probably would have bid the game after a 3-heart bid. So I think, yeah, South really... Wow, he misguessed the diamonds?
Yeah. I would say, another way to look at this is, North, he's not just bidding 2 diamonds because it's his turn, right? He's bidding 2 diamonds, begging us to compete if we have something worth competing on. And here we pass over 1 spade. Our hand couldn't possibly be better. We have 5 points, which is a maximum pass with 3 hearts. 4 of those points are an ace, and it's not just an ace. It's an ace in a suit that partner stuck his neck out to introduce. I think it's absolutely mandatory to bid a South. Partner has begged us to do that with a hand like this. Now, this is going pretty well for Declare anyway, because now we'll be able to rough a diamond with a jack of hearts, and with trump splitting.
But
I guess he's... No, I see, yeah. Now he's still got the spade problem, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, this is...
Okay, yeah. Rough with the jack, lead a spade. I guess he's down 1. Is that right?
No, this is all fine.
No.
I'm a little confused about the defense.
Oh, yeah, he just made it. Yeah.
Anyway, it looks like he has done okay. Yeah. Could the defense have done better here?
So the trump lead seemed fine, but yeah, as you say, if they had started forcing him immediately, would that have made much of a difference?
Maybe the defense can't actually do better on this line of play. Maybe this line of play is just fine.
And he did guess the diamond, right?
Well, I was thinking he could just pick up the diamonds for 1 loser on his own. Cashing
but leading it through the hand they can't rough profitably is a different kind of guessing it right.
Yeah. So if West roughs and then they get a spade rough, that costs East his diamond trick, because then Declare can just pull trumps and rough the diamond suit good. And if West roughs and plays a club, Declare can pull a trump and then find out West is out. King of diamonds, diamond rough. Yeah, I guess this is probably a good line of play. Yeah. Works out. Seems to pick up all the 4-1 diamond splits. At least the ones you can pick up. You're going to have a problem if hearts are 4-1, but you always have a problem if hearts are 4-1. Okay, board 9.
So South took his time before bidding 2 diamonds. Of course, he has an automatic inverted raise, but with a hand this good, just wants to make sure he's not going to break tempo in subsequent rounds of the auction. So it's a kind of a nice way for South to handle this complicated, the complicated situations that might come up with this hand that wants to possibly invite a slam but can't force.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, South has one of these hands that I think needs a lot of help for Slam. He doesn't have very many controls, so he would need his partner to have a lot of aces for Slam to be playable. And he has a lot of slow tricks, so even if his partner has a lot of the missing aces, like the ace of spades and the ace of hearts, a heart lead might end up costing him where they set up a heart trick, you have to knock out the club ace, and then they get to cash the king of hearts. So as you say, he's definitely thinking through the continuations over two diamonds. North bid two hearts. A lot of players will have the agreement that you just start bidding stoppers after these inverted minor raises. Some would bid two no trump with North's hand because they have stoppers in both majors. Looks like that's not this North-South agreement.
And the North hand, even if it can become declare, it kind of doesn't want to, right? Like no club stopper, no diamond stopper in your opening bid suit. The partner has that covered. Maybe the ace ten of spades is worth protecting, but partner has like Jack Doubleton of hearts, or Jack Third of hearts. Maybe it's better to play from his side. So I think just trying to steer the declaration to South if he wants it seems sensible. One problem from South's point of view, and we're seeing that here on this tank, is in auctions like this, North never gets to limit his hand. So with this kind of in-between hand, South wants to do more. It's not totally safe to do more. It's a difficult position in standard bidding.
Yeah, and as you say, North doesn't get a chance to limit his hand, but I think kind of listening to auctions like this often is a really helpful way to get better slam judgment. Because so South does decide to pass, and I think that's because North bid 3 now. North took up an entire level of bidding. If North had any interest in a slam opposite extras from South, North probably would have bid 3 diamonds here.
Yes. Yeah,
because South would always be able to re-ask about a spade stopper by bidding 3 spades. So the fact that North effectively bypassed a chance to give South the opportunity to show extras, it's not guaranteed that North is saying, I have no slam interest, but I mean, that's the idea, at least.
Right.
So Hurt opening lead.
Right, North. Right.
I guess we go Queen of Hearts and Duck a Diamond immediately. That seems pretty reasonable.
So... And we have obviously 5 guaranteed tricks in the majors, so we need 4 more, or 7 counting the ace king of diamonds. So yeah, 2 long diamonds is just enough. And if they don't split, maybe if the hearts split a little better, we'll have time to lead up to the king and queen of clubs twice.
Right. Although sometimes that's a little bit scary to do at imps, because a club to the king always holds. And then...
No, but actually that's okay. We can clear the diamonds. Now we only need 1 club trick anyway.
Yeah.
So, starting ducking a diamond seems pretty normal.
It does seem normal. I'm actually kind of wondering if we really should have just gone ace of diamonds, duck a diamond. That gives us a better picture of the hand, because then we'll know if diamonds are 4-1 or 3-2 before we continue playing. And
that's true. Yeah, for entry purposes, it's the same.
Yeah, it might also be important because it might prevent the wrong hand from gaining the lead. Like if East was the one with a singleton diamond, we really don't want East to get in to put a club through our king-queen, because we're still going to need to knock out another diamond stopper. So I think ace of diamonds diamond kind of counterintuitively also serves to protect us against a bad diamond split.
It's true, you would rather lead through dummy strength than into declare strength, but the 2 heart bid just doesn't really say anything. That could be ace third opposite a small doubleton, and then a heart lead could be really important. So, with a hand, it's not like Jack fourth of clubs is so likely to get set up. Here, obviously, partners ace 10-9, it's terrific, but, just gambling that our 5-card suit is as likely to be how we beat the contract as anything seems reasonable to me. North didn't show real hearts. He just said, partner, I have a heart stopper. That doesn't mean that the defense, that the offense is 3 heart stoppers as they do here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it
So,
was a
yeah,
5-card heart suit from ace straight.
Right.
Yeah. Craig effectively expanding on the point as usual. Yeah. Yeah, I hate it when he does that. Every once in a while, Craig's right, and man, it makes my blood boil.
Yeah, I'm really just come here to make your blood boil. That's basically the whole point of my day. Yeah, so interestingly, in the other room, maybe this is something where, we're seeing the difference between a really expert Weston Kaplan and, the less experienced player, Lynn Baker. She just overcalled 5 diamonds. I think she looked at her 6-card suit and said, this is, possibly our longest trumpet, and went for 500, which obviously won her side a bunch of imps compared to the 1,000, but I think Kaplan's choice is much wiser.
Yeah, yeah. One Under Trick Wonder asks, is there an expert standard follow-up for inverted minor? Not that I know of. It also kind of depends if your inverted minor could contain hands that are invitational instead of just game-forcing hands.
Yeah, I think there are pairs that play, like kind of fancy 2-steps to let one hand or the other decide who gets to play 2 no trump. But I think if you sit down without a ton of discussion with a random American expert and say we're playing inverted minors and don't expand the discussion, it would be what these guys are doing. You just kind of like look at your hand and whatever's in front of your face is what you bid.
Mm-hmm.
Let me take a look here because I have a somewhat scientific set of notes with Franco. That's kind of our communal notes for our OCBL events, and I think we actually do have an inverted minor method. He's a pretty good system theorist. I'm sure he just cribbed it from someone if I'm correct. I will take a look.
All right, East has 8. Gonna pass in first seat, so South gets to open a heart unless they're playing Flannery. And
so yeah, in fact,
go ahead.
In that we just play stopper showing, except if you bid 2 of a major, it says you specifically have a reason not to grab the no trump, so maybe the partner can just sometimes read into that what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How many boards are these matches? I think they're 56 nowadays.
I think they're 60. They used to be 64. You would play like a full set of vulnerabilities and dealers, but now they cut them down to 60 to match the WBF.
Right. All right, South opens hearts.
I mean, the heart fit's great, but that looks like kind of a thin game force from North.
You got a lot of 10s and 9s. Yeah, it's 4-3-3 with no aces.
The alternative is a 3-card limit raise, and you might feel that was both misdirected and a little heavy. Yeah, it is imps, but, even at imps, I want to make sure that my aggressive partner continues to open light and not bury him on hands like this.
Right. Then again, there's no way we can tell North to be non-aggressive, so...
Right. Like imps, you want to stretch to games that might be worth bidding. Here it's like, partner had, a weaker hand, like, is it really worth bidding? I don't know. Like, they're not going to make a game here, right? Even though South has, like a very sound opening.
It depends what North does over this bid.
Right. Yes. Although 3 no trump has its own problems with, you lead a diamond and now you're at the mercy of the diamond position.
Yeah. Schiff says, wonder what Shift. 1 heart 3 no is. I think some pairs will play that as some sort of splinter.
Yeah, I think the Gib robots play it as 4-3-3 choice of games, old fashioned, but I think most modern experts play 2-tier splinters. So it'd probably be a mini spade splinter.
Yeah. Well, I mean, 4 hearts hasn't gone down yet. They need to...
Or maybe a strong spade splinter, actually.
Yeah, they need to
whatever it is,
essentially cash out to beat this. Kaplan does not have an easy lead. I don't think the ace of spades lead. Well, if partner has the spade king, that gets you up to 3 tricks. So, yeah, I mean, he does go with the ace of spades lead. It's always a little bit risky just leading a bare ace, but I think this time at imps it's probably correct.
I mean, it's a pretty big lead, I think, into East having rebid two spades and bid three no trump, but obviously very successful here.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
kind
and
of
here.
needs the least for this to work out.
So I think it's a very good bid when it comes up. I think the expert community's consensus is it doesn't come up enough to, the other thing, and particularly getting to play two ranges of splinters is really good, and that comes up more, and possibly is more important when it does. You just don't want to reserve like a pretty useful bid for a fairly rare set of hands.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, 3-0 is a void splinter, again, rare, but so important that maybe that makes sense that, it's a hand that when you get to show it, it's going to be really important for your slam bidding. Um, against that, it doesn't come up that much, but when it does, you're probably much better placed than your counterparts.
Yeah, I think it's important for 3-0 to be a specific void splinter because you don't have room to ask over 3-0 below 4 hearts.
Right, I guess you play a spade 3-0 or a heart 3 spades as an unspecified void splinter.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway, we have pretty good 17 by North. Whether or not he's playing 15 to 17, I think he would probably choose the upgrade. 14 to 16 he would have to, and 15 to 17 he might choose to.
Yeah, I agree. And especially in third seed. I mean, some pairs will decrease the range on their no trump in third. So, 2 club overcall. South decides to just bid 2 spades.
Yeah. I think, as you know, this would be my choice as well. If I bid 3 spades, either mixed or preemptive, I want to have some offensive value, and this hand just doesn't.
It really doesn't. 2-0 by North, just showing his values now. South bids 3 spades.
Yeah, it's got to show the 4th trump, but if they had somehow gotten to 3-0 trump, they would have been in for quite an unpleasant surprise.
Yeah. Alright, top diamond lead from East. Makes a lot of sense.
So they can actually beat this if East figures out what's going on at Trick 2. Give West 2 roughs via ace in the club, diamond king, and another rough.
Yeah, let me take a stare at things because they might not even need to be too careful, but I guess East is kind of getting end played. So East basically has to switch to ace in a club at some point, and that should be enough to beat it.
Oh,
Yeah.
is he? Because East has a heart winner that but that would only be the defensive 4th trick.
Well, the king of spades is going to score. As you said, South has no offensive value. South has no entry.
Oh, South has no entry, that's right.
Like, West is just going to get a club rough and get the king of spades naturally.
Right. Yeah, so maybe East can just play any card in his hand and still beat it.
Yeah, I mean, not the 9 of diamonds, but...
Or probably a spade or a heart wouldn't be... Like, he can play any card in his hand that doesn't give dummy an entry and beat it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of hard, right? Like, spades, hearts, and diamonds give an entry, so East is just, by default, going to have to switch to ace of clubs in a club. At some point, either after cashing the diamond king or not. So, there it is. Ace of clubs. Club is completely safe. Now another diamond, and another club. He returns the high club, the 7. Good play. Make sure partner doesn't try and play a diamond back.
So as long as West plays a major suit card here, they will beat it too.
Yeah. King of spades comes back, so declare can win, and he'll ask about the heart queen. It doesn't drop.
Yeah, it's obviously very disappointing for Harrison, who picked up this really great 17 count, found himself in a 9-card fit, and his opening bid was his last making contract.
Yeah, should have opened a no trump. I guess that wouldn't have made either.
He was going to be down before he got the lead. Only down one, though. He could have won 2 M's.
Yeah.
Well, I guess actually down 1 and then stuck in his hand to have to play the major, so wouldn't have helped him much.
No, 1-0 would also go down 2, at least on good defense. All right, we're on the board 12.
Certainly would lead a high diamond, and they'd be off and running at that point.
How does the void splinter work again? Well, you make a bid, which tells your partner that you have a void in a suit and 4-card trump support and a game force. Other than that, I don't know. North has a pretty good hand again. So West is going to open a club. Guess we get to overcall a diamond.
Yeah, I think if South had been a past hand, maybe you would bid more diamonds, but maybe not. I don't know.
And reverse Flannery, 2 hearts showing 5 or more spades, 4 or more hearts. Weak.
Yeah, I do play reverse Flannery with a couple of people, but I don't know if we play it in this position. I would have thought that the standard treatment was that North had to pass. Maybe it makes sense here. Like, it might even be more useful here.
Yeah.
So, South. I guess you'd cube it 2 spades if you want to preserve space, and maybe that should even, show a spade stopper of like as it would at the 3 level, or maybe just bid 3 hearts and that's unambiguous. I don't know. I mean, the South hand is shockingly good, and at this point in the auction.
Yeah, I like conserving space. So 2 spades, there it is. Okay, West bids 3 spades. Kaplan knows what's up. He's like, partner has nothing. I have king, queen, third of spades. We're favorable. I am preempting these guys to hell in this auction. 4 hearts by North. Presumably a good bid. South can now queue 4 spades. I think really should queue 4 spades. And North can bid 6 diamonds.
Yeah, like 4 hearts, sort of a Q bid and a 5.5 diamond bid all at once.
Yeah. Schiff says it's a free negative double position. Yeah, but then how can you get up to the 3 level in 2 bids like this? You make a negative double, partner's not jumping to 3 spades with that West hand. This is an awful bid. Awful bid. 5 diamonds. No way. This is so bad. Wow, 6 diamonds is so much worse.
Actually, 6 diamonds is such an insulting bid.
Actually, this could get rolled back. The board was on south side of the screen for a while. I mean...
Well, no screens, right?
Oh, yeah, there's no screen. Oh, yeah, this is getting rolled back for sure, I think.
Did South take a while before bidding? I didn't...
Yeah. South thought for a long time over 4 hearts and bid 5 diamonds. I mean, I don't think you can bid 6 diamonds as North, at all.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, that's kind of the reason why 5 diamonds is a bad bid, is that, partner can't bid over it. Because partner's asking you to Q-bid an ace. Partner's like, I'm interested in slam. We might have a delay before the next board comes up because there's going to be some talk. I mean, that 6 diamond bid is just not allowed.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Harsh Duality says, think pass by Kaplan would have been good. If South doesn't think the opponents have the spade fit, the situation's harder. But, so I always say, don't trust your opponents when they've showed a fit that your partner has shortness. Because, sometimes they have fewer cards than they've promised. Trust your partner. When your partner shows shortness, then you know they have shortness. It's not about the opponents having the spade fit. It's that 3 spades takes up room. Yes, in this case, North was able to make a good 4-heart bid, and South has an easy 4-spade queue over that, so they should still get to a slam. But if you don't take up that room, we can think through it. I'm sure that there are situations where, the space-consuming bid makes it easier for the opponents, but generally that's not the case, and you're not going to know that that's the case. So, like, if South gets 2 spades
correct.
and West passes...
The directors at the table?
What? How many directors?
I mean, we can...
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We can see this pauses because there's a director hovering around.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I'll come back to your question in a minute. Glows on Trees asked the more prescient question of, like, why is the 6 diamond bid not allowed? South thought for a long time before bidding 5 diamonds. The 4 hearts was forcing, so because East had showed hearts. So South's only choices to think about were to bid 5 diamonds or to Q-bid something. The fact that South thought for a long time strongly indicates that South was thinking about Q-bidding. And from North's perspective, if South had Q-bid, North would have placed them with one of the black suit aces and just bid 6 diamonds. So the ethical thing to do is that you have to bend over backwards to not take advantage of unauthorized information given by your partner. So if South had in tempo bid 5 diamonds, effectively denying both the ace of clubs and the ace of spades, then you're not allowed, then you wouldn't want to be in 6 diamonds because you're off 2 cashing black aces. So because the 5 diamond bid, like, bridge-wise indicates that you're off 2 cashing aces, the fact that your partner thought counteracts that information and makes it more likely they have an ace. Therefore, you're not allowed to do the thing that is indicated by the unauthorized information. I think I explained this in a very roundabout way. But I will...
You got the main points.
Yeah, I got the main points across. So, now, I will say, Harrison has been on stream a number of times, and I've seen him do a couple of things like this. I had brought this up to his coach in the past. I don't know if a conversation has happened about it, but this, I mean, you know, taking advantage of UI is like going down the wrong path from a bridge standpoint, and like, if you are allowed to get away with it, and especially if people don't say something to you, and then you continue getting away with it, or continue doing it to see what you can get away with, like, this could lead to worse behavior in the future. So I really hope that someone knocks some sense into the kid and tells him to stop taking advantage of UI, because this is not the first time that this has happened.
And particularly dangerous as a junior, where you don't want that reputation because you won't get good teammates, because teammates don't want to play with someone either who does this or has a bad reputation. Like, it's, you know, potentially devastating for a career when you do this at a young age.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's great for him that this has happened against, like, 2 of his friends. I assume they're friends, in Kaplan and Kolesnik, because hopefully they can talk to him. Like, obviously they called the director, and obviously this is going to get ruled back to 5 diamonds making 6. But, like, hopefully those guys will also have a sit down with him, either after the match today or possibly even right now, and be like, here's why this is not okay. Don't do this ever again. And really, like, nail it in that you can't do this as North.
Yeah. And to get into what you're saying about the implications of the tempo, you know, basically kind of a simple way to think about it is when the tempo and the bid conflict, the directors have to make a ruling that is consistent with the bid and not the tempo. So here, you know, the bid says, partner, I have nothing to do. The tempo said, actually, partner, I did have something else I wanted to do. I just forgot to do it. So the bid gets adjusted, you know, the score gets adjusted.
Right. Yeah, One Under Trick Wonder brings up this, like, really uncomfortable thing where if the opponents don't call the director, then nothing happens in the situation. You just get the result. And that, I think, leads to a lot of false positives by people calling the director in situations where they shouldn't, because, like, they've learned that sometimes that they need to protect themselves. So, you know, like, I see a bunch of players, like, especially at, like, local clubs, for example, will just call the director on basically every hand whenever anything unusual happens, and they're just like, we need to, you know, like, this needs to get fixed. Isn't Luba already experienced enough? Yes, he is. Like,
yes, that's kind of the point.
Yeah.
He knows better and did it anyway.
Yeah. And
Um,
yeah.
Tablets, one thing that's good is like, people can argue like, oh, I bid in 10 seconds. And everyone's like, yeah, sure, it's 10 minutes, buddy. The tablet has the record of the actual time taken, so the director doesn't have to rely on either credibility or imperfect memory. Anyway.
Well, we'll see if that score. That score should be updated by the time we start the second set of boards in a few minutes. But
I would also be quite surprised if that result stands.
yeah. North opens a heart. East, a little bit uncomfortable. I think you overcall spade. He decides to pass. It's 5-5, but the hand is pretty bad.
I certainly the standard textbook choice is the pass, and I think if we look at what happened at other tables, pass would be chosen much more often than not. Like maybe someone overcalled, but it's not like it's a coin flip what to do. It's a pass unless you really feel like it's not a pass.
Yeah. Shouldn't Shank also be ready with his bid? I mean, sometimes you have to think, right? Like, you're entitled to think. That's, like, you're always entitled to think. The issue arises when partner takes advantage of your thinking to place cards in your hand, for example.
And the less familiar the situation, and this was quite an odd one, the less easy it is to be ready to bid in tempo.
Okay, well, so spade opening lead. West is going to win the ace and cash the ace of clubs, and then he's going to think for a while, because when both North and East follow to the club, West will know the club position, because East didn't lead a singleton club against the contract. So I imagine after a club, he's going to probably switch to diamonds and just hope to score his heart queen.
Yeah, which he probably will, right? Declare, especially with East being silent, we'll have no reason to take the heart finesse, even though it works.
Right. Yeah. So, the one spade overcall could work against East-West. Then again, they might have actually gotten to 4 spades, which probably goes down. But it may have picked off the Queen of Hearts for Declare if they did get to 4 hearts. Kaplan decides to go a different route. Actually, I mean, this makes a lot of sense. I'm a little surprised he didn't try a club just in case his partner was void, but I guess maybe on the auction that's impossible. Like, his partner can't have a singleton heart and a club void. So, in that sense, I think a heart switch makes a lot of sense. This is going to look very natural to Declare because Dummy has a spade void, right? West is just trying to cut down on spade roughs.
Yeah, this doesn't look like any kind of a double cross. It's just, a normal thing to do at this juncture.
Okay, so what is Harrison going to do on this track? Let's say we hop up with the heart ace, playing for the hearts to split. So we go ace of hearts, we rough a spade, we run the queen of diamonds.
With you so far?
Suppose they return a heart, right? So we... I guess if the queen of diamonds goes king ace, jack of diamonds, diamond rough.
Well, hang on a second. So this trump play actually could burn Kaplan in a weird way. So you win the ace, you run the queen of diamonds, East returns not a trump. Doesn't it look obvious to return another trump?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was looking at, but I'm trying to think of, like, because Declare has to make up his mind right now about whether to win the ace of hearts or run the heart around to the jack. So he wins the ace of hearts. He's going to rough a spade. We lead the queen of diamonds. If it wins... I mean, effectively, if the finesse wins, West will cover. So we go ace of diamonds, jack of diamonds, diamond rough. But now we don't have a way back to our hand to rough the 10 of spades. So...
Well, we could just play a club now, right?
Right. So how many losers would we have then? We haven't lost a diamond. We'll have lost a spade. We'll have lost a club. We're going to lose the last spade because they'll pull a second trump, so we basically just need the trumps 2-2 at that point, which is fine.
Like losing a diamond when the king is on is the same as losing one when the king is off. Like, we'll need to rough 3 things and only have 2 trumps to do it when they split, but that's okay. We can afford to lose 3 tricks.
Right.
A spade, a diamond, and a club.
Yeah, so actually, interestingly, I do wonder if we should just play back a club now.
I'd open up communications, yeah. So I think if he plays a club, yeah, so we'll see. So if it goes 10 and he ducks and dummy, West can overtake and play another trump and now declare doesn't, I think, have a reason to get that right. If East holds it and doesn't play a trump, then declare probably will figure out what's going on in the hard suit, although maybe that doesn't help. I guess it does help him, right? Because he was only planning on taking 2 roughs anyway when they were 2-2. So taking 2 roughs and 1 finesse is the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. This is a pretty interesting play hand for something that looked somewhat straightforward at a glance.
Yeah, it's always tricky when you have these 9-card fits missing the queen. All the textbooks are just like, oh, you just play the ace-king because that's a percentage, and it's so close. It's like just any one little thing that can cause you to take the finesse, you should be hooking. So, yeah, I think I like the club play right now, but I could definitely understand spade rough, queen of diamonds. A club could work in an unusual way if East happens to have the hearts. Like, East might be able to win the club and then not be able to play hearts. Alright, he decides to rough a spade. Now the queen of diamonds. East wins the king. Alright, what does East do now? Shifts a spade, rough, diamond, queen, a little bit better at match points. I don't think there's a big difference. 100 Trick Wonder asks, how aware are you guys of actual percentages at the table? So I used to be a lot better. I still know basically all of the percentages. And also I still know a lot about how, specific splits affect the percentage chances in certain situations. But generally, I think most strong players are going to have a pretty good grasp of the percentages at the table.
I thought he would rough jack and play the 9 of hearts to the 10. I think that's exactly what he's doing. Yeah, I mean, maybe you don't know, to the decimal point, but knowing your, at least, the important ones, you're missing 6, 3, 3, 4, 2, 5, 1. I think, every pretty good expert knows those, fairly well.
Yeah, and
important, finesse versus break, yada yada, those things. You actually do have real-time decisions that are based on those.
Right. And this is certainly something that, as Craig says, experts will know, and this just takes, memorizing, I think.
Yeah. Whatever, missing 8, it's not like every expert can rattle off, 6-2 and 7-1, but the important common ones everyone knows.
Right.
Don't quiz me on it because I don't really play bridge anymore. Certainly when I was playing a lot, I knew them all.
I should make a thing. I should make a chatbot command where I could do exclamation point percentage and then you type 4-3 or something and it'll spit out 62% or something. That would be helpful, maybe.
I thought he was going to play the 9 of hearts and 10, and he still might, but he's pausing for quite some time here. I guess Finn, if he had Queen Doubleton of hearts, wouldn't return one, so it's not 100% to take this finesse, obviously.
Right, but as you say, so I mean, going all the way back, Luba did take this line of play. He decided to ruff a spade and run the queen of diamonds. He plays heart to the king, which is reasonable, right?
Yeah.
Like, and these aren't really the guesses that you worry about. It costs a lot of imps, but again, the percentage chances are pretty close. You trust your table read. He went with his table read. He might have been rattled about what happened on the previous board as well. That like there was a big director
Very
call
possible.
and whatnot, but like I don't mind him getting the guess wrong here. I think Craig's point about East winning the Diamond King and not returning a heart has some merit.
Yeah, I mean, you also, if you think your counterpart's in a different position where he won't have maybe this extra information and just has no choice but to play the percentages in the hard suit, then that's a reason to stick with them. You know, like the extra information he got was like a pretty thin thread to hang an enormous play on.
Yeah. All right, thanks for stopping by, Shift. Enjoy the lurk.
Cool. Yeah, we'll see you later, I'm sure.
South opens a club. We got 2 more boards to play in this segment. Westover calls a spade. North gets to make a negative double.
Yeah, so this one, I think I would make the mixed raise by East. You know, it's the same point count as the one that Cenk didn't, but this one at least has some real offense with a weak double 10. You know, Jack 10 9 of hearts is maybe something that can become useful. So this looks like a classic mixed raise to me.
Yeah,
And
and...
mixed raise might be preemptive if 3 clubs was a mixed raise.
Right, and importantly, as I like to bring up, preempts are a lot more effective. I mean, where a mixed raise is effectively a preempt when the opponents haven't found their fit, and East thinks they don't have a heart fit because East is sitting on Jack 10 9 fourth of hearts. So the 3 spade bid might keep them out of a club game, for example. That North-South might not realize that they have a big club fit because South's one club is often artificial or could be short. Well, they get to 4 hearts, and this contract looks like they're going to be pretty sad until they find out about the heart split, because 6 hearts was a great spot.
6 hearts is on Trump split with, I mean, I guess you don't have to do anything else because you don't need to rough that diamond. You can pitch it on the long club as long as they split.
Yeah. Oh, actually,
6 clubs.
Yeah, Snooze on top. Look at that. See? North-South did have a club fit, as mentioned. Good 3 spade bid. We'll never know where they were going to get to if East doesn't preempt, but I think it's a pretty automatic 3 spade bid and pretty natural for North-South to reach 4 hearts afterwards.
Yeah, I think it's a little too hard for North to go looking for anything else with, not really a sub minimum, but certainly a dead minimum. Like, you find a heart bid, you're done.
Yeah. Ace of clubs. I think, is this technically incorrect? Like, what if East roughs this trick? I'm just kind of thinking, like, it seems like a non-starter. We could just play a diamond to the king and rough a diamond. And,
I see, yeah.
But, I mean, like, these small technical things just ultimately don't matter. It's never going to actually cost in real life.
Right.
So... Alright, East follows, and now we just have a claim. I mean, I guess, oddly enough, we actually have to rough the diamond, right? Because if we play clubs, East could just decline to rough, and then rough the 4th round of the suit, and then return a trump, and so ultimately we had to rough the diamond anyway.
To make 5, yeah, I guess it's true.
Well, I guess we could go ace of hearts and a heart at this point, now that the clubs have split. Anywho, on to the last board of the set, board 15, I assume, right?
Yeah, and somewhat surprisingly, the other table, I guess, is... Oh, no, sorry. I'm looking at backwards. The other table is 3 boards behind, not surprisingly at all. Is it possible this is only a... This might only be a 14-board set, because certainly only see room for 14 boards. No, here we go.
Yeah, 15 boards it says. I just clicked out.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's certainly a standard, so here we go.
Last board. I mean, there might have been some discussion about 6 clubs after the hand. That's possible. Well, South has 12, opens a diamond. West is going to pass this time. Even favorable, doesn't stick in, a very light one heart overcall. Spade by North. South bids a no trump, and I guess North is just going to stick this in 4 spades at some point.
Probably via checking back, because like the North hand can't give up on slam quite yet, even opposite a 1-no rebid.
How true is that, actually? Because
King of spades, ace king of clubs, queen of diamonds, that's 13.
Okay, that's a 12 count, yeah.
Right, 12 even, yeah. You know, like, probably you're going to have to give up because it's going to be hard to get the information, but I think you can't just totally give up right now and, like, apologize to your teammates when it was there.
Right. One Under Trick Wonder says, sometimes South rebids a no trump with a singleton here. Yeah, it's very possible. South could be 1-4-5-3, 1-4-4-4.
Yeah.
I guess that's about it. But, or 1-3-5-4 sometimes.
Yeah. So, I mean, some of those hands you might be able to get to a diamond slam or a diamond game.
Right.
You know, you do have ace king 4 at the partner's opening bid suit. And once he doesn't raise spades, you know he has at least 4 diamonds.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. But looks like they had a pretty slow auction, find their way to 4 spades. King of clubs lead. Okay, so we got a club, a heart, a diamond, and a spade to deal with, ultimately. Can we do enough? It looks like we well...
Yeah, just... You know, North is going to be a little disappointed that, you know, things are relatively foul. Like, this hand was so promising, and basically everything goes wrong.
So I
guess
guess
hard offside, so you can't pitch 2 diamonds. Diamonds splitting badly offside. Spade offside.
Well, I think I think Declare probably is going to make this. It's relatively tricky, but the idea is as follows. So we duck the opening lead. Now the opponents are kind of forced into cashing a heart, because if they don't, we can take the club finesse and pitch a heart. And now once they've cashed a heart, we have 2 discards set up for the 2 diamond losers. There's a little bit of care that needs to be taken because West will get in with a heart and put the small diamond through. So Declare is going to need to go ace of spades and a spade to prevent a diamond ruff. But I think he should be able to come out on top here. He just needs to be careful in the play and also maybe read a little bit of the position of the cards. Like at match points, you would definitely go down because you would take the spade finesse. You can't really afford to worry about 4-1 diamonds and not take the spade finesse at match points. But at teams, he's just going to pitch a diamond here on the queen of hearts. He's going to pitch a diamond on the ace of clubs, and he's going to go low spade to the ace, spade back to the jack. Or at least he should. I don't know if he will, but like he definitely should. Yeah, 5 of spades to the ace is a good play, just in case spades are 4-1. Now a spade back towards the jack. There is no diamond ruff. This is a nice technical hand. Well done by Harrison.
Yeah. Yeah, if East had started with King Doubleton of spades and they get a diamond rough here, there's never anything you could do about it.
Right. Yeah, the only danger is that West switched to a diamond from 4, but, like, East would have led a singleton diamond, right? Or East would have switched to a singleton diamond. So there's no real threat in West getting in with the Spade King and giving their partner a diamond rough. Now, it's of course possible that West is able to win the King of Spades here and then play, say, a club through to try and promote a trump trick for their partner, but that's why you go low spade to the ace and then another low spade back to the jack, is that you'll find out about the spade distribution, so you'll know whether or not you can rough high or low on the second, on the club. 4 spades making.
Yeah.
Well played. Yeah. So scores wise, we're going to see 6 diamonds get rolled back, so it's going to be 13, a difference of 13 imps. 1 imp going the way of Rosenberg instead of 12 going the way of Baker. Oh no, it's just going to be a push.
Push. It'll be 620 instead of 1370.
Yeah, 620 instead of 1370. Good call. So let's head to the other room, I guess. Is there a button that sends us over there? There's not. We have to back out. That's fine.
So they are 2.5 boards behind. They're declaring 4 hearts on the one where Harrison had to decide whether to play for 3-1 or 2-2 hearts at the end.
Yeah, although it looks like Olivia must have led a diamond at trick 1 because Declare hasn't lost a diamond trick yet. So now Declare is just going to... I mean, Baker needs to switch to a heart.
It was a spade and a diamond at trick 2.
Oh.
So then Declare had the king of spades available for a diamond pitch.
Aha, okay. So Rosenberg is in a position where if West doesn't switch to trumps, he'll be able to rough effectively all of his losers in the south hand, and then he won't care that that West has scored the Queen of Hearts because he's only lost 2 tricks at this point. So a trump switch is going to be necessary from West here, which I think is going to be pretty difficult for her to find. Yeah, and she plays back a club. He will carefully rough with the 2 of hearts.
Yeah, so he is going to make this now.
Yeah. He is absolutely going to make this, and he's going to do it in style as well. He's going to rough the jack of diamonds with the 6 of hearts. He's going to rough a club with the ace of hearts. He's going to rough a spade with the 9 of hearts and then rough another club with the king of hearts so that he can guarantee that he gets to rough all of his losers. If he, for example, mistakenly was to rough a club with the 8 of hearts and East were able to overrough and return a trump, he wouldn't be able to cross-rough the rest of the hand. I mean, he might still turn out okay if he did that, because the clubs might set up, but we'll just watch Kevin show off the roughing with high trumps, because this is always like, this is one of the most satisfying things I find as Declare to Olivia actually under rough. I think we're seeing a claim.
I think it was the 4 of diamonds, not the 4 of hearts.
Probably. And he should know that the diamond switch came from, well, the 8 of diamonds came. But he does correctly work out to rough the jack of diamonds. I think pretty reasonably so. East might have overcalled with a 6-card diamond suit. But now another club roughed with the king of hearts. And then utilizing the power of all of these big trumps, 10 of spades roughed with the jack of hearts, and we claim. Very well done, and a very deserved 12 imps to Kevin Rosenberg here. Junaid said, why didn't East return a heart? East was never in. Why didn't West play a heart? I mean, A lot of less experienced players just don't want to play trumps, generally. That would be my explanation. So Lynn Baker, the sponsor of the team, a little bit less experienced than all the other players, just worried about leading a trump away from her queen.
Yeah. I wouldn't even say necessarily less experience because she's been playing high-level bridge for a long time. Just I think not quite as sharp and at-the-table analyst as some of the other experts.
Yeah, and kind of as you had mentioned earlier when we were discussing kind of talent versus hard work, like a lot of players just don't want to put in the hard work to think through positions and study the game and learn when to prevent cross roughs and when to try and tap declare out or something like that. And it becomes a little bit more natural if you work at it. But if you're not really inclined to put in that kind of effort to study the game, then some of these positions can get relatively confusing, and you end up costing tricks, or at least costing a guess. Like Kevin could have guessed to make the contract from that position, and maybe he would have, but he would have been in a much worse position. Platnick opens a club on the 18 count. So we are, I think, pretty likely to see a similar start to the auction. Oh no! West didn't overcall spade. Okay. Well...
Yeah, again, another, he's like, oh, I only have 9 points, whatever. Like, every expert would win a spade here without thinking about it.
Yeah.
This is not even a decision, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, is this precision? Is that what they're playing?
It's probably just a 2+ club, but it might be. Oh, I see. Yeah, with the 1 spade. It's probably 2+ club and transfer. No, I guess right, because they would have been a diamond. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what they play.
Yeah, it's strong. I just clicked on the bids. Okay. So Kevin showed a positive with hearts. A lot of precision pairs play 8 or more high card points for their positives, or specifically an ace and a king. And I think that's what we have going on here. Kevin gave the alert 8+ game forcing with 5 or more hearts. Kind of difficult. Like, I don't blame him for not typing in the entire description, 8+ or an ace or a king into the thing, but he probably explained it in person properly. Or actually, he's not typing anything. The VuGraph operator is. So, yeah.
Right, and I think since they're not using screens, they may not be using written explanations, but it's possible they are, just to have the record of them, even though you don't need it for screen purposes.
Yeah, that's a nice thing that VuGraph operators have access to, especially behind screens with when you're required to write on a little notepad to your screen mate, and so the VuGraph operator can lean in and see what that says. Now, sometimes if there's Bassis playing against Volker, they'll write in French, and then the VuGraph operator has no idea what's going on. But
well, it's not so much as important for the operator as it's really important if there's ever a ruling. You need to know what information each player had available.
Yeah. Schiff says, better description would be game forcing 5+ hearts. I mean, I honestly think 8+ game force 5 or more hearts is a better description than just game force, because precision does kind of center around high card point requirements. I'm sure he described it in person correctly. Why are they not using screens, George Brad asks. I think on day 1 they just don't have enough. The ACBL has spent a little bit too much money at the cocktail bar, and so they can't afford screens for every table.
I mean, they have almost enough. They could do it if they wanted to. I think the real reason, it's some more work, not just setting up, but for the directors, I don't think there's a good reason why they don't. They just don't.
Right. Yeah, screens do take up a lot of space, so if they have allocated, for example, one tiny-ish ballroom, despite this being the main event, this is going to be a small group of players for the entire national, then they might just not have had enough space to set up screens at every table in whatever room they had access to.
I mean, that's possible, but the WBF uses screens for gigantic events, right? The World Pairs and whatever that have hundreds of tables. So, this hurdle can be overcome in a
It
standard size hotel convention space.
it can be if you have someone prepping your logistics, but um, well, anyway. So North South are having a little bit of a relay auction. Let me try and figure out what's going on. Okay. Platnick just says we're in a relay auction, I think. 3 clubs, 3 diamonds, no alerts on these bids at this point, but I suspect, given the East-West silence, North-South are going to get to the top spot of 6 clubs. Because South is South is the one who's going to be asking questions, and South, once South finds out that his partner has the heart ace, the diamond king, and a spade singleton, he's just going to bid 6 clubs. He doesn't need anything else.
Yeah, and this is one where I think, yep. This is one where I think you would prefer to be behind screens because we saw there's some tempo stuff, there's some complicated explanations. You really want to make sure that the players are segregated from each other in this kind of auction where everyone thinks they know what's going on but isn't 100% sure.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Rosenberg and Platnick have played together an awful lot in some of these big team events. I would assume they're on the same page, but
I mean, I would too, but look at the alert of 2 hearts.
Yeah, that honestly could be the VuGraph operator saying we're in a relay auction, I think. I
know that's possible, yeah.
I know, I'm just a little bit hesitant to trust everything that's going on. When they say 1 spade is game forcing with 5 hearts, I trust that announcement, but the 2 hearts alert, I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Yeah.
We are somewhat at the mercy of not just the information at the table, but the operator's interpretation of it.
Yeah, although I will say, given the operator's language, it sounds as if we have an experienced operator. So that's nice. Aces, spades, lead. Alert. Alert. Everything is not as it seems.
Yeah, well, again, this is one I think where most experts as West would play a strategy king for count at this level to make sure that if it is a cash out situation, they navigate it correctly.
Sure. Yeah. That
ace ace from ace king, most players don't do it at this level, or at least most experts don't. So, I think DeClaire is going to be very happy to, even before he sees the heart split, to know that they've gotten to the superior round 2 contract.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, as I had mentioned, once South got the information that partner had the heart ace and the diamond king and the spade singleton, he was just okay, 6 clubs. I know where we're ending up. And I think he had all of that information at the 3 spade level. So
yeah, I think one of those hands where you can just visualize the play from trick 1 to the end during the auction.
Right. Okay, so just to be very careful about the play here, I guess we win the king of hearts, we cash 2 top clubs, and if they don't split, then we start roughing spades using probably 2 diamond entries, the ace of diamonds and a diamond rough. But clubs split. We just have a claim that's 10 imps to Rosenberg, and very deserved, both with the spade preempt in the other room that kind of jobbed North-South out of finding their club fit, as well as
overcall,
with,
but yeah,
the auction here.
Overcall with preemptive effect.
Yeah, right. Okay, so 4 spades in the north at the other table. Ended up being a pretty strong result. East led the king of clubs, and from there it was just a technical exercise to navigate the play. Harrison did really well in this hand.
Yeah, certainly Kevin is a really excellent technical player. I expect him to match that.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the king of clubs does seem like a pretty natural lead from East, but I guess we'll first find out where they land, contract-wise, and then see who's on lead and whether Olivia does lead the club king.
Yeah, so precision diamond, not so this raise probably will not have the same implications, or this no trouble will not have the same implications in the other room of diamond length. We'll see if that affects anything. Probably not. I think same. Just North will make a game forcing check back bid and eventually plan to get to four spades unless something really odd happens.
Right. I think that's pretty reasonable. I'm looking around for you, Snow. I don't see results at the end of the first quarter anywhere.
Yeah, I don't know if those are going to be on bridge winners, right? Because it's sort of not like a normal looking bracket quite yet. Like with these weird four ways and, and all that.
When Under Trick Wonder asks, why is everyone passing the West hand? I mean, West passed the Ace King fifth of spades and an outside Jack fifth on a previous board, so I'm not at all surprised that West also passed this one. I think there are players who would overcall heart, Zia, but I think some hands are just a little bit too light, even though you're favorable. If this hand had spades instead of hearts, I think there's probably a larger contingent that would overcall because the chance of being able to find a four spade save drastically goes up, whereas the chance of being able to find a five heart save goes down. But personally, I would probably treat this hand as too light to overcall heart.
Yeah, same. You also, even white-red, you don't want your partner to, to bury you on a hand like this. Like, you want them to, have a little confidence in your overcalls not being just because it's your turn.
Yeah,
imagine again, you're 5-5, but so what? You have no hand.
Right, imagine if partner has a strong no trump over there with 3-card heart support, partner's just going to force you into 4 hearts, and maybe that makes because you're 5-5, but I think odds on that's going to go down. Whereas if you just pass and partner then overcalls a no trump, you're pretty happy just transferring to hearts and dropping it in 2 hearts from there.
Right, when partner has a good hand, you're never getting frozen out of the auction, so that also decreases the value of this immediate bid. It has no preemptive effect.
Kevin played that 6 of clubs from dummy the fastest I have ever seen him play a card. he was like, I have seen this one before. So
well, he also may have had to. This table may be in time trouble.
Okay, yeah, actually, that's a good point. You know what? He's used to it. The last 3 or 4 boards for him are always fast pairs, aren't they?
Yeah, I think even without the tablets, there would be very little doubt of who was responsible for the slow play here.
Yeah. All right. Second club gets continued, so he wins the jack. Now he'll pitch the 10 of hearts. It's not over. He has some issues with the diamond suit, of course, but I think he'll still go spade to the ace, spade to the jack. I guess maybe we run the jack of spades, actually. Can't guarantee there's no problems in the diamond suit. It's probably close. Run the jack of spades or spade to the ace, spade up. Alright. Spade goes around to the king. Presumably East is going to just play a spade back. She does. So Declare can pull the last trump. Ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, East follows, claim. 10 tricks. Well done. Both Declares come up with the right line of play and get a little bit different defense at both tables, so we get to see how the little bit of a Morden's fork, as was commented earlier, of ducking the first round club worked out. Ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, and that's the end of the set. So currently on the scoreboard, Rosenberg is up by 26, but there is a 13-imp score correction coming in their favor on board 12.
Still 12-imp correction?
Still a 12 imp correction. Thank you. So they'll be up by 38 after the first segment.
Yeah, and it may be some time before that comes in because they will go through the motions of finding some experts who don't know the deal to sort of serve as a de facto panel, but eventually it will be rolled back. I have no doubt of that either.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I don't have like actual documented video of the thing because like we don't know that there was a massive break in tempo. It is possible that the operator just like fell asleep for 15 seconds, but
I think the combination of the action and the fact that there was a 20-minute pause between boards tells us the whole story.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, we should have the next segment up momentarily. I think they're going to speed compare and get going here, given that they are in a little bit of time trouble. Is that right, actually? So the segment started because of the half-hour delay 2 hours ago, so I actually think they're not in time trouble, right?
Probably not.
Oh, no, sorry, because of screens, they get 2 hours instead of 2:15, so they basically got in just at the wire.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we don't have the next segment up at any of these tables, but we can see scores from the 6 matches, or the 3 matches that are on view graph.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, let's take a look. So, Rubenstein over McAllister currently by 42, if these scores are accurate. Did they play the same boards? Let me take a look. They did play the same boards. So I'm going to actually take a look at board, whichever one this was, the 6 diamond hand, board 12. So West opened a club, a diamond overcall, 2 clubs by South. East never took a bid at this table, at Michael Rosenberg's table. 2 hearts by North, 2 no trump by South. East finally bids 2 spades. It's weird to pass and then bid spades later. 3 spades by Rosenberg, 4 spades by North, 5 diamonds by South. Yeah, this auction just didn't time out very well for North-South. North essentially had to make a Q bid, decided to Q spades instead of clubs, which I think is really weird. The club Q bid would have worked out a lot better.
Yeah, although South, 2 key cards, Queen of Trumps. It's true he had already made a couple of value showing bids earlier, but maybe South could have tried bidding 5 clubs, without the ace, just as a it's actually archived, as a 5.5 diamond bid. Like, he's not sure what's going on, but he had to know that his hand was pretty good. Like, partner was clearly crying out for something, and I think, sequence wasn't super descriptive. But he still was trying to send the message like, my hand is so good that I'm not willing to give up, and maybe South Back Constance should say, well, mine too.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I don't think I would picture North with this extreme distribution for the auction, but North could easily be 1-4-6-2 with the Queen of Clubs, and then 6 diamonds is probably still making. So yeah, I think...
Yeah, I think, right. One thing that makes it tough is, like, South knows that North is trying to send a message, but he has absolutely no idea what that specific message is.
Right. Let me get rid of me on screen so that people can see the full auction. Whoops. Wrong thing.
Yeah. As you say, it timed out pretty poorly for the North-South pair at that table. They did bid the slam at the other table on a free run after the opening bid.
Yeah, so club, diamond, pass, 2 clubs, some sort of strong hand, 2 hearts by North, 3 no trump by South. North, Joe Grew decides no, 3 no trump is not correct, and he bids 4 clubs. Good 4 diamond bid by Brad, just confirm diamonds are trumps, and then let Joe take over. Unclear if 4 hearts is key card. Man, I have been having a really hard time diagnosing what's key card in a lot of these auctions, because the response has always been the correct response. So I don't know if 4 hearts is kickback and 5 diamonds is 2 with. But I suspect that's what's going on. 4 hearts was kickback, 5 diamonds was 2 with, 6 diamonds by North once he has enough key cards. Makes sense?
Yeah, I think, right, like, it is true. North sequence did sound like he was looking for help in clubs, and South sort of had it, but sort of didn't with King Fourth. I don't know. Like, it is hard, but I think South, maybe it was just, sort of more fixated on the 12-point nature of the hand than the 3 really enormous cards nature of the hand.
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Wow. This board 14 was a big one. So at the 1 table, Michael Rosenberg and Stuart Rubenstein got to 4 spades doubled. I mean, this is just a great auction for East-West. It did go a club by South. Rosenberg overcalls a spade, negative double, and we saw the same 3 spade preempt here by Rubenstein. Same double by South that we had seen at the table we were watching. And then Michael Rosenberg actually took advantage of the fact that North-South still hadn't bid any suits and bid 4 spades. Again, preempts are more effective when they haven't found their fit. So 4 spades, this got doubled, and that passed out and went for 500, which looks like a great result, East-West. But then heading over to the other room,
yeah,
things did not go quite as well for Gru and Moss over there. So we get the same 1 club opening, same 1 spade bid. Oh, this is
not the same 1 club opening because it's a strong club.
Yeah, this is a strong club. So it goes a club, a spade, 2 clubs, which no alert explanation, but probably this hand, 5 hearts, game force. 2 spades by East, a little bit timid, but I kind of understand. No one vulnerable opposite the strong club. If you just bid 3 spades and you get doubled on a hand like this, you feel pretty sick. So 2 spades is fine from East. 3 hearts by South, confirming the heart fit. North cues 3 spades, but now North-South have not been able to find clubs at all. So, I mean, this kind of goes to show that even small preempts, like just bidding 1 spade, 2 spades, are going to be effective, especially against a strong club. We saw the pair Rosenberg and Platnick playing their strong club just have a free auction, and they were able to find out 6 clubs was the right contract at the 3 level. Here, Gru and Moss faced a little bit of preemption with the spade overcalls, and they just never found the club fit. They just got on a heart track and played in 6 hearts, which honestly they got a little bit unlucky, but that happens sometimes. They were unable to find their way to the right slam.
Yeah, right. We can see here, just Moss and Gru were kind of, trapped by the auction into getting on a heart track, and that turned out to be the wrong track.
Right.
So, yeah, kind of interesting. Take a look at board 15, the last board we saw. We have 1 table went down in 4 spades, where we saw 2 different kinds of good technique making it. At the other table, things really went off the rails, and they got to 5 diamonds. So, a small imp swing, but a huge missed opportunity by both teams.
Yeah, so at this table, in the 4 spade contract, we had a bit of a different auction. West Michael Rosenberg did overcall heart on the 5 small, or it looks like 5 small.
Yeah.
And so North-South do get to 4 spades, but here East was able to lead a heart. So the heart went to the king and ace. A diamond came back to the ace, and Declare crossed in clubs to pitch a club loser, I presume, on the queen of hearts. And then elected to run the jack of spades into the king in East's hand. Maybe because he figured that Michael Rosenberg had to have that card for the overcall. There's still a lot of other missing high cards, right, though. The queen of clubs, the queen of diamonds, jack of hearts even. So I think this was a bit of a mistake, and this cost him dearly when a diamond comes back ruffed, and then Declare still has another diamond loser. So this was just down 1. So a bit of an error in the play, but then 5 diamonds north-south was not a success. They had a completely free reign on the auction and just did not end up in the right spot. A little bit hard to diagnose what went wrong exactly for north-south.
Yeah, boy, that's a lot of rounds of bidding to get to the wrong contract, huh?
It really is. Well, I think we're about ready to get started for the next set. Let me take a quick look. We have 3 minutes. 3 minutes until we're back up and running. Isn't Michael Rosenberg supposed to be solid as a rock?
No. So, yes, but he's actually one of these players who is very good at deviating just enough that it's a little hard to put him on a hand, even though most of the time he plays it straight. He also, I think, got some of that reputation because when he played with Zia, he did operate a lot. But playing with Zia, everyone looks like a straight man, so I think his reputation was a little bit just, because it was in contrast to Zia's, really doing a lot of off-the-wall stuff.
Yeah. Matt O'Farrell says the Dutch juniors bid a heart. That's how you know it's the wrong bid.
I mean, it's, as you say, like we saw some very good players do it. It's not an inconceivable action. I just think it's a very non-standard action.
Yeah. I think it's very close. I think I would probably pass. I understand bidding. I think if that was a spade suit instead of a heart suit, I would bid.
Yeah, that does make a huge difference.
And their bidding coach is pretty good. The Dutch juniors bidding coach, is that Verhees? Or do they have separate bidding coaches? I feel like that's something that other countries have, which the US just lacks. We just don't really have coaches for any of this stuff. I know there are junior camps and things like that with some players that run them, but as far as I know, we don't have world champions running coaching sessions with our players.
Right, so there are mentorship sessions, but some of the mentors are much better than others. There's some pretty good players who do it, and some perfectly fine players, but not world class. Like Michael Golden, who I play with some. Former Boston Exchange. He's a good player, but he's not someone who could take the juniors from a pretty good level to the next level. He's more someone who's going to catch the low-hanging fruit kind of errors.
Yeah, for sure.
Bobby Levin isn't doing that kind of coaching as far as I know.
Right. DeWeese coaches them. Yeah, he is a pretty good bidding coach then. See, that's the thing that's really lacking in the U.S. If the ACBL actually wanted to get good players to do the coaching stuff, well, for one thing, they could just reach out to me. I would probably be a pretty good coach for the junior team, but they have very little interest in interacting with me, so I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, Chris Blanken has had a couple of people under his wing, so I would just assume that there are other players at that level who do as well. But yeah, it doesn't have the same kind of rigorous organization that there is in some countries. It's kind of more who feels taking a set of juniors under their wing and, doing a supervised lesson once a week.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look around. Let's head over to Owen's table. That match is close.
Yeah, exactly. Jade Barrett always had this group of juniors, and a couple of them became very good players, like Joel Wooldridge, but most of them didn't because he's someone with some very offbeat ideas and not a world-class talent anyway. So, the result of that was not great. I mean, good for him for, getting these people professional opportunities and that kind of thing, but for bridge development, probably not who you want.
One of the best things for U.S. bridge development, I think, for the junior program is honestly just having good players around you at all times, because the US is still one of the premier bridge playing countries in the world. And I think holistically, the US still has the largest population of world-class players by a long stretch anywhere worldwide, even though, Switzerland does well in some of these big tournaments, Poland does well, France does well, like Norway does well, Netherlands does well. I mean, there are a lot of countries that have one good team. The US has like 12 or 13 good teams. So every event that you play in as a junior, you can interact with a lot of like these other really strong players and get feedback from them, as long as you're proactive about seeking it out.
Yeah, and they did finally, after years of people lobbying the ACBL for it, at least there's an age cutoff below which you pay no entry fee. So that makes a huge difference for like high school students, where they used to get a discount, but like, terrific, you get a discount, but that doesn't really help you if you're 16 years old and have no job and your parents aren't wealthy.
All right. Martyr asks about the circles. Let me put up another poll. Because I think they're helpful to know who's talking. But if you don't want them, then I understand. Here, I can turn them off for a bit, and then I will allow people to vote on whether or not you like these circles or not.
So I think we're watching probably the most interesting table. But if you have a desire to switch to one of the other tables and play, we can do that. I think until the second half when the sponsors come out, it's going to... Actually, we could watch Luke and Feldman against Neeson and Van de Pavard.
We could. I don't know who's sitting east-west at this table for Holman, but I figured this match is close. Do you want to go to the other table in this match?
I would guess Dinkin is going to be playing at table 1, so why don't we watch the all-expert table? Oh, no, I'm wrong. It's Sprinkhoitzen and Mendez de Leon. So your call.
We'll stick here. I don't think we've seen this East-West partnership play. I mean, Sprinkhoitzen was second in the Platinum Pairs with Van Oosten, maybe?
I think, right? Yeah. Yeah, and Owen and Ulf have been playing quite a lot of bridge over the last few years.
Yeah, they play quite a bit. Okay, board 17, so we are duplicating boards across all the matches. Yeah, Matt says the Dutch have 3 Bermuda Bowl winners who coach the junior team. That's
an amazing opportunity if you're an up-and-coming player.
Yeah.
So I suspect this was a strong club in a major showing double by East.
Yep. So club double pass a heart by West, a no trump by North, showing like the 17 to 19-ish or whatever the range is.
Maybe even 18-20, depending on where they're... Or 19-21, depending on where the ranges are.
Right. So, one no it is by North. East leads partners bid in hearts.
So East did manage to preempt or South have their spade bit, but maybe they were never finding it anyway. I think at a lot of tables it would go 2-0 opening by North, and South probably would give it a look and pass it. So, maybe he'll, if he only makes 1, he's going to be very happy to be a level lower.
Yeah, and how many tricks is he going to make? I mean, it looks like he has 3 spades, 3 hearts, and 2 diamonds at the very least.
And the defense can take 2 spades and 2 clubs fairly easily. After that, it gets a little harder to find more defensive winners.
Right, so 3 no might end up being the spot.
Yeah, so South does have 1 entry in the, 1 guaranteed entry in the spade spots. So you can leave that club toward the king and take possibly 3 spades and 3 hearts is 6, and 2 diamonds is 8, and the king of clubs is 9.
Yeah, the defense would have to really get diamonds going, and it's a little bit difficult to make that happen.
Yeah, he's very normally got off to a heart lead, but a diamond would have been much more effective. Although the diamonds are blocked anyway, right?
Yeah, the diamonds are blocked, and with East having both of the spade entries, I think it's a bit inhuman to lead a diamond as East.
Yes.
And Declare can certainly counter it. Double dummy, Declare can make 3 now. Hold on. How confident am I in that? Anyway, I think single dummy Declare probably would make 3 now on this hand.
Yeah, and I think every East is leading a heart, which gets Declare off to a much better start than if the diamonds were such that the defense had a natural diamond lead.
Right.
I don't think this is going to be a game swing. I think most Souths probably would pass the 2-no trump opening, even knowing that once in a while they do have the right hand. Here he sort of has the right hand, and it still depends on getting a favorable opening lead.
The other table did get to 3-0 and made it, so this is going to be a pickup for Holman, given that North-South got, stayed at a low level, but maybe unfortunately so.
Average just raised 2-0 to 3. Aggressively, but obviously you do have 2 10s and 3 9s, and if your partner has a 5-card suit, whichever suit it is, you can support it fairly well. So, I do see why you'd be reluctant to put down the dummy and 2-0 trump opposite a lot of dummies. Oh, yeah, opposite a lot of 2-0 openers.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I do think that this is going to be, a no trump partial is going to be more common across the field, but not surprising that someone got there.
Well, vote was to keep the Discord bubbles, so we're going to stick with them unless people continue complaining.
Yeah, so this will be presumably 6 imps to the Holman team.
Yeah, it's not so bad to miss these non-vulnerable games. And supposedly they picked up, the Dinkin team picked up a large swing on the first board. I kind of want to look to see what happened, but we'll stick with the action for a minute. You can look. You can tell us, Craig.
I am looking, but I think that the play record must have been corrupted because the contract makes no sense.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, if you didn't vote, you missed your opportunity, but YouTube was in favor of keeping the bubbles up to let people know when they're talking.
According to this, East-West played a 17.3 no trump, with West just bidding it opposite a partner who never took action, and North making an inconceivable bid as well, so something went wrong somewhere.
Okay, I see. Looks like we have some issues at the other table.
The inverse bid may not be inconceivable if they play natural club overcalls, but something is not right here, and I do not want to try to guess what it might be. Probably it was 3-0 down 1 by North-South, which would actually be 10 imps to the Dinkin team, but we'll see.
10 of clubs switch, so
7 of clubs switch, but yeah.
Oh yeah, 7 of clubs switch. Declare covers with the 10. I wonder if the 7 of clubs would ever be from 3 small. West could just play low on this trick. West does decide to stick in the jack, not giving up any over tricks. So another spade. East hops up with the ace, cashes out the 2 clubs, and Declare makes 9 tricks for a 6-imp loss. Slow one knows that imps are the worst. Yeah, they really are. Like, come on, guys. Plus 90, minus 50, who cares? Save it for the match point events. Oh my god. We have seen so many 8-card suits. So is East going to open? I'm not that familiar with this East-West partnership.
Yeah, I don't know. This is one that actually I kind of like a 3-club bid. You know, your second seat red-white, so partners are already expecting you to be conservative. You know, well, after the opening, now it would preempt, but, you know, past 3 clubs, I think it's fine. 4 clubs is also fine. 5 clubs is too much for me.
Sure. So East does open a spade. 2 club overcall is Nielsen's choice. I wonder what his plan is, because normally if you overcall 2 clubs on a hand like this, your plan is to bid again later. That looks a little bit scary given the vulnerability, but West bids 2-no, limit raise with 3 or 4 spades. This is a pretty popular treatment in Europe, I've found.
Yeah, the Americans, I think, are more of this showing at least 4 and the cubid being exactly 3. At least at the 3 level. You know, the 2 level cubid maybe has to be more flexible.
Yeah. So North bids 3 diamonds. I mean, he has a big hand. He has an 11 count for an auction like this. His partner's overcalled vulnerable at the 2 level. He expects it's probably their hand, even though they have the minors and the opponents have the majors.
Yeah, I think he has no reason to believe that his partner doesn't have a perfectly sound red-white 2-level overcall of 2 clubs here.
Yeah, so 4 hearts by East. South does decide to pass, and this feels a little bit... It's a tough spot from South because I think he's a little bit uncomfortable bidding to the 5 level on his own. He has so many losers. He has no aces. And with his partner bidding 3 diamonds, he might think there's at least some chance the opponents are going to go down in a game. But, you know, having bid only once with an 8-card suit does feel a little bit conservative.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what South's plan was, but obviously this auction did not accommodate it. You know, maybe 2 clubs just is ill-advised in this kind of position, because with short in both majors, probably it's going to be some large number of a major back to you, and now you have to bid, you know, a larger number of clubs anyway, like just bid it the first time before the opponents can figure out what's going on.
Well, the opponents didn't figure out what was going on.
I mean, yes and no, right? I see. Because if they do get up to a diamond lead, you do beat 5 of either major.
Yeah, and even on top of that, Declare would still have a spade guess. Yeah, I'm not sure about the 4 heart bid. One Under Trick Wonder said they like 4 hearts. I think it's challenging. Like, depending on your style for opening the bidding, you might want to be quiet if your hand is so sub-minimum for the, you know, values that you hold, which I think the East hand is. It has, I mean, a good shape and a couple of nice controls, but ultimately I think it's still a little bit below average for most opening bid styles. And you really don't want to encourage West to bid on, as it looks like might have happened here. We do get the 10
No, I mean, what what I think happened was if West showed exactly a 3-card limit raise and wasn't unlimited, or even if he was unlimited with North-South's bidding, East didn't think there was a possibility of getting buried. He thought West would have too little to make this kind of move.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point too, that with South bidding 2 clubs and North bidding 3 diamonds, it sounded as if West had kind of a minimum game force at most, which West did. And
right.
This might have just been a horrific misevaluation by West is what happened. But I think both East and West were a little bit aggressive with their calls, and unfortunately for them, doesn't really work out.
I mean, I think East probably thought he was in a great position. Like, oh, like I made this light opening. The opponents just told us it's their hand. I'll make it sound like it's not their hand and figure we can maybe buy it in 4 spades undoubled when it is the opponent's hand. Like, I'm sure East was just trying to represent strength to the opponents to try to talk them out of bidding at the 5 level, but instead he represented strength to his partner and got burned.
Yep, and Declarer is going to go down 2. He's going to misguess the spades. I mean, you would never play South with 8 clubs here, so South is odds on to have spade length. So, 2 down. Big result for Team Dinkin. South has a big 17 count. I guess they get to open a club or a no trump.
Oh, yeah, well, a club would be strong, right? So probably that's the choice. 1 no is probably, 14, 16 or something like that, given they play precision.
Yeah, I think so. They open no trump. Passes around to East. Bids 2 clubs, both majors.
Is it both majors? Because that 2 diamond bid looks a little weird in that context, right? Unless it's, leaving the door open for kind of a more encouraging action since he has some extras. Like,
I think West
normally
is
2 diamonds would show equal length.
I think
West
West
going to bid again. You think?
Yeah. I think West is intending to invite with spades. Maybe even
that
game
makes
force.
sense. Yeah, I guess right. He would have passed 2 hearts, but wants to make sure that if partner does have spades, they don't languish in 2 spades.
Yeah, and so they do. They get to 4 spades, which has 3 top losers, but the heart hook is working. The spades are splitting, and the 10 of diamonds is on side, which might be an important card.
Yeah, because you'll have 2 trumps that have to be used to ruff 2 hearts, and you can lead diamonds up. I mean, you might have, if 3 of diamonds lead, this will help also.
Yeah, it looks like this is just going to come rolling home, so East-West get to their 20-point game. Nice result for them.
Yeah, very. And maybe you would get there. No, I guess actually I was going to say maybe you'd get there anyway, but no. South is always going to open a strong no trump, and East-West do have to, figure out what's going on in a tough position. So yeah, very well done by the Holman pair here.
Yeah, I think a lot of it rests on East balancing bid, with being able to show the hand as both majors and choosing to do so as well, with the strength disparity between Ace King 10 5th and Jack Empty 4th. And then West judged well to go through the 2 diamond action to see if partner had better spades or better hearts. And then the invite, and East accepts with the club void, which kind of was working, but that really wasn't.
Yeah, I think doing anything other than showing both majors on the East hand is really bad. Particularly because when you have that bid available and don't bid it, partner's going to play you for a 6-card major because that's what you're showing.
Right. Well, I mean, if you could show it as like spades in a minor or something.
But once you're showing it as 5 spades and at least 4 of something else, that 4 of something else should be hearts and not diamonds.
Yeah. Didn't North rough the Jack of clubs on the last board? What No, North
Don't
just
know.
followed to the second round of clubs. Declara did not have a count on the club suit on board 18.
All right, so we have a strong motion by West this time. We'll see if North wants to make a card showing double if he has it available, and he either doesn't have it available or doesn't want to do it. Probably this would have been a Woolsey double. I think maybe you want to play penalty doubles opposite White, no trumps, or in pass out seat, but I suspect that North double just would have been conventional.
Mm-hmm.
So two clubs feels like it was like some kind of like range asking or like maybe range asking Stamen.
I don't know what's going on east-west, but this is an awful lot of bidding with a 4 count opposite a strong no trump.
I suspect West showed 4-4 in the majors and he's transferred to Hearts.
I see. Oh, okay. So East's plan was to just play 3 diamonds, but now that they found a heart fit, they decide to play 3 hearts. Yeah.
Or 2 diamonds, right? I think if West had made a negative response, he's going to drop it and figured that he was okay at the 3 level if he did get this kind of bid.
Right. Yeah, or if his partner
Presumably,
bid 2 spades, he was going to bid 3 clubs as a retransfer and drop it in 3 diamonds.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay. Yep. I understand that. North gets off to the king of diamonds lead, just trying to pull trumps.
Well, diamonds aren't trumps, remember?
Oh. Yeah, okay. No, I understand. Good call.
Yeah, he has 2 trump tricks of his own. His partner's going to get to diamond rough pretty quickly, so this is going to be, and 2 clubs to come, so this is going to be a little rough for East-West here. If he can figure out the diamond rough, which I think he should, yeah. Queen of diamonds rough, queen of clubs, and North still has another trump trick to come.
Yep.
So what is that? It's going to be down 2, I believe. 3 -2 tricks and a heart to come after they've already taken the 2.
Yeah, down 2, so 200. A nice result for North-South. Maybe if North had started with double, I guess the opponents would escape to 2 diamonds then, and that would be even better for them, East-West. They might even make that contract.
Yeah, and I think a lot of East-West would just not have this method available and be forced to drop it in 3 diamonds, which looks better.
Right. Yeah, if Declare guesses the diamond suit, he gets out for down 1 at the 3 level.
Yep. 2 hearts, 1 diamond, and 2 clubs, but that's all.
Wait. North is end played at trick 1. North could lead a low diamond at trick 1.
Oh, I see. Like if North tries a spade, as many players might, now a club goes away?
Yeah. Interesting. 3 diamonds could make.
Let's see. So it's certainly going to start a precision diamond and a spade overcall, I think. I don't think he's just going to double, despite having sort of the right shape for it.
Yeah, normally with the 5-card major, you just have to bid it and then plan to make a takeout double later to get the hearts or, whatever the other 4-card major is in the picture.
Yeah, exactly.
So South doesn't have the right vulnerability here to do something, to mess around. But when your partner opens a precision diamond and you have an effective 0 count, that the opponents probably have a game.
Yeah, or at least they have game values. Here they do have a game because they have an 8-card spade fit, club finesse is on side. The hearts come in, so there's no real trouble East-West making 4 spades.
Right. Yeah, spades split, the jack of hearts drops, as you say, and Declare will end up making 11 tricks in the spade contract, but South might have been able to do something like bid a no trump or whatever, or raise to to 2 diamonds maybe, if that's like natural non-forcing, to try and preempt the auction at a different vulnerability, but not here. Hey, TF Richards. Good morning to you.
I love showing off his second suit. I mean, here it's normal, but yeah, we'll watch for that tendency going forward. I don't really know much about either East or West. Go South, I know a little bit. So West just quickly puts it in 4 spades. The heart bid did improve his hand.
Yeah, for sure. I think anything that East had done other than just sign off in 2 spades, West was going to be pretty happy to try and bid a game.
Well, so this now, Declare has the choice to not take 4 heart tricks, right? Because he's got a free finesse of the 10 now.
Yeah, he does. The 6 of hearts being led at trick 1 obviously could be low, but if East is aware of the North-South opening lead agreements, which he should be, this might look a little bit more likely to be from 4 small, like second best.
North-South, obviously we can see from the lead that they're second and fourth. Is that what's happening?
I don't know. I don't actually know what their lead agreements are.
Yeah, nor do I. I mean, we're talking about the over trick here. It's not going to affect the result of the contract if he puts in the 10.
Right.
So 4 spades, 3 hearts is 7, ace of diamonds, and ace queen of clubs. So that's still a pretty straightforward 10 tricks, even if he does manage to lose a heart trick.
Yeah, now...
And he might be able to ruff a heart anyway, depending on how it times out.
Sure, yeah. I do think that Declare probably should win the king of hearts and lead a spade towards the queen. Normally it's going to look pretty attractive to lead towards that king-jack combination. In dummy, that's just like the natural feels-good way to play the spade suit, but here, North must have the spade ace, so playing a spade to the king doesn't really help you, and North could easily have a singleton ace on an auction like this. So I think spade to the queen is probably the best technical chance to try and avoid a disaster in the spade suit.
Yeah, Declare basically knows every high card, right?
Right.
I mean, South could have a little something, but South can't have anything important.
Right, yeah. The king of clubs is almost guaranteed to be in North's hand, and I think the ace of spades just has to be in North's hand. So you can't really do anything if North has 4 spades. You're probably not going to pick up 10-4 of spades in South, or ace 10-4 of spades in South anyway. You would have to play low to the 9 on the second round of the suit, which is just not going to happen. So low to the queen seems like the only real chance to actually pick off a 4-1 spade split. I mean, I guess South could have a singleton 10. But for whatever reason, to me, it feels a little bit more natural to just lead a low spade towards the queen. Anyway, he's thinking a lot about trick 1, probably studying the lead agreements a little bit and working through the combinations. I guess we could think about it. So if North-South are second and fourth, the 6 of hearts, like when is sticking in the 10 correct? It's Jack 9 8 6 exactly. So there's only one combination where sticking in the 10's right.
Jack 9 8 6. Possibly plus 1's below the 6, right?
Right. But 5-1 is a lot less likely than 4-2.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It does feel like North has to have the Jack of Hearts here.
Oh, he's trying to figure out why South led his known second suit. That's a good question. Yeah, why would South lead a heart instead of a diamond, actually? That's the first question we have to ask. What is South thinking? I don't know.
Yeah, like sometimes you might do this to try to set up a rough in North's hand if you think he's short, and he is short, but South has no entry.
Yeah. This is actually a very confusing opening lead. All right. King of Hearts. And will we see a low spade to the queen? I think so. It's kind of just convenient to do so at this point. He decides to play the King of Spades.
The low spade does look a little weird, but I think I agree with you that there's no reason not to do it.
Yeah. Now he plays a spade towards the queen. North pops up with the ace. And I guess you switch to clubs. I mean, I'm just thinking, like, could partner have been under leading the heart ace at trick one? Maybe. You could go heart to the ace, heart rough. He switches to clubs, though. Clara decides to duck. Which seems fine.
Yeah, North could, probably North has the king of clubs. I guess it's possible that if when he doesn't, he has jack 10. Maybe South will do something helpful here. Who knows?
Yeah, club to the jack. And it doesn't even cost if hearts were 5-1 and South gave their partner rough, because then you could pitch a club from dummy on the third heart. Well, fourth heart. And then rough the queen of clubs without even risking the finesse.
Yep, that would be the last trump, so that'd be totally fine.
Alright, diamond comes through, hop up with the ace. Now we definitely go queen of hearts, heart to the ace.
Well, I think except queen of hearts, once the jack falls, we'll just play jack of spades club.
Right, but if the jack didn't drop, then we could lead a heart up to the ace, and then once again it would not help North to rough because we don't play the ace, and then we pitch a club on the ace of hearts. I mean, again, the king of hearts is just on side, but like,
but yes.
Yeah. TF Richards asks, where's the Vugraph from? It's on Real Bridge for today and tomorrow.
Yeah. And then bridge base for the final rounds of the Vanderbilts.
Yeah.
Also, whatever the reasons for using multiple platforms, it's very annoying for people who want to cover the match later because they have to go to multiple platforms to see the match records.
Right. Yeah. Rail bridge, bridge base, love bridge. I know. Fun bridge. Into bridge. Someone needs to make a bridge bridge.
Yeah, fun bridge is not one that I hear about often, but I know there are people who like playing in some of their, tournaments and challenging people and stuff like that.
Yeah. They had reached out to me a while back. Okay, Declares pulled the last trump and took a club hook. Now that I'm thinking about it, why aren't they called Cupid's Bridge? I mean, it's not a very catchy name, but everyone else has bridge in their title. We need Bridgerton. Board to win 2. Pass by East. South opens a precision diamond. So what do you do precision with this North hand? North bids 2 diamonds.
Yeah, I guess I'm surprised that South isn't in range for 1-0 trump, but maybe they're 14-16.
Mm-hmm. It's a pretty bad 13.
Yeah, I just, if they were playing something weaker than 14-16, it would still be within range for it, but I guess it isn't. Yeah, so, 2 diamonds probably is game forcing.
Right.
we see that for the 3-no bit, obviously. Makes sense. Just treat it as like quote unquote natural 2/1. And North could have tried 2 clubs if they play. That only guarantees 2, and 2 diamonds is always 5. But I guess they don't.
I mean, I was just a little surprised North didn't bid 3-no directly with all the stoppers in his hand.
Yeah, maybe he thought that if South had real diamond length, he might want to look around for a diamond contract. I don't know. Or maybe 3-no just means something else. Who knows?
Yeah.
So if you're West, I mean, I guess a heart has a little bit of appeal, but I think the 5-card suit would be my choice. He does lead a heart.
Yeah, for sure. Leading from 5-card suits against 3-no is often the best way to try and beat the contract. Dummy has King Doubleton, and your partner has Ace-Jack third.
Dangerous here, because the 1 diamond opening really just shows either minor, so South is more likely to have natural clubs than he would be in a standard situation.
Yeah.
But, nonetheless, the heart, it just feels like it needs more to work out. The club just needs Declare suit not to be clubs.
Mm-hmm. So, heart opening
having no
lead,
entry also isn't great. I don't know.
Declare happens to have 3 hearts, 2 clubs, and 3 spades off the top is 8. And with the heart lead, Declare could elect to play on diamonds to try and make his 9th trick. He can't afford to play on spades, so East should definitely duck this.
I think if he does, Declare is going to stick in the 8. Yep.
Yeah, so diamond to the 8 and jack. Now what does West do? The 7 of diamonds, presumably a Smith card.
I'm looking at that dummy. I think West has nothing better to do but play a heart. The 7 could be the lowest diamond in East hand, right?
It could
Declare
be.
could have Queen A. Declare could have Queen A4 of diamonds, and the play would be exactly the same.
Yep. Well, the defense has continued hearts. Queen of diamonds runs around to the king. I honestly wonder if East should have won the ace there. I think East absolutely should have won the ace. Yeah, South didn't even think... Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. There's only 1 heart left out. So we just set up our 9th trick in diamonds easily enough.
Yeah, it turns out we'll take a 10th, but, this guarantees the contract, which is all he really cares about.
Right. Yeah, West gets squeezed on the 10 of diamonds. Oh, no. Hold on. We're not making a 10th, are we?
Sure. I see, because we don't have an entry to untangle the spades. Yeah, I think we could have if we had played spades earlier, but...
Yeah, then, I mean, Declare would have just been able to cash out, of course.
Right.
Alright, so Jack of Spades comes down, but it's not good enough. Declare has to lose a spade in the end. Still makes 3-0. The club lead would have given Declare a lot more trouble on this hand. Might still make it, but would have a lot more work to do. Board 23. So it looks like Team Dinkin has had a pretty good scorecard. I'm just going to quickly pull that up on the set.
Yeah, although again, board 16, whatever the real result is, it is not that.
Gotcha. South opens another precision diamond. Spade by North.
I suspect it's an extra 4 imps to Dinkin, but we'll see, or 3 imps to Dinkin, but we'll see. So,
2 clubs by South.
Yeah, a little. I wonder why not 1 no trump. This all looks very strange to me, I gotta say.
Well, they got to a contract. I mean, I think this was the intention. I don't understand the 2 club bid. It's not alerted.
Like if this was the intention, one no trump could have accomplished that also.
All right. We get a club lead. So how's Declara going to handle the play? The club ruff, unfortunately for East, does not actually help him. So Declara has no heart guess because both are on side. He's going to lose a trump, he's going to lose a diamond, and he's going to lose a heart.
Yeah, so I think 2 spades and a heart up, and you just have a guaranteed plus score, right? You're going to lose a diamond, a heart, and a spade, and that's it. Like, you do have to draw a trump because if you play hearts first, East might get 2 roughs.
I mean, I think you should exit a... It's tricky. I don't think you can do anything if spades are... Yeah, he does play 2 rounds of trumps and then lead a heart up. If spades are 4-2, you might have just too much work to do.
Yeah. Yeah, but, it's not clear there was anything you could have done in that situation anyway, right? I think you just needed everything to work.
Right. Yeah, like, I was just figuring if we cut communication and diamonds, then they can get a ruff. We can always use the jack of clubs later then as an entry.
You're saying 2 rounds of trumps and then a diamond, presumably,
yeah.
Right?
But yeah. I think you're right. Just, we can't do anything if spades are 4-2, so lead a heart, he guesses the heart, and 4 spades makes.
So, to counter your argument, one problem with the diamond is, like, you lead the queen of diamonds, let's say, or whatever. Like, if West wins, plays a diamond, like, we rough, but now they can tap us out with the last diamond, and we still haven't gotten our heart in.
Right, yeah, that's kind of the problem. So
yeah, so anyway,
board 24. Andrea says 3 no trump looks down on heart lead on that previous board. The defense can set up 3 heart tricks, and Declara is going to have 8 off the top, but it's way too slow to set up a 9th. So yeah, North-South did well to get to spades in the 5-2 fight.
I hate this is making one on trick. I'm with you. I think that it is disappointing to see a weird auction like that, come out just fine. Like, honestly, there's a reason why some of these teams can be like round of 16 teams, but not round of 4 teams. And I think like some of those kind of, hazy sequences that you end up in a contract where you need really good luck are a big part of the reason.
Sure.
That was an extreme example, but.
Sure. I hear what you're saying. I don't think it's that unusual that 4 spades is going to be better than 3 no when you're looking at ace king doubleton of spades in a spot like this. But
so that's fine, but if we're going to do that, let's do it knowing what decision we're making instead of just getting into this weird position where we make some decision.
Sure. Yeah, no, I hear you. Well, speaking of making weird decision, South had a bit of an issue on this hand, picking up a 16 count, and the opponents open a something no trump when the West transferred to spades, and now South bounces 2-0. 2 suited takeout.
This I like. I think South very much doesn't want to get frozen out, even with okay defense against spades. Like, he could still have a game and certainly still has, pretty good hope of making a part score. He hasn't beaten 2 spades yet.
Yeah, for sure.
He probably would not be 2 spades on the actual layout.
Yeah, now East elects not to lead a trump against what supposedly was a 2-suited auction from South. And I think this is really going to hurt him, because now Declare is in time to... Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe Declare's plan was always actually just going to be to pull trumps and then run the heart suit. But I was thinking, like, now Declare can just play a diamond back and the defense can pull 2 rounds of trumps, but not 3.
Yeah, but that's okay, right? You can take 4 hearts, 4 clubs, 3 in one hand plus a ruff and the ace of spades. So as long as clubs are 3-2, you're just making it.
Yep. Yep. All right. Ace of spades, so is declared just going to take the simple line, pull trumps. He roughs a spade.
Yeah, I guess he's planning to cross to a heart, try to rough another spade, and now make it even, or not. But he may be trying to rough two spades, and now if clubs are 4-1, he'll still be okay too, I think, right? Or if the hearts,
Some of the time he'll
hearts,
still be fine if clubs are 4-1. If the defense doesn't work out to force him in diamonds.
Right.
All right, club to the king.
Yeah, maybe just trying to take an extra trick because why not take an extra trick?
Yeah, for sure.
Club to the king, spade, rough, jack of clubs, and I guess now he'll have 10 tricks, right? He'll just lose one spade and one diamond and one club from here.
Yep. Spade, rough, jack of clubs, as you say. And whether or not West takes that trick, the defense is just going to get the fourth round of spades, a diamond, and the club ace for 130. The team events, I think, are a little bit more spectator-friendly as well. On top of the match point events, not just because I think people understand and play teams a lot more frequently, but because the action is a little bit more fast-paced. Like, every once in a while, we'll get a board that's like a no trump and the play just grinds to a halt and we spend 15 minutes on this part score where the difference is between one no making one and one no making two, which is so irrelevant. But sometimes at match points, I mean, we just have like so many breaks in the play. You play two boards, then there's, a 5-minute break until the next set starts. And at teams, you can just play one board, then another board, then another board, then another. Declare has roughed a third spade in hand.
Yeah, so now he's okay no matter what, right?
Yeah, the defense can tap declare out, so he should not get access to his hearts anymore.
Right. But in this case, tapping him out guarantees his ninth trick. I'll just take a rough with a 6 and still have a guaranteed trump winner.
Right. Yep. Yeah, so actually this looks like a pretty good line of play. He didn't need to worry about if trumps could possibly be 4-1 on this auction, which they could have been.
Yep.
Andreas asked, do we know why they chose not to show Leibowitz to Weiss? That was the third voted on bridge winners. I don't think they care about those polls. I think they use it for, like, if they had their... Like, they have their own agenda sometimes that they want to put certain matches up on VuGraph or, on this case, on RealBridge. And so if they have an idea of which matches they want to show, they'll, like, get some public opinion. But if the public opinion is not lopsided enough, then sometimes they just go against what the poll vote is. I would never do that to you, chat.
Maybe my interpretation is different. I thought that they were asking what matches do you want to see for the first two segments and what matches for the second two segments.
Oh, I didn't even look at the poll, so I don't know, but...
There were two separate polls, and it said, what do they call it? First half of poll and part 2. I guess I didn't know if part 2 meant second segment, but... I don't know, I guess maybe they just couldn't have that many options in one poll because there's so many matches, I don't know. But it's possible that we'll see some different matches up here after the break, especially if there's some tight ones going on.
Yeah, it's not that uncommon that the polls, these types of polls on bridge winners, I mean, like, I've seen in the past, like, the number one voted match doesn't get shown on VuGraph. I don't know why, but my speculation is that they have their own agenda about which matches to show.
Yeah, that's just, I did not know that, and that is kind of ridiculous, like, kind of insulting to everyone who votes in the poll, too.
It is, and I've gotten this comment before. People will show up and they're like, well, everyone voted for this match, but it's not being shown. Where is it?
Yeah. I mean, I think, there are certainly places where one can disagree with the ACBL's approach to view graph. One of them just being, why not show every match,
Sure.
Like, I realize it's a logistical challenge, but,
All right, 3 clubs making 3. So, nice line of play by Owen Lean there to just be as careful as possible against some bad splits.
Yeah, I do wonder, actually, like, young players sometimes don't want to be on view graph because they know they're going to be making some mistakes, and, it is a little intimidating, so it's entirely possible that there was a vote, but then they go to the players and be like, are you willing to be on view graph? And the player said, we'd really rather not.
Yeah, that's possible as well. I don't think the players actually can veto it. Like, if the conditions of contest, there's probably some assumed waiver of your rights to privacy when you play in this sort of an event. It's not the same as if you're playing at a local club and someone shows up and they're like, hey, can I kibitz you? And you're like, no, I banned this kibitzer. You're allowed to ban one. But for playing in the national events, I think there's some sort of unwritten agreement that if your match, if people want to watch your match, then VuGraph might have the ability to just overrule your wishes. But yeah, it's possible they could ask.
I think ultimately they could overrule the wishes, but if you ask some junior, do you want to be on a VuGraph, and the junior says, I'd really rather not, you would need a very good reason to override that, and I think the only good reason would be that every table's on VuGraph, and we're sorry, but you have no choice.
Sure, yeah.
I think if there's any discretion, that's a case where you would certainly want to use it.
Yeah. Very possible. All right, board 25, 3 passes go around to West, opens a spade, 16 count there. 3 hearts, looks like some sort of mixed raise, I guess, in spades. West bids the game, of course.
I think this is, a lot of players who play the National Invitational, but I think this, 1 under being the mixed raise is also fairly popular. Lets you do everything.
Okay, so what do we lead as North?
Yeah, I was going to say partner couldn't double hearts, so probably a diamond, and I think North came to the same conclusion.
Yeah, I think so too, and this is going to be a pretty quick down 1 from here. Ace of diamonds, club switch, 3 rounds of clubs.
Yeah, it's going to kind of work out in an unexpected way where, not only does South have this ability to leave a club through, but he's so short that if he didn't have a possible trump trick, he would take one anyway.
Right. Yeah, so West needs to decide, is there any chance my right-hand opponent here passed in 3rd seat with 2 aces and now is under leading the ace of clubs? I think that's a big nope. So I think we duck this round to the 9. I mean, it could be relatively costly if West puts up the club king. I mean, not to the extent that it really matters at imps, but he might end up going down 2 in that case.
Right, because he's still not going to get the trump right.
He might. Given that the clubs are 5-2, that does shift the percentages enough in favor of taking the finesse on the second round of the suit, but it's still a bit of a guess. I think a bigger indication here is North-South are playing this precision system. They were favorable in 3rd seed and didn't open. South with a flat hand and 2 bare aces and no other high cards probably would have passed in 3rd, but if South had a 10 count, the queen of diamonds even in addition to the ace of clubs, ace of diamonds, South probably would have opened in 3rd seat. One Under Trick Wonder asks, what do you do with an invitational hand with hearts in this system? I think you go through a no trump and bid 3 hearts. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Then again, they might be doing something very nuanced because East is a passed hand. East can't really have an invite with hearts.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is true. They may play different methods by unpassed hands. Or the alternative is, like before people invented that 3-heart natural invitational bid, everyone just muddled through.
Yeah. Seven of clubs comes back. South decides to ruff with the 3 of spades. Maybe. I think you should probably ruff with the 10 of spades, but maybe North-South have good agreements about what's going on. I guess the king of clubs is also known in West's hand. It probably doesn't matter. These are the things I think about at the table, which sometimes turn out to be irrelevant. But ruffing with the 10 of spades, at least if partner has stiff jack and declarer happens to be over ruffing, wouldn't cost a trick. So 4 spades down 1. Not all that ambitious of a contract to have reached. I mean, it's basically the ace of clubs on side and a diamond guess.
Yeah, it's normal to get there, right? Like maybe at some tables there's a jury bid instead of this specialized treatment, but one way or another, I think East is going to show a good hand with spades, and West is going to be pretty excited to hear it.
Yeah, I think so too. And then a lot of it's going to come down to the opening lead. Although it might not. It might be that on any opening lead, declarer just ends up going down. Like even a heart lead, where declarer technically could win the ace of hearts, pitch a club on the king of hearts, take a spade finesse. I just don't think that's realistic. So,
I mean, you might hop up, pitch a club, and play a diamond. That doesn't seem so unreasonable.
Sure, yeah. I mean, same idea. Like, try to you would still have to guess the spades later, though, is I think the ultimate point, right. And that's going to be difficult to do.
Yeah, but that would make it any time the spades come in or the ace of clubs is on side, so it seems like a reasonable chance. Just like don't sure, you could duck the heart around to the queen, but since you have no way to access the ace king of hearts unless spades are 2-2 and then you're burning one anyway leading to the 8, you might as well just crash them and go about your business.
Yeah. On to the next board. Any minute, guys. I had promised our spectator friends that we were going to have some fast-paced action at these imp contracts, or these imp events, as opposed to match points.
Yeah, I think it was so fast-paced that North-South got a smoking break is what happened here.
Oh, that's very possible, yeah. Yeah, that could be.
Possibly East-West as well, but North-South are definitely both smokers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. On to the next board. So East gets to open a diamond. I don't think you overcall South, but maybe.
I think non-vulnerable, you would do something. I'm not so excited to do it here with 9-6 and no hand. I mean, the 6-4 is nice. Yeah, he just does pass. So
diamond to heart. East can bid 2 hearts. East can bid a no trump or 2 clubs. East chooses a no trump. And West will show game force with long hearts.
I mean, West hopefully will be optimistic enough to check back because they do have a slam. Even if you guess the trumps wrong, you can still get the club right. You're actually on guessing both for grand. Yeah, it's going to be really sad when this goes down because I think it might. Once you find out the South is void in hearts, you'll probably get the club wrong. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Yeah, nonetheless, you would certainly want to be in 6 hearts. I think that's a great spot, right? Trump's 2-1 is all you need.
Yeah, let's see how careful Declare might actually be able to be in Six Hearts, though. Because if you kind of just take the lazy line of play, they'll lead the King of Spades. If you just go Ace of Spades, Spade Bluff, Ace of Hearts, you now don't have enough entries to set up the long diamond. But if you win the Ace of Spades and you carefully go Diamond to the Ace, Diamond Ruff, Spade Ruff, Diamond Ruff, Heart to the Ace, now you get the bad news in trumps, but now you're in position, you ruff a diamond, that sets up the long diamond, right, and you still have the King of Clubs. So I think careful play will allow Declare to make Six Hearts.
It is true. If you just try to draw trumps and claim, you'll draw trumps and not claim.
Yeah.
And in fact, in 7, you would definitely play that way because you really want to avoid that club guess even when hearts are 2-1.
Right. One Under Trick Wonder asks, are we sure they're going to reach the slam? I'm not sure. East has a very unusual one no trump bid with the singleton spade, and that's kind of the key to the hand. Because even if West places their partner with the Ace of Diamonds, Ace of Hearts, King of Clubs, they still are going to think they have 2 black suit losers. So it might be a little bit challenging for East-West to actually diagnose that they have no spade losers on this hand. But let's see how the auction proceeds. So West bids 2 clubs. Alerted.
Well, this West hand, again, is kind of a minimum, but it's similar to the one I was talking about earlier. Like, the hand exists where you have a slam, and it's not such an unusual hand, like even here. Obviously, it's an extreme hand because it's a golden spade, but, move a club into a spade, and you're still on a club guess for a slam or on setting up the diamonds. Like, it's still a great slam. Actually, on setting up the diamonds and guessing the club for a grand again there, so West absolutely owes it to his team to make a try.
Yeah.
East could just have a normal 2-3-5-3 hand with the same high cards, and we're still just roughing out the diamond and guessing the club to make 7.
Right. Yeah, for sure. I think the auction would have been a lot easier for East-West if East had bid 2 hearts over a heart, which I know that a lot of American experts would do with the East hand.
Yeah, I am certainly among them. 2 clubs, I guess, is possible, but now you're committed to raising hearts later, and you're probably not strong enough for that.
Okay, it looks like they got there. So they're at 5 diamonds.
Yeah, so it's not totally clear what happened, but it looks like 3 clubs did show a heart bid, and 4 clubs was probably a serious Q bid, but maybe they don't play non-serious, and, Eastwood just decided to Q bid because he has such a great hand in sport. Well, they almost got there.
But also, I don't know what's going on because 5 diamonds doesn't appear to be the right response to a key card bid. So something strange happened.
I guess that's true. Maybe. I wonder if East is one of these players who says, once I've already cubed something, I don't show it after Blackwood. Like, that's a very old-timey view.
Huh.
It is entirely possible that 2 clubs, 3 clubs, 4 clubs, just there was some misunderstanding about what was going on, and East might have thought that, he was bidding in a diamond context where, 4 no trump was, just, not a Blackwood 4 no trump, and 5 diamonds was... Actually, oh, no, you know what? 4 no trump was not key card.
Okay.
4 no trump was a spade Q bid. He probably should have key carded, but he didn't, right?
Ah.
Or whether or not it was key card, he thought that 4 spades was key card and 4 no was a spade Q bid.
Yeah,
why he bid 5 diamonds instead of 5 clubs, I don't know. But I think there was some confusion about the meaning of 4 no trump.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense, but yes, that's so I guess that explains at least a little bit of why East-West have missed a slam.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but it certainly looks like that was where things started to get a little hazy for East-West.
Sure. Well, Queen of Spades runs around to the ace. Okay. Declare. See, this is the time where you play a heart to the ace, South shows out, and you're like, oh man. And then you're just like, okay, I'm playing South for the club queen, and the opponents are like made 5, and your partner's just like, oh, okay, good. Like, we didn't miss anything. You don't need to go diamond to the ace, diamond rough. Alright, now a heart to the ace, another diamond rough, and spade rough, diamond rough, 12 tricks. Well played. Wrong contract, but well played. Vugraph operator doesn't take the 7 diamonds back.
Yeah, so as I had predicted earlier, there was finally the correction to the right contract and result on board 16, so that's an additional 3 M's to dink in. They just wrong-sided the result in 3 no trump.
Gotcha. Alright, 5 hearts making 6.
Yeah, pretty nice start for the Dinkin team here. 27 imps against a team that I think we thought would, be at least evenly matched against them.
Yeah. So they're off to a good start. And especially with, I assume Sam has been playing the first 2 sets.
He is not playing this set. I don't know whether he was in for the first segment.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say that's probably good news for them that they're up if he's going to sit out in the final 2 segments, but I guess they still have some work to do to bring the match home.
He has at least 15 more boards to play, possibly as many as 30. I would guess exactly 15, but who knows? Maybe he just didn't want to play back-to-back. Maybe he had work to do. He does have a job.
Right. Well, on board 24, so our table bid to 3 clubs and made it. The other room was a bit more ambitious in their decisions, and they got all the way up to 4 hearts, and this contract ended up making. Looks like the defense really needs to get trumps going at some point, and they just weren't able to do so. Yeah. After a 1-no opening, it was more difficult to get to 4 hearts. That's true. Yeah, at this table, the no trump opener put a lot more pressure on North-South. That's definitely the case. Those no trump ranges, I mean, it's a little bit random. Every time you get to open it, it's fairly preemptive, and it's certainly going to come up more often if you're playing a weak no trump. So getting that preemptive value in with the weak hands can be worthwhile. We're waiting once again. I don't think there's any issue similar to like the Love Bridge, where we had to, if one table was so far ahead, they would have to sit and wait. I'm guessing that's not what's going on, but it's possible because we're a couple of boards ahead of the other room. So we got, what, 4 boards to play? Oh, I should probably get some lunch.
I'm going to have to deal with that issue fairly soon myself.
All right, board 27's on the table. So, South will pass in first seat. Looks like we have a couple of passes going around to North, who should open a no trump in third on the 14 count, almost regardless of their no trump range.
Yeah, I mean, especially playing precision right, where, your primary motivation here is to try to steal the hand if possible.
Right.
Yeah, he does open a diamond.
That's a little surprising. I think this is a bit more likely to be able to get you to a major suit, but it doesn't carry any lead directional value.
Yeah, guys, in precision, once you know there's no game possible, you don't care about your range anymore, really. You just care about tactical considerations.
Well, this time they get to 2 hearts. South gets to declare it. If North had opened a no trump, he would be declaring 2 hearts, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, West hasn't bid yet. I guess I was assuming West was done, but he eventually does decide to let it go. All right, West gets off to a spade lead. So Declare has, I guess, 2 spade losers, a diamond, 2 clubs. Looks like he'll be making 2 hearts on the nose.
I mean, I assume he's going to lose 2 spades, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you just said?
Yeah, 2 spades, 2 clubs, and a diamond, it looks like.
I wonder, actually, maybe you don't lose 2 spades because you can pitch 1 on the long club, and maybe somehow you can diagnose what's going on depending on what happens in the club suit. I don't know. I guess if West leads another spade, you give it a suspicious look and run it.
Yeah, and West will get in with the king of clubs at some point, so I think it's pretty likely that...
or this could happen.
Okay, yeah, that's true, or this could happen. That makes sense. So I guess maybe... Yeah, I guess maybe we are only going to lose 1 spade. Now the Queen of Hearts falls, so Declare can just pull trumps. Club to the ace, club to the queen. Making 3, just the over trick though. No harm. I was thinking it might look attractive for East to say switch to the diamond queen at trick 2. But yeah, playing back the jack of spades definitely has some merit.
Yeah. Yeah, it could set up a trick, could just make things awkward for Declare, because now you're threatening this rough.
Yep. Alright, 140. I'm going to pull up the scoreboard while we potentially wait for them to finish play in the other room. Lots of push boards that we've had this set so far. A couple of imps going the way of Holman, but Dinkin has had the better of this set. 3 no trump going down at 1 table on that first board that we saw. East-West in this room overreaching to 5 hearts and going down 2. But the match is still pretty close. This will probably remain up for the remainder of today. Usually ViewGraph tries to pick out the matches that are closest for the final couple of segments, and they'll try and pick out spectator favorites or whatever matches they themselves want to watch for the first couple of sets.
Yeah, in fact, one of the things about the poll was there was actually an overwhelming vote, I think, more than any other team for watching Hammond, and I guess not, because there were fewer voters in this one, so maybe people didn't realize there were 2 polls up.
Yeah. Thanks, Shift. I'm trying to play toward the audience a little bit here. I know that audience members do really appreciate Sam's antics.
Yeah, look, I think it's unsound and we see it, but, if you're sort of assuming that, if you're going to beat a really great team, you can't do it by playing down the middle, doing something that's very swingy and difficult to play against is one strategy for trying to, overcome the imp differential in skill.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not like the Dinky team is a bad team, it's like if they play nickel, they're an underdog, and one way you neutralize being an underdog is to do different things from them.
Yeah, increasing the variance definitely gives you a better chance to win if you are expected to be the underdog. Like you really want your bell curve graph to really like flatten out towards the middle so that there's an even chance of you being plus 20 as there is of you being minus 50, as opposed to like if you're expected to lose the match by like 30 imps and your bell curve is like really tight and narrow, like on a good day you're going to lose by 5. That's not what you want.
Right, I think I talk about this a lot. That if you're ever in a position where you can increase variance while only slightly decreasing expected value, that's a really good way to try to play against a team that you think is more skilled than you are.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we all know bridge players who think that they're more skilled than everyone in the world, but objective observers normally disagree.
You say we know bridge players, like every bridge player?
I'm talking to one right now. It's like, there's like part of game theory, you see this in like when you're down 40 imps against a team that you think is even possibly worse than you. There's just ways that you can like do stuff around the edges, like not swing from the trees, but swing in sensible ways. Like I think the Dinkins style is swinging in a less sensible way, but if the goal is to increase variance and try to, to beat teams that you can't beat by, sitting there and bidding a no trump on 15 to 17, like sure, why not?
Well, the story I heard about it was that because Sam didn't approve of all of the changes that the ACBL was making for specific conventions, he found a list of conventions that were like so horrible and awful but legal in the ACBL and just put them together and decided to play it. And this I have like so much respect for that.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, right, if you're trying to prove a point, that's fine too. I mean, like, that was, that's how Precision started, right? That, a wealthy guy decided that Strong Club was better, and, like, the first bridge system for Strong Club systems wasn't crazy. He hired people to develop a really great Strong Club system, and people still play it.
Mm-hmm. Six4 says the Kappa system. I'm unfamiliar with the Kappa system. Is there actually a Kappa system?
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's also like late in a poker tournament. Like part of it is putting your opponents to a guess because, like chips have fluctuating value in tournaments. But part of it is, maybe in some positions you do want to really increase your variance. Like if I'm playing heads up against a superior player, I go all in on every hand, my negative edge isn't that great, and it neutralizes the skill advantage really effectively. Like, that's an extreme example, but it's a perfectly viable strategy in that position.
Right. Yep.
Just go all in blind, like, what's the worst thing that happens? They call me and I lose. I was going to lose anyway. They're better than me.
Yep. Exactly. All right, board 28's on the table, finally. Finally. So, is North going to preempt in second seat? Probably not.
I would be very surprised if second seat red against white. That's a 2-art bid. I mean, I think, there are players in the world who would do it, but I think very few of them make it past day one of the Vanderbilts.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he heard you, so he's trying to make it past day one, and he's doing a pretty good job so far.
Is this a strong club by East or a 2+ club? It must be a 2+ club, right?
Yeah, I think it's 2+. East rebids a no trump, so I guess they are playing weak no trump. Oh, we saw it earlier.
Did we?
Yeah.
Are they playing it always, or is it a vulnerability consideration?
I don't know. But a club, a spade, and no
Yeah.
trump here balances back around to North. This, I think it's even more scary to bid two hearts than to just open it. When East has showed the strong no trump, that's got to be terrifying. East, West know where they're at. West could have like a good 7 count over there that just... Okay, West does have a good 7 count over there. So,
Getting to what I was saying earlier, like playing weak no trumps is a really good way to increase variance while keeping your EV exactly neutral. Like no one else plays it, but as a just like sort of bridge theory matter, it's fine. Like weak no trumps are totally fine.
mhm.
So I don't think that's why they're doing it, because I think these guys do have confidence in their skills. But like when I used to think that I was an underdog against great teams, I played weak no trump. Anyway,
Well,
so yeah, now Owen just could not stand it anymore.
yeah, that seems like a worse decision than preempting in second seat unfavorable, but I don't know. I mean, I don't think we have a game. I don't think we're likely to make two hearts. Let's just defend. He decides to balance the opponents into two spades, though. Let's see how this goes. Club opening lead to the king.
Yeah. He's virtually certain that he's going minus against one no trump, but that doesn't mean that he's not going more minus in two hearts.
Yeah. Alright, club return. So it looks like North is going to get a club ruff eventually. South will get in with the spade king. King of diamonds is on side. Declare could pick up the diamond suit.
Yeah, so...
I mean, he'll go plus, right? Like, even if he doesn't pick off the diamonds,
Yeah.
he's going to go plus here.
Yeah, like there's a lot of work to do, but everything is friendly enough.
Yeah, something like spade to the 10 right now. South wins the king, gives partner club ruff. And then presumably North just goes ace of hearts spade at that point or something like that to avoid getting end played later. Declare can pitch the fourth diamond on the heart king after pulling trumps.
Yeah, I do wonder what this pause is about by Declare. Like, is he thinking about overtaking to lead a diamond?
I guess, yeah. Alright, he does decide to scoop up the 9. Maybe he was just asking about lead agreements. I mean, it would be a strange thing to do at board 28 of the match, but...
He might be asking about bidding agreements, because North's 2 heart was so weird, too.
Sure, yeah. Okay, club ruff. So now we'll see if North does go ace of hearts spade.
Like, he might have been trying to figure out if there's some implication of North being too suited for having passed initially and now come in, in this somewhat terrifying position.
Yeah. Alright, ace of hearts. I mean, maybe North will play a second heart, but I think a spade makes a lot of sense here. Alright, there's a heart. Declare tries the jack. I think that was a very optimistic jack of hearts.
It is weird because, like, obviously he knows North has done something abnormal, but I think, having ace queen six of hearts and forgetting to open a weak 2 is much less likely than just having taken his life into his hands later in the auction.
Yeah. Well, Declare has almost pulled trumps. Definitely time to get working on the diamond suit. So, do we lead the queen now, or do we play low to the jack? He's just counting up the distribution. Looks like North has started with 3-6-3-2, or 3-6-2-2. So that, I guess, argues for leading the queen. So there's the queen of diamonds covered.
Yeah, I guess it would have been safe for him to draw the last trump, come back to the ace of clubs because there are no more clubs, and run the queen of diamonds and North wins. You're still safe even if they don't play a heart, and
Right.
they would have to play diamond into the jack nine.
Yeah, but here he might have been planning to try and take 2 diamond hooks, but now it's just not safe to do so anymore. He's just going to have to make 3.
Yeah, sure it is.
Unfortunate.
And again, it is safe, right? Because if the diamond hook loses, North either has to return a diamond, in which case they'll be splitting, or a heart to a king.
You're so right. You're absolutely correct. I mean, but it doesn't really help, right, if the diamond hook wins, because we have a count on the diamond suit. Diamonds are 4-2.
See, and we can't catch the king of hearts first, so yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I think he just cashes the heart king and then plays a diamond to the jack because he has to. At match points, he would go down 1 from this position, but at imps, you're going to make 3.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. 2 spades making 3. Feels like an okay result, East-West. I don't know how they were doing against 2 hearts. We got board 29 on the table immediately. This is great.
Nice.
So East-West off a couple of aces, but they should be able to make a game somewhere.
I mean, they should, but it's not so clear that they're going to be allowed to, right? I mean, it starts a heart pass, 4 hearts, double. I guess he spits 4 spades, and North-South can't act, but, there's going to be a lot of bidding before East-West get to a final decision.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And maybe North opens a no trump if it's within range. I can't figure out North-South's no trump range because every time we're like, oh, of course they'll open a no trump. They don't.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, North has a 14 count with a 5-card suit.
I'm just so used to precision people always being 14 to 16 people these days that it's a little unusual to see anything else, but I guess we're seeing it here. Yeah, so West has a pretty automatic double here. The void's not great, but what can you do? East, I think, has a mandatory 4-spade bid.
Yeah, so I guess we'll find out if this contract makes. I mean, it looks like 5 clubs has very little difficulty in coming home, and despite being 1 level lower and only 2 obvious losers, 4 spades might have issues, but maybe not on a club lead, not with clubs splitting.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not clear what more challenging lead there would be, right? Like a heart is a little bit annoying because it makes it difficult to draw trumps, but maybe you can just play a diamond to trick 2, rough a heart, or diamond, planning to, rough 1 more heart and take a pitch. With diamond splitting, you don't really have too many problems in that department.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe 4 spades was always going to be relatively easy to make. Spades do split.
I mean, you just have to make sure you don't lose a diamond, a spade, and 2 hearts, but I don't think that's that tough. Yeah, here, Declare can just draw trumps and play a diamond, before he's taking any roughs at all.
Yeah. Having not been tapped at trick 1, it's going to be, I think, pretty easy. Spade to the king, king of diamonds now, maybe. He's a little bit worried that clubs are 3-1, of course.
Right. Although I think the fact that he was allowed to win the first spade is going to make it a little less likely, because I think he can assume if the opponents did have a rough, they would have found it.
For sure.
Maybe not. Maybe it's tough for North to hop up with a spade and play a club, but some of the time they had a club rough, they would have taken it by now.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could just pull trumps. You can afford to lose a spade, a heart, and a diamond. So if you pull trumps and they tap you in hearts, you can just pull a 3rd round, pitch 1 of your hearts on the long club, and then give up a heart and a diamond from there for 10 tricks.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder is he's trying to like figure out if there's any way to guard against a 4-1 spade split because at this point you can't afford to lose two spades, right? Because you
Right.
possibly might be able to just lose two spades and one diamond, and that's still okay.
Yep. Yeah, I think the way to guard against a potential 4-1 spade split is to try the king of diamonds now.
Well, or possibly rough a hard diamond to the king.
Yeah, something along those lines.
And maybe if you're going to do that, you should have been playing a diamond to trick two, but I think if this had gone spade, king, ace, he would have been pretty happy.
Yep. Yeah, pretty unlikely that South would have any of the missing high cards, but it's possible.
I mean, South has an ace, it's not clear which ace it's more likely to be. I mean, I guess South can't have more than one ace and three are missing, so it's 2-1. It's not the ace of spades.
Yeah, and also South has heart length, so much more likely to be
Right,
that one.
that's true too. Yeah, good point.
He does just decide to play back at trump, so I think we will see kind of the straightforward line. Let's just pull 3 rounds of trumps and take 10 tricks, and that's exactly what's going to happen here.
Well, if North taps dummy now, he'll have to play a diamond immediately, and again expose himself to possible club rough. But I think, because again, from his point of view, if South had 3 clubs and North has the singleton, they never had a chance to take the rough. Yeah, so there's the tap.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just going to pull trumps and take 10 tricks, not worry about an 11th.
No, well, but he has to play a diamond now.
No, he'll just run the clubs to pitch a heart. He loses a heart and a diamond.
Right, of course, yeah. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about.
If we do get a small break at the end of this hand, I'm going to run to the front door for about 15 seconds and grab my lunch.
And I think we'll get a larger break at the end of this hand, and I'll go out and deal with that.
Okay, he does play a diamond. He's pretty confident about the 11th trick, which I think is fine. I think this is overwhelmingly likely to give you an over trick, and over tricks aren't that important at imps, but I think they're okay.
Yeah.
So diamond to the king, another diamond, and now that we have 2 pitches set up, now we can pull trumps. I mean, it's definitely not without risk to play a second diamond, but if you're really confident, you may as well do it, and it looks like Declare is. The diamond goes back around to the ace, and there's no difficulty in making the rest. Well played. All right, I'll be back in 15 seconds, 20 seconds maybe.
Good. So one more board this segment. That's a bit of a rough start. It looks like the Pullman team has clawed their way back to almost even on the match. They were down 30 just a couple of minutes ago. I think we'll see a spade by East and probably a limit raise by West, kind of a minimum for that. But showing it as a mixed raise, I think, is a little too pessimistic.
I'm back.
Yeah, I was speculating it's going to start a spade and West is going to make a limit raise despite having kind of a minimum for that action.
Yeah, it seems reasonable. 3 kings.
Yeah, that is exactly what I said. Yep, and 2-no limit plus. And now East is going to like his hand an awful lot here, especially because West is unlimited. And he'll be correct, too. I think they do have 5-level safety, even though they're off 2 aces.
I'm not sure if 2-no is limit plus. So, reminder, this could have 3 trumps from West.
Oh, I guess that's true, but that would still be limit plus in that sense, right?
Yeah, I don't actually know if it's exactly limit with 3 or 4 spades, or if it's limit plus. That's the thing that I'm not certain of. I feel like I've seen it be played as exactly limit by some European players.
I see. Like they might use some kind of artificial two-level bid or something else to start their game forces.
Yeah. Okay, East has bid 4 hearts, so he's interested in making a slam try. West is going to reject. There they land. Spade split, king of hearts on side. Looks like a pretty fast 11 tricks to me.
Yeah, I mean, you do need that finesse to make it the 5 level, but there's not really much to the play here at all.
Yeah, I don't think so. We're going to get the queen of diamonds lead, and so I guess the first question is, do we pull trumps first, or do we play a heart to the queen? If we pull trumps first, he'll probably win the diamond ace.
Right. Try to keep... and you've got a bunch of entries to the West hand, and the king, 9, and 7 of spades are all potential entries.
Yeah.
You know, you really only take one finesse. Like, probably you will take 2 if the first one wins, but you don't even care if you lose a heart, really.
Right. All right, jack of spades. This should hold.
Yeah, maybe this is one where you would rather play the queen of spades because you kind of want it to lose, but it doesn't really matter.
Second spade. Spades have split. Declare ass about the heart king. We can head over to the other room to finish out the set. Looks like Dinkin has lost quite a few imps on a couple of boards. We'll see where those came from.
Yeah, I was just saying that after being up about 30 just a couple of boards ago, the lead is now 10 on the day.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if East-West managed to get to 4 spades here. The opponents have made it sort of weirdly more difficult by staying lower. And again, I think this is one where if East bids a very slow 3 spade, like West can possibly justify a raise, but I'm not sure that I would want to be the one arguing that in front of a committee.
Right, yeah. I don't think there's any way that a slow 3 spade gets raised, and Luke Verhees would not take advantage of the UI in that position, of course.
No, I'm less familiar with North and South, just period, because I don't... they only started coming to North America recently. Both East and West have really excellent ethics.
Yeah, East has a problem, as you say. This kind of slow auction to 3 hearts.
Yeah, West never had a chance to show anything. Like, maybe West should have bid 2 hearts over 2 diamonds.
That's a good point. Yeah, West could have made a takeout double by bidding 2 hearts directly to show a hand with some values, so East might think. But something has to seem off to East here, because why would his partner ever be balancing in this auction, right? The opponent's...
Right, that's a good point.
He has to know that his partner isn't worried about balancing the opponents into a 4-heart game, so West has to have, actual significant values here. Again, imp philosophy. This double isn't like, I'm trying to compete for a part score. It's, I think we still have a game partner. So...
20%, you would not make this balancing bid to try to play 4 of a minor. You're doing this because you think that it's absolutely mandatory for your side to be getting in.
Right. And, from that perspective, East has no wasted values. He does bid 4 spades.
Yep.
The king of diamonds is probably well positioned. The doubleton diamond could be a huge card.
Yeah, and I think good for East for, sitting there for a while and eventually coming to the conclusion you just laid out that, as weird as it looks, the only reason that West is bidding is because his hand does look something like this.
Right. One Under Trick Wonder asked, didn't he bid 2 hearts because he was hoping to catch them in a penalty? Didn't he? Oh, did he not bid 2 hearts because he was hoping to penalize them? Maybe. Yeah. I mean, maybe this was his plan all along, that like if partner has a heart rack over there, because he has so many values, partner's not going to be able to make a penalty double later.
I think it's more prosaic. I think despite the void, he didn't think there was going to be a super accept and figured he could reopen at the 2 level.
Yeah.
More, I mean, I guess like, 2 hearts now and double on the next round is kind of the same, but I suspect he just didn't think of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I hate to say that of a really great player like West, but you're just like, oh, like I'll pass and then double hearts, and the auction ended up at not the level he thought it would.
Right. Okay, same opening lead, basically. Same trick 2 play, spade to the queen.
Yeah, it was tough to catch him in a penalty because partner's hearts are going to be under the length, so Jason's going to be very reluctant to pass unless his heart suit is incredibly robust.
Yeah. So how is Declare going to handle the play from here? At the other table, spade to the jack was the choice.
Yeah, and I think, again, kind of the same position as in the other room. You haven't been tapped. You know you can afford to lose 2 spade tricks, so kind of like, let's plan the play if spades are 4-1 and see if we can still manage to do everything we need to do. And in the other room, they decided the answer was no. We'll see if Jason comes up with a different answer, and no, he does not.
Yeah, spade to the jack as well. I think leading the king of diamonds is reasonable out of hand, but this also works. Same heart switch, so declare ruffs, and now we'll see if Jason decides to risk the over trick, plan diamonds before pulling a second or a third trump, or if he just shrugs at imps, let's take our 10 tricks and move on to the last board of the set.
Yeah, so kind of a nice push. I think both East-West navigated somewhat tricky auction well. This pair especially navigated a somewhat tricky play problem well, and each of them got plus 620.
Yeah.
650, I guess. Yep.
Yeah, well, if he does decide to pull a third trump immediately, that's going to pull the match to within 9 single digits. He's thinking hard about whether or not he can afford to play for the over trick. And he does play a diamond, so this is going to go to the king. It's not over yet, because now playing back a diamond, I mean, still carries a little bit of risk.
I think it carries risk of baking on the nose. It doesn't carry risk of going minus, right?
Oh, is that the point? That this is just always safe for an over trick? Let me
Right,
it
there's
probably
only
is.
one trump outstanding, so they could lose a diamond and a ruff, but there's not going to be a 4th defensive trick after that.
Oh, you're so right. Okay, never mind. It's probably just very clear to play for this over trick, play back a diamond immediately.
Yeah, and of course North could just win and play the spade, and now we don't get a ruff. Oh, but now we have 2 pitches on the diamond of the club. Yeah, so all the same. But yeah, there's no possible beat once you've gotten by 2 rounds of trumps.
Right. Yeah. Very good point. Okay. That was kind of an obvious problem I was missing, because like getting to the 11th trick is actually a little bit complicated. Like North can win this, and now North can play back a heart, and even though you get to pitch a heart on the jack of diamonds, the 4th round of diamonds needs to survive by roughing low. So there is still that danger that South over-roughs the 4th round of diamonds with the missing spade. But yeah, as you say, that would still just be to make exactly on the nose. So it's a no-cost plan for an over-trick, which makes it pretty clear. Uh, sure. North Ducks. Yep. That's that's one way to also give up an 11th trick immediately.
I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, anyone can give up 11 tricks by taking their winners.
That's true. Okay, one more board at this table, and then we will be on break for a little bit. I assume play resumes around the same time as it did the past couple of days.
It might be earlier because without screens today, the starting times might be 10 and 3 instead of 10 and 3:30. I'm going to take a look right now. Yeah, you know, when I said before the tournament that there's a different start time every day, I was not kidding. All right. Printable schedule. Today is Monday. Vanderbilt knockout teams 10 and 3:30. So that'll be 4 o'clock in tournament time zone and 5 o'clock where you are.
Sounds good. We're on to the last board.
Or to put it a different way, 90 minutes from now.
And this board was pretty flat. This might be one of the flattest boards across the room. Hard to get to slam off 2 aces. 5 levels, completely safe.
Yep. Well, not completely safe, but safe enough on this layout.
Yeah, on this layout with the King of Hearts on side. So, spade, 2, no trump. 4 hearts. I think this is the standard Jacoby treatment, where 4 hearts is going to show a good 5-5.
Yeah, and I think this probably was a limit plus 2 no trump, you know, where we weren't totally sure exactly what the 2 no showed in the other room.
Right. So 4 spades by West. Same Queen of Diamonds lead. We'll see if Declare takes a pretty similar line of play. Just pull trumps, ask about the Heart King. And then we got about an hour and a half before the next set.
Yep, so I'm certainly going to go find some lunch of my own. We'll reconvene here. I'm not sure I'm going to make it all the way through the next segment. I've got plans at some point this evening, but hopefully at least through the third quarter I'll be around.
Sounds good. Thanks for stopping by, Babs. Take care.
So same normal queen lead. I think probably same win the ace to preserve dummies extra entries just in case you need them. Those are more useful than the hand entry.
Yeah, it does just depend on what Declare wants to do at Trick 2. I mean, it's not unreasonable to play Heart to the Queen immediately at Trick 2. But we get the exact same line of play.
Yeah, and again, you know, same. Like, the Jack is sort of the natural thing to do most of the time, but when you want your opponents to win, you usually want to leave the highest card in your hand, and here maybe you do.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. It is a good point to bring up. Okay, 2 rounds of spades. We'll ask about the heart finesse, and that should be all there is to it.
Yeah, there's the one where you like win the queen and then ask the opponent if it's going to win the next time too.
Yeah, he might just catch the ace of hearts.
I was going to say, you know, he actually might not take the heart finesse now, teach South a lesson about ducking his kings.
Yeah, there's the ace of hearts. Now that the hearts are 4-2 at worst, he can rough the suit good.
Yeah, like if spades had been 3-1, of course he would have taken another finesse, but once they split 2-2, this seems like a reasonable way to guard against South trying to be a genius.
Yep.
All right, cool. We'll see you all back here in about 90 minutes.
Yeah, I'll see you, Craig. I will be on.
Yep. I will not be, so I'll catch up with you in a bit.
Sounds good. All right, chat. What should we do during the break? Well, first off, I need to get my lunch. Oh god, I just totally stabbed my finger on a paper, what's these called? Staples. Okay, I'm fine. I'm not bleeding. This is important. Good start, though. I haven't even opened my food yet, and I've already hurt myself. Get rid of the earbuds. Streaming is a very dangerous occupation, I will have you know. Okay, where should we go? So is there a scoreboard somewhere? In the other matches, we have Rubenstein over McAllister by 20 currently. And we have Rosenberg over Baker by 25. Now, that currently doesn't include the score adjustment from that 6 diamonds hand from the first set. So we will, I guess we'll keep an eye on that maybe, but it does look like Rosenberg is going to be up by even more. Were there any interesting hands from this set that we need to take a look at? What should we do during the break? Let's look at this table and see if they did anything interesting. I mean, we're going to get kicked out in a second, but we can rejoin the thing later. Oh, I gotta turn my camera off while I eat. No one wants to watch me eat. So a bunch of flat boards. We had a couple of big swings on some of these hands. Board 29, that 4 spade hand. A heart pass, 4 hearts, double, 4 spades by Finn Kolesnik, and South got off to the ace of hearts lead. So let's see how Finn did after the ace of hearts kind of compromised his trump holding. Is he going to play a diamond at trick 2? Is he just going to start pulling trumps? He plays a diamond at trick 2, diamond to the king. Now he starts on the trump suit, spade to the jack. North wins the ace. Would have been a little bit better for North to hold off. Generally that's the case in these scenarios, because winning the ace gives Declare kind of control of the hand. He can take his winners in whatever order he wants. And North just made things very easy. Cashes the diamond ace, continues a diamond, and now Declare was able to pull trumps and claim. After the clubs worked out. Club to the ace. North follows. Queen of diamonds, pitch a heart, run the clubs. Easy game. So what happened in the other room? Oh boy. Uh-oh. Okay, gang. You know, we saw Baker pass earlier with that hand where she had ace king 5th of spades. 5-5. Looks like Lynn is just a little bit of a very conservative player and decides not to reopen after the 2-heart transfer. So I think this is what Verhees was hoping for, was the transferred hearts, and then he was going to balance with a double, figuring that that would describe his hand pretty well. There is a little bit of a difference. I mean, the direct 2-heart bid over 2 diamonds would obviously show a stronger hand, but Verhees judged that his hand just wasn't quite good enough for that action. I think it's relatively close. The heart void, to me, makes it sound as if I really want to bid 2 hearts directly. I suppose a problem is that if it's not your hand and you bid 2 hearts, it actually makes it a lot easier for North-South to sort out that they have a big heart fit. Because most of the time when it goes a no trump 2 diamonds 2 hearts, South doesn't know that North has a bunch of hearts, but when you bid 2 hearts yourself, North often can double to show 3, which I think is a common agreement. North might even be able to bid 3 hearts in that spot with 4 a lot of the time, and it might not even show a super accept anymore. It might just be any hand with 4 trumps, because now it's like a competitive bid. You're just competing over the opponents having already decided they want to bid 2 spades or 3 of a minor. So, anyway, I think there are reasons to either bid 2 hearts or double, or pass followed by double. But that was a big swing for Rosenberg. There are a couple big swings for Baker, though. This auction, we saw at the table that we were watching, had whoever it was. Who were we watching? Now I'm blanking. Oh, it was Nielsen and Lean get to 4 spades as well. The comment was 3 no trump goes down. And how did Declare play on a club lead? Two rounds of spades. Decided to try the Jack of Hearts, hoping to run it. But West hopped up with the ace anyway. Both of the hearts were inside. Whereas at the other table, 3 no trump. South opened a something no trump. 2 hearts transfer to 2 spades. 2 no trump. Transfer to clubs, I guess. South bid 3 diamonds. And West doubled? What? I don't understand. What happened in this auction? What's the double of 3 diamonds? Was West trying to make a takeout double of diamonds? Maybe. That's a pretty ambitious thing to do. It's really unfortunate for North-South that they weren't able to capitalize on this double. Because most of the time in an auction like this, they'll probably be making 3 diamonds, I think. Maybe not. I guess North has showed spades and clubs. West leads the ace of diamonds. I mean, it was her suit. She did bid it. Then switches to ace of hearts and a heart. Wow. So 2 rounds of clubs. I think you have to unblock the ace king of spades. I mean, it feels like a little bit too much to try and lead the diamond queen. So yeah, Platnick unblocks the ace king of spades. It doesn't work. Kenny Foss is a lead directing double. Well, West is going to be on lead because South opened a no trump and all the transfers have gone into South's hand. So you can lead direct yourself, and she kind of did. I really don't know what was going on in West's mind there. I think she just might have gotten a little bit worked up at all these alerts in the auction and figured maybe this is like a takeout double. I mean, she does have 4 hearts and 4 clubs. I have no idea. Either way, North-South on their own power kind of get to 3 now. They were never really reaching 4 spades, I don't think. I mean, maybe North was planning to show it just feels impossible. Even with, if North shows diamond shortness, South on Queen Jack 5th is probably going to stick the hand in no trump, as opposed to play the 5-2 spade fit. It's tough. The strong no trump kind of did them in. Board 20, Baker picked up quite a few imps as well. A strong no trump by West, penalty double by North, East bid 3 diamonds, looks like just to play. And then South makes a hyper-aggressive 3 spade bid there. I don't know where that bid came from, but pass 4 spades. And is this contract just ice cold? Is that what's going on here? We got a diamond lead to the king and ace. A club came back. Well, none of this hurts Declare at all. Hey, Eric. Club to the queen. The jack of spades to the ace. King of hearts. Yep. Diamond pitch a heart. But now Declare's in control, like everything's just set up. The defense needed to be a lot more proactive about setting up their tricks. Eric asks, is there somewhere we can see the current results in all matches? No. No is the answer. That's not the answer you want. That's not the answer I want. But that is the answer to your question. I wish there was a way to do that. I really do wish there was a way to do that. We got a big result on board 24 as well. Oh yeah, this hand. This hand was kind of amazing. The table we watched got to a club part score north-south, but everyone else appears to just be playing in 4 hearts, which is a pretty good imp contract if you're going to take 10 trigs. So they got off to a trump lead, to the jack and queen. A spade went to the ace, a spade ruffed, a club over to the king and ace, and another trump. But Declare basically has all their tricks. Now another spade ruffed with the 10 of hearts. Club over. West has to follow. Pull the last trump. Run the clubs. You lose a spade and a diamond. Nicely done. Good auction to get there as well. Diamond passes spade. South able to make a takeout double. 2 hearts by North. 2 spades by East. 4 hearts feels like an awful lot on Platnick's hand, but I think a 3 heart bid might have gotten them there as well. Maybe. How'd they get to 4 spades doubled in the other room? 1 no pass, 4 hearts by Finn Kolesnik. He only has an 8 count, and his partner's opened a weak no trump, but maybe he's just trying to preempt the opponents, and it was pretty effective. 4 hearts got doubled by South. Pass, 4 spades. Once again, double by South. South got their heart lead. I suppose the defense could actually get this 3. You know, this is like a match point loss if South gets off to the singleton diamond lead. Declare wins, plays a spade, you hop up with the ace, and then you play back a heart. Diamond. I guess not quite. You would need to get the clubs going. Yeah, maybe this is not quite down 3. But you play back another heart. Get another diamond ruff. But yeah, at this point, Declare can just pull trumps with the king of spades and pitch their club loser on the king of diamonds. So can we do it if we lead the king of clubs at trick 1? Double dummy problem. I think the king of clubs actually beats this 3. I'm not that interested in checking my work, so I'm just going to click the button. Apparently a diamond lead also beats at 3. Huh. Oh, it's for the same reason. We can switch to the king of clubs at a later point in the play. Because of the spade suit being blocked and East having no fast entry to their hand to pull a third trump, as long as we get the club trick set up before we rough too many diamonds, we'll be able to do it. It's hard to justify the king of clubs lead over the ace of hearts. I mean, I understand a singleton diamond lead as opposed to the ace of hearts, but king of clubs is hard to to believe that that one has any merit, even though it works out here. Those are the big swings in this match. Do we have the other tables? Can I see? Oh, there we go. Look at this. Hey. Hey, Steve Z. Where are match scores found? Right here. We got these 3 match scores, and that's it. That's all we got. So Rubenstein-McAllister, the second set, not too many large swings. There was a double part score swing on board 24. So the same hand that we were just looking at, one pair bid to 3 spades and made an over trick. They did get the singleton diamond lead. A spade, went to the queen, so South didn't block the spade suit. Another spade. North pitched the encouraging 2 of hearts. Ooh, and then the king of clubs, which Joe Grew knew what was going on in the hand, so he ducked. Now a heart. Oh no, North. Oh no, this is actually beautiful defense by McAllister down here. John McAllister. Yeah, he got the heart switch and a heart to the 10. North just needed to work out that the reason partner led their singleton diamond was because they wanted a rough. So pretty big error there from North. They were going to do quite well in defense. It looks like they might have gotten it 2 tricks. Steve asks, aren't there 32 matches? Oh, absolutely. There are certainly 32 matches. I am not in control of the scores, though, so take your anger out elsewhere over why we don't have results for any of the matches. When partner underleads their ace-king, they're surely up to something. That's true. That's very true. Yeah. So 3 hearts in the other room. A club by West, balanced. A heart showing spades. A spade... looks like supposedly takeout. I don't know what's going on from... Oh, a spade showing hearts. A heart showing spades. A club is 2+. That's an interesting agreement. So a spade didn't show anything other than hearts on the south hand. I wonder what double is for them. Maybe this is their way to show 4 hearts and double shows 5, I guess. More puzzlement than anger, Steve says. Yeah, you and me both. You and me both. I mean, I just think that whoever's in charge is not really interested in making this into a spectator sport, so they don't put any effort whatsoever into creating an atmosphere that spectators want to watch. I mean, I'm doing my best, but I'm doing my best with the information I have available to me. If I was at the tournament, I would be very happy to actually run down to the playing room and take a picture of the results and then manually put them up on screen. I mean, I have my little scoreboard ticker at the bottom, which I could totally update, but I don't have access to the scores at all. You have to be at the event hall. I could ask someone to get it for me. I don't want to, use up my favors for something like this. Well, Michael Rosenberg didn't think he was good enough to make 4 hearts. And he was absolutely incorrect about that, because he took 11 tricks. Let's see how he managed that. 10 of spades to the ace. He ruffed a spade. Club to the king. I mean, again, I think generally you just want to be ducking this. You're looking at the king, queen of clubs and dummy. Your partner does not have a singleton, so, just duck. Maybe partner's planning to play a club to the queen, or not partner, your declarer's going to play a club to the queen next. It keeps communication as well between your hand and your partners, so you might get a club ruff. It's going to force declarer to pull trumps. Club comes back. Now a spade ruff. Oh. Well, so that's 11 tricks. Now we can ruff the spade. Queen of hearts, diamond ruff, pull trumps, and the last club is good. He needed that extra club entry. Alright. Not too many imps for that play, but all the match points. Well done, Michael. Board 20 all the way back here. In this match, the other table got to 3 spades north-south, but here they reached 5 clubs. A no trump by west, pass by north, north not having a penalty double. I think a lot of experts are coming around to just always having a penalty double available of the opponent's strong no trump. Seems to be the way to go. 3 clubs transfer to diamonds. South makes a lead directing double of clubs. I think that's a pretty good bid. I think South strongly prefers a club to a spade or a heart, for example. And this could be the difference between 3 no trump making and 3 no trump going down. So I support South's 3 club bid, even though generally you want to have a little bit of a better hand for this. Three diamonds by west. North bids 5 clubs, which I don't know. I understand the desire at imps to bid a game, and I'm sure we can construct South hands where game would have some play. But it feels like a lot of bidding from North. I understand she has the best hand at the table. It's a 17 count. Partner showed clubs, so you have a pretty big club fit. But even at holding king, queen, 5th of clubs and out from South, you have way too many losers in the other suits. Yeah, maybe you can get 5 clubs, 2 diamonds, two hearts and a spade some of the time, but along the way there, you're probably going to end up losing the ace of spades, ace of diamonds, and a heart trick. I think it's a bit much to bid 5 clubs. I don't know if she should pass or bid 4 clubs, though. I'm guessing that there are some hands that partner can hold where 5 clubs would make. So if you can find a way to invite partner, like a 4 club bid, maybe that's sensible. But 5 definitely feels like a lot. Ten of spades lead, went to the ace, got a spade ruff. And I guess Joe Greer just cashed the diamond ace. Makes sense, he's looking at this dummy. He could have switched to hearts. And picked up even more tricks. Kenny Foss says, think 3 clubs a bit more reasonable. You're an aggressive bidder. Yeah, it's tricky. You know, the diamond transfer doesn't necessarily have to have values, so it is possible that South has some stuff over here, even though you have 17 and there's a strong no trump on your right. But I think generally your partner's going to have almost all their values in clubs, and this north hand really needs a lot of help. Like, you don't have a ton of top losers, just the ace of spades and ace of diamonds, but if partner doesn't have the heart queen, you're going to have a heart loser. If partner has 3 small spades, you're going to have 2 spade losers if they lead that suit. So I think North just didn't spend enough time like constructing possible hands for partner. She just looked at her hand and was like, we're playing imps, partner showed clubs, I have a good hand, let's try and make a game. And sometimes that works. Sometimes it works. It didn't work this time, though. Ends up costing 6 imps when the other table got to kind of safely play a 3 spade part score. Last match. Let's take a look. So we watched Dink and Holman. That was Rubenstein McAllister. So now Rosenberg Baker, or did we look at this one already? I think we looked at this one already as well. Andreas says 3-no looks like a good bid on that one. Which was this board? This was board... Now I don't even remember what board it was. And I can't figure it out from this scorecard. It wasn't this one. Board 20 maybe? This one. 3-no from North. No, I mean... A big problem is, you know, that your partner just doesn't have much. Like, sometimes partner's going to have values, but sometimes partner's going to have a hand that looks like this. And when they have a hand that looks like this, your 4 treble, 3 strong no trump is not going to take a lot of tricks and 3-no. Yeah, what a hand this was. 4 spades bid and made. Diamond to the king and ace. So does East need to switch to hearts here to beat the contract? Because on a heart switch, Declare has to win. Otherwise, East-West have cashed 2 tricks and they'll get 2 spades. And then has to pitch a heart on the diamond queen. And then has to rough something to get back to their hand to start playing spades. I guess that's not true. I guess we could just lead a spade to the jack right now, right? Maybe there's nothing East-West can do after the diamond lead to beat this thing. Because if West wins and forces Declare in diamonds, Declare can now take the club hook and then just play the king of spades. No, this isn't good enough. No. This just works, right? Yeah, the defense comes out on top here. West wins the spade ace and then forces Declare with the heart king. And so now his 5-4 of spades turn up into a trick. But every other defense, like, for example, the one found at the table where they switched to clubs, which was ineffective, puts Declare in the driver's seat because Declare gets to start the spade suit before having to squander the diamond queen. So he leads the jack of spades, West wins, plays the king of hearts, but now Declare is in control. The clubs are set up. Declare has already played a round of trumps, now can pitch the heart, and now can just go king of spades and knock out the other spade card. Yeah, I think after a diamond opening lead, East has to find a heart switch, which doesn't look all that natural looking at the ace-jack 10 of hearts in dummy. Supposedly a heart switch, you can actually make it. Whoa. Didn't see that coming. Andreas said in the other auction, gotta be the worst possible hand partner could have for the double. Think 3-no trump would suggest some club support and South should pull. Oh, you're so right. Yeah, South would definitely pull 3-no trump. That's a good point. So yeah, it's very possible that North should bid 3-no then instead of 5 clubs. I still think it's hard to construct a hand where South has enough stuff that 3-no is a good contract. So to me, maybe 4 clubs is a little bit better. I mean, you could always pass 3 diamonds. I don't think that's so crazy. I mean, maybe the real answer is that South is just supposed to pass over the 3 club bid, but being able to make a lead director can be really valuable at imps. I think less so at match points. Anyway, it is worth thinking about the 3-no bid. Someone played 1 spade down 1. That never feels very good. A club, a diamond, a spade, all pass. Well, Declare doesn't have a lot of tricks on a trump lead. North leads a heart, though. Normally against these types of auctions, when the opponents stop in one of a major, a trump tends to be a pretty good lead. The rationale is that they could have played a no trump, right? And for whatever reason, they decided they didn't want to. So probably one or both of them are frequently unbalanced. And because they didn't bid to a no trump, it means that they don't have any values. So by pulling the opponent's trumps, you can effectively play the hand at no trump, and your side has most of the high cards. But North didn't get off to a trump lead. Heart opening lead, heart back. South decides, let's play trumps. Spade to the 10, club to the king. Now second spade. Declare ruffs a heart, ruffs a club, ruffs a heart, and is going to be pretty disappointed when this club ruff doesn't stand up. Yep, and now north-south cash out. So the other room got to 2 spades and went down 1. In this room, they did lead a trump. I think this is much better lead by Kevin Rosenberg than whoever was sitting north at the other table. So spade around to the queen, and how to declare handle the play. King of hearts, south 1. South switched to diamonds, which is interesting, rather than playing back another trump. Maybe South shouldn't have won the king of hearts. Well, anyway. Second spade comes, declare wins the ace. Heart to the queen, heart ruff, diamond. Wow, and declare scores the long heart. Because Platnick has to pull a third trump now. Yeah, so Platnick actually backing up had to duck when the king of hearts got led. An unusual position. I mean, he should have gotten a heart count from his partner on the king. King of hearts, 4 of hearts, showing a doubleton. But the fact that Declare was able to maintain communication in hearts and then ruff the third round after pulling exactly 2 trumps was what allowed her to actually set up the long heart in the east hand. Huh. Well, that's pretty disappointing for for north-south, so maybe they could have earned a couple of imps on this one. So third quarter today is starting in about 50 minutes. We can at least look at the matches once again. Okay. We have some results in the 4-ways, at least. So 3 teams are qualifying from these 4-ways. Looks like Dinkin... Oh, this was one of the 4-way matches. I didn't even realize. Dinkin against Holman. So Dinkin already won that match against Holman. And Dyson, 4-handed, defeated Ash earlier. So now Holman and Ash are playing for the final spot in this collection. Meltzer and Rambeau have lost their opening matches, so they're competing for exactly 1 position. We had Vendanta and Hell have already made it through. Bramley versus Zoo looks like that hasn't been reported or might still be playing. Rippy has defeated Millens, so Millens will have another shot up against the loser of Bramley and Zoo. But we don't have results for the halfway point of any of the other matches. The ones that we were watching or that were on VuGraph were... where are they? I'm looking around. Where are the matches that were on VuGraph? What is this? Rubenstein versus Silversetten Destroyers? Silversetten Destroyers. I don't know who is playing this April Fool's joke, but good one, guys. You misspelled Silverstein's name and then just put Destroyers at the end. Well played. And so that's one of the matches that we were just looking at. We also had Rosenberg against Baker. So Rosenberg has a little bit of a lead in that one. And we had... Oh, it was Dinkin against Holman. And so that match is over. Intentionally misspelling teammate's name is kind of hilarious. Hopefully it's not silver set in stone. But yeah, good wordplay. Back in the day when Greg was one of the founders of Bridge Winners, Greg Humphreys, that is, I don't even think this was an April Fool's joke. It was just like, I did something that pissed him off. And so, every time I would click on a link on the Bridge Winners page, like, you know, if I was clicking on like a bidding problem, I click on this link, it would play a fart noise. And, and so, pretty quickly I caught on, but I didn't know how to fix it, and I was so powerless because Greg had all of the cards. But that was something that happened to me for about a period of a week, and Greg was vehemently denying that, like, he had done anything, like, after I had already caught him. I think I was over at his house at some point, and I saw that he had some sort of, like, script that he had written where it's just, like, if login name is, like, BradyBot, then do this. Andreas said Bramley won. You got a picture of the scores. Please share. If you're on Discord, you could share. Where's Bramley? Oh, Bramley won over Zoo. Yeah. He gaslit me about it too? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It went on for a full week. And I was just like, alright, I'm just not logging into Bridge Winners anymore. Like, I accept defeat and I am just done using this site for the rest of my life. What a jokester, I know, right? I hope we have a good match to watch for the next set. Like, Rombo against Meltzer would probably be fine, but I'm hoping that some of these other matches, like Goodman Van Oosten, might be close, and we could see some pretty high-level bridge from them. Wait, Hammond Roman? Didn't someone say Hammond Roman was voted on and it's just, like, not up there? Eric says former partner is on Team Donnelly. They do have a difficult match. Wait, Shori also didn't have a VuGraph table. So apparently Jan posted a poll. I mean, this happens all the time. So Jan posted a poll. Let's go look at the poll results. I didn't vote. I guess I have to vote now to, what was Gavin's team? Team 6? And we'll do Team 10. I don't know. Select up to 3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won?
3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won?
3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won? 3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won? 3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won? 3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won? 3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won? 3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won? 3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won? 3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won? 3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won? 3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won? 3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won? 3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won? 3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won? 3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won? 3 choices. There we go. So, who actually won? 3 choices. There we go. So, w So Gavin's team won the poll. Oh, I could have abstained. That's true. I could have done that. I guess I should. Gavin's team won the poll vote. They didn't get a VooGraph table. Team 8 won the poll vote. Did they get a VooGraph table? Who's Team 8? This is way too complicated to figure out. And then Team 13 won. Is there a specific reason Gavin's always playing with a sponsor? He's well equipped to do it. He doesn't really have like a good pro partner. Like, he can play with basically anyone. And like they can do fine, but it's similar to pickup partnerships, right? Like if you want to do well in some of these team events, most sponsored teams will expect you to have a pro partnership if you want to be on the team. Now, Pellegrini might be an exception where, which team did he join? He joined this one, right? Van Oosten. Why did that pull up on the... Yeah, but so like Carlos Pellegrini, I mean, and this team is without a sponsor, of course. But adding him on in an unpracticed partnership is like probably fine. But Gavin generally just plays with the sponsors, and it's really valuable to have that kind of person around because then they can pull other pros to play on the team. I don't know if that answered your question. I mean, it would probably be difficult for him to find a pro team to play on because he wouldn't have a partner to play with. So for him to get hired for the event, he would basically need to have a sponsor or spend a lot of time like building up a partnership with another strong pro player. Yeah, he's great with sponsors. Like, and he has been doing it for such a long time that that he also probably outperforms a lot of other pros that do play with sponsors on teams. I actually don't know if he prefers to play with sponsors. I think he actually said that he does. My personal preference when I played pro was not to play with sponsors. So I wasn't really interested in like playing four-handed or six-handed as the pro client pair in a sponsored event. I mean, you do what you got to do to make money because that's how being a pro bridge player works. But if I had any opportunity to play with an expert partner, I always chose that. Over playing professionally, at least at the national level. For regionals, it's different. Oh yeah, Eric, going back to the poll results. So we did get Rubenstein, Silverstein, but then Team 14 was Hanlon, right? Wasn't that the other poll result? There was a second one. VooGraph Part 2, abstain. So what happened here? We got 13 votes on Team 22 versus 37, Team 26 versus 33, and Team 28, 31. 22-37. What was 22-37? That was Hammond Roman, and that didn't get shown either. So yeah, they just like put up the polls and then just didn't show the matches that had won. And this happens all the time. And I'm the one that gets bombarded with complaints about this because I'm the one streaming. People come in all the time and they're like, Rob, I voted in this poll on bridge winners and you're not showing the match. How come? I'm sorry. I don't have any control over this, guys. We got about 35 minutes. Hey, Brad. You hoped we watched Dinkin in quarter one? We watched Dinkin in quarter two. I might have done a little bit of review of their hands after quarter one, but we watched Rubenstein versus McAllister, maybe? No, hold on. Who did we watch in quarter one? Oh my god, someone help me. Are they even on the list? Rosenberg Baker. We watched Rosenberg Baker in quarter one. There we go. I found him. I mean, you would think that I could remember who was playing based on the poll, but we didn't choose the teams that won the poll to broadcast on VooGraph. Who won this last year? Good question. NABC wins Vanderbilt Trophy. Vanderbilt Trophy. History. Why is this Wikipedia page sorted from oldest to newest? Isn't every other Wikipedia page like, look at this. It's sorted by 1928 being, oh my god, the first year. You have to imagine that people coming to this page would care more about the most recent winner than the person who won it in 1928. Also, no one won in 1928. The fuck is this? How do you just, like, create an event and then, like, not have the winner? What? What is this crap? Who has the story of the first Vanderbilt? This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Does it always start with the oldest to newest? Oldest to newest is kind of weird. Anyway, you're a big fan of the 1933 edition? That was a banger. Yeah. There are some names that I, like, kind of recognize on these lists. Like, look, Charles Gorin, he's down here. Harry Fishbein. There's our boy. We just make penalty doubles of, preamps. He's great. Wasn't Gorin a sponsor? I don't know. Was he? Who are the noobs that won in 1930? Eli Culbertson? Playing with his wife, maybe? Theodore Leitner? Von Zedwitz? The Von Zedwitz Leifmaster pairs? Gorin was one of the best players in the world in his time. I mean, could still be a sponsor. Mr. Vanderbilt was runner-up in 37. Sounds fishy. Yeah, Harold Vanderbilt. Okay, but anyway, we were looking at the 2024 edition. So, Nickel and Katz, Levin Weinstein, Greco Hampson won over Ron Smith, John Hurd. Bridge, page does not exist. Someone help John Hurd get his Wikipedia page. Jing Liu, Han Jing Wei, Chris Compton, and Kevin Bathurst. Yeah, so the Helen Sobel, it was Helen Sobel, thing. I don't remember who she was playing with, but yeah, the comment was, what's it like to play with, I forget what the exact phrase was, but it's something like, how does it feel playing with, one of the best players in the world or something like that. And she was like, you'll have to ask my partner. What an obnoxious thing to say. How could a woman say that? I'm not trying to promote sexism. Sexism is bad. Nickel winning, that's a shock. I know. Exactly. Well, I don't know which match we're going to watch. You know what? Here's what we'll do. I'm going to put up a poll. You know what you're voting on, chat? There you go. You got 10 minutes to pick the table. Andreas, you have your name on Wikipedia? Were you on the Vanderbilt winners? Congratulations, if so. You're about to get scammed, chat. What an amazing poll. All right. Naming spectators in Wikipedia? Are they? Alright, guys, you know what to do. Yeah, everyone load up on table 2. I hear that one's gonna be a banger. Are we trying to overload the poll into a rocket ship? I believe the technical term, Eric, is a rocket ship. I'm curious about the Placket team playing up against Regal. Maybe we'll get to see that match. Some of the other ones that I thought might have been interesting coming in, Goodman, Van Oosten, I thought could have been interesting. A lot of these matches, maybe Rippy against Zoo, will be worth watching. Trying to get a 3-way tie in the poll. Yeah, not today. Bailey versus Gordy. Literally anything could happen in this match. I mean, one of the teams could already be up by 200, or the match could be completely tied with 400 imps having traded hands in the first 30 boards. So what was the lowest seed that had a world champion on it? Was it the 30 seed? No. $31? Are the Rombos world champions? This felt like a pretty stacked field in general for the team event. Where's the 32 seat? Oh, Rippy. Wait, Novak and Marcinovsky must have won. Oh, Stremecki. Yeah, Stremecki and Janisevsky, the unknown player, just won the world championship. So there's at least a world champion on the 32 seed in the event, which is crazy. Like a recent world champion, I mean. There's a lot of good new players joining every year and not a lot dropping out. That's good news. Maybe Bridge will survive. I mean, we're going to need something to do for the next Ice Age, right? If humanity survives. So, Bridge seems like an important game to keep moving. I wonder how some of these matches are going. If only we had a scoreboard. Brad asks, are more good players dropping out due to health reasons or cheating reasons? Good question. Hammond's still playing? Hammond's special. Yeah, I haven't played against him in 10 years. I mean, he played all right when I played against him back in the day. Certainly not one of the best players in the world anymore. But he played okay. I think Bob hasn't really kept up with the times. He doesn't play all the newest, hottest conventions. His karting is still ass. He takes a lot of tricks, though. That's important. Taking a lot of tricks is a good skill to have. He's like 170. I'll take the under, but just barely. Yeah, I mean, if the senior events were not competitive, then you could say that bridge players fall off. But the senior events are still highly competitive. I mean, none of the senior field is necessarily going to win open championships, but like Zia, for example, played on the U.S. senior team recently, won the whatever the World Bridge Games senior event trophy is called. It's not the Dorsey trophy, it's like the whatever it is. And now he just won the Platinum Pairs with Kevin Rosenberg. So it's not like chess. Like, you don't completely drop off the face of the world after age 30 or whatever. I mean, and similarly in chess, like Vishwanathan Anand is an example of a chess player. Garry Kasparov are examples of chess players who are still like competitive with the best players in the world well into their 50s and 60s. But for bridge, it's like, you know, Bob is close to 170. Yeah, Vishy's also an exception, and Kasparov, I think. It's not common in chess for players to be good past their 30s. Matt says, yikes, there are some really good teams on the verge of elimination. Are you getting that from exactly this graphic, or do you have info that I'm lacking? Yeah, Kasparov retired in 2006, but he continues to play in World Championship Tour, the world, the Grand Chess Tour event. I mean, even as much as like 4 years ago or whatever, he was still playing up against Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and Fabiano Caruana, and all of these big events. So even though he doesn't, yeah, he's played occasional events, and like he still maintains, you know, a solid 2,700 plus rating or play level. Matt says Holman and Ash are both very good. I mean, clearly not. They lost their first set, or their first matchups. I mean, one of them lost to Dinkin, which is the most embarrassing thing that can happen to anyone playing bridge. Rombo could get knocked out, for sure. Yeah, so there's some players in chess, but it's like there aren't chess players who are playing into their 80s. And even if they do, they're not all that good. Like, there was a guy, Arthur Bisgeyer, who I'm sure he's passed away at this point. But he was a grandmaster in the US, and, you know, like a relatively strong one, but I think he played in like the 60s or 70s. I went to a summer camp for like growing chess talents in the US one summer in high school, and I played against him in like a simul, and I ended up beating him. And I mean, it seemed as if he was playing like a 1700 or something. He was probably in his 80s at that point. So people really fall off in chess. Brad says, speaking of competitive seniors, you're putting up a hand that you played in the New Zealand thing. Yeah, we actually took a look at like a couple of deals from that while we were waiting for the platinum pairs to finish. How did you do? Did you win? You finished second. That's not bad. Does that qualify you for anything, or is that just like you're the first loser? You had to beat Ware and McGann's team? Bragging rights. Well, it would have been nice. Would have been nice to win. I think Ware and McGann are the ones that ProQuar came in screaming about. Being like, no, those guys are good. And then I was like, but did you forget which country they're from? For a second, you thought Brad was second in the platinum pairs? Gotcha. Alright, let's look at Brad's hand while we still have a few minutes. One club, 2+. A diamond showing hearts. A spade overcall, a no trump. Yep. Very good. 2 spades, 3 diamonds, natural game forcing. What is happening? Guys, get your act together. 3 hearts by South. Pass, double. Wait, this is also game force. I know you put in these announcements, but I assume this is like actually what people were thinking at the table. Like, what's happening here? Pass, pass, double by East. Pass, pass, 4 diamonds. Double again by East. All pass. Okay, okay. Good start. Ace of spades lead. Yep. Not the stiff club. Okay, ace of spades lead. Now the club switch to the ace. Club back. I guess we ruff. Partner played that 9 of clubs like a shot. Not the 3 of clubs. Are you playing like some sort of reverse suit preference or upside down suit preference? 5 of hearts to the ace. Heart to the king. Heart ruff. Yep. Club. Four of diamonds. Well, that was not the right spot card to ruff with. Could have been the 8 or 9. Could have been the king. You only got the ace of diamonds from here. Play didn't continue. That's pretty disappointing. Your set versus Hugh was on VuGraph, but the operator made some errors. Yeah, that can happen. This looks like a good result for you. Sticks and wheels. I don't think you were making a game, although if your opponent's bid and play like this, maybe you would have. Did you think about bidding 4 spades? At least they got to game after their game forcing. That's true. Yeah, after the 3 diamond game forcing, at least North-South were able to reach their game eventually. We got 17 minutes until the 3rd quarter starts. Brad says, I had a neat play problem. RHO showed 7 to 10. Had to play ace 10 doubleton, upset king queen 8 7 4 in the trump suit. Where's the ace 10? Is that in hand or in dummy? So what'd you do? Ace run the 10? Oh, they had already showed up with 10, so you took the first round finesse. Nice. Nice. Very good. Yeah, this is a spot that if right-hand opponent had even showed up with like 8, it's probably percentage. Is dummy a swear word on Twitch? I don't think so. You just typed it. Probably not. Maybe. I have some sort of mild auto mod on, so maybe it would catch comments like that. Don't try and explore to see what the auto mod catches and doesn't. Just like try and be civil a little bit. How much food am I wolfing away? I'm almost done. Why, can you hear chewing noises? Is that what you're complaining about? Looked way too healthy. I'm sorry. Tomorrow I'll get like a pizza or something. Is that good? Imagine being civil on the internet. I know. I know. You're usually done eating after 5 minutes. I'm a very slow eater. I'm like the worst person to go to like a fast food restaurant with. You are not gonna have a good time. Like most people go to fast food because they're like trying to, you know, be fast and get some food. And it just takes me hours to eat a meal. If I'm fast, like if all I'm doing is like sitting and eating, sometimes I can be done in like 30 to 45 minutes. Sometimes. But yeah. That's why usually I'm like watching something or working on something while I eat. I think I just have a very small stomach and it takes me a while to digest stuff. Supposedly it's very healthy to eat slowly. So that's good for me, I guess. It's healthy because it means you tend to eat less overall. I see. Yeah. Bridge is not conducive to slow eating. No, it was a fucking disaster when I went to Gatlinburg because there was 15 minutes to get lunch in between rounds. They expected you to either play 2 full rounds of bridge without eating in between, or there was a 15-minute break. There wasn't more than that. It was like the pair game would end, and then the next pair game was starting in like 15 minutes. Like, you couldn't do anything. There was like a snack bar in the thing, or like a little, you know, food cart thing that they had wheeled into the convention center. But the line was so long, it would take more than 15 minutes to get the food cart. So I don't understand this new thing where like the ACBL has just decided that rounds are going to be early in the morning, but then there's not going to be a break for lunch. Complaint number 5467. Yeah, I know. Take a ticket. We'll be with you in a few years. All right, chat. Brad has a bidding question. God bless Canapé, Matthew says. I don't know, chat. What do you do? 4 spades? 3 spades? We got 2 votes for heart. which was left-hand opponent's suit, by the way. And 1 vote for 4 spades. Two votes for 4 spades. 1 vote for asking someone to pinch you. Brad says 2 spades would already cancel their relay. Maybe important. Matthew's going out of his way to psych. Can't wait to find out just how bad 4 spades can be. Four spades is probably the down the middle bid. Minus 650 can't be that bad. Maybe teammates will get to the slam. Yeah, I mean, on a hand like this, where I think the opponents are guaranteed to be making a slam, probably just make your normal preempt. Hope that it keeps them out of it. Maybe the opponents psyched a conventional response. Yeah. That's the attitude we want to go in with. It's true. If it's the same pair as the previous one, then maybe we shouldn't trust their bidding. We got 6 minutes. Okay, Jack, I'm gonna get cleaned up. And I will be back in just a minute. I'm back. I am back. Boom. Still got my water. Still talking about Sykes, I see. PJF says, open to 2 count. The opponents complained at each other about why they missed a game. Left you out of it. What a friendly group. What a friendly group. Okay, yeah, actually, serious question, Brad. You ready for this? Hit me with your best non-troll answer. Do you have, like, serious bridge discussion with your partner about Sykes that you're planning to make during the round going into the round? You know, is it like a common thing in New Zealand not to like fill out your convention card and be like, here are our list of like regular Sykes, but be like, you know, a diamond pass. Oh, sometimes I'll Syke a spade in this auction. Yeah, is like that a common like discussion that people have over there? PJF can answer too, or anyone else from New Zealand, or who's played in New Zealand, or who has even been to New Zealand. The best part is you Syke once, and then everyone thinks you Syke on every hand. Hey, Craig.
Hey.
You're back early.
All right, yeah. Yes, thank you. I see 0 minutes. I can't wait to see who we get to Kippers this segment.
Oh, we're going to table 2. The chat voted.
Do we necessarily know who table 2 is for this group? It might not be the same matches.
Nope, I have no idea who it's going to be, but we're going there. Chat voted.
All right. Sold.
Yeah. Okay. Table 2. I think I meant match 2, for what it's worth.
And it actually is a different set of
it is
players all around.
Boom. I'm at the Gerli and Fruscaloni table.
Okay.
This made decision-making easy, and the match is really close. So it's Overdeck against Han. Overdeck is by far the higher seed. East-West are going to take the first 5 club tricks, huh?
Sure looks like it. Yeah, so Overdeck has a number of Italian experts who have a bunch of seeding points. Overdeck himself is relatively new to Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Declare had 10 whenever he got the lead, but that will not be until trick 6.
Right.
I'm kind of assuming the diamond split, but obviously, other than being off the entire club suit, this is a pretty normal 3-no trump.
Okay, 3-no down 1 is the actual result. We should get that corrected soon.
Just needed a 4-4 split.
Yeah. Pretty reasonable. I mean, it looks like 5 diamonds has play, although it might not make.
If somehow you could get South to Declare, West might lead a high spade, and that would let Declare take the first 10 tricks instead of losing the first 5.
Yeah, in 3-no. Okay,
so
that should be a push.
It'll be adjusted. Yep.
Board 2. So we got an 18 count. in the East.
Yeah, so it's going to be at a pretty high level before it gets back, right? East will open something. Even if they play a strong club, they'll open a club. And if they don't play a strong club, they'll also open a club.
Yep.
South will overcall in hearts, and North is going to be probably preempting to the 3 level at these colors.
Yeah, I think so. So
4
club.
is possible, but I don't like it.
Right.
You know, you're not like you have 5 spades, so you don't need to worry about getting past 3 spades or preempting them out of spades. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there is a club not alerted, so possibly they're a standard pair. I'm not familiar with either East or West.
Yeah, I'm not either, but them playing relatively even. I mean, they're even ahead of the overdeck team at the halfway mark. They're
Do keep in
doing
mind
pretty
this overdeck, the sponsor, almost certainly played the first 30 boards, and he's only been playing serious bridge for a couple of years, so that's going to be a liability for that team when he's playing.
Sure. And it looks like East West are playing a natural system because East decided to get in with 3 diamonds. I think reasonably so, given that he has an opportunity to show his hand naturally over the 3 club bid.
Yeah, 3 clubs. Looks like it was a mixed raise.
Right.
Kind of reasonable, where you have both 3 hearts and 3 clubs available to play preempts, even though probably in other positions the only option they have is a mixed raise. Like, I think when you can only do 1 via 3 hearts, the mixed raise is more important. Anyway, South is happy to compete to 3 hearts, maybe slightly aggressively, with no aces.
Whoa!
Wow. West is in love with his ace of diamonds.
Yeah, that's a lot of bidding over there. I mean, I get that. What are you going to say?
I was as well. So from West's point of view, though, he's pretty sure partner has a singleton heart, right? Because the opponents are showing at least 9. They could have 10 when South competes and East has a monster and he has an ace. He thinks his partner's often going to be 6-4, in which case his hand is huge.
Yeah, but 11 tricks is a lot. I mean, West could have bid 4 clubs, right? And just said, I have a club fit partner. Like, yes, I have some values.
Yes.
And, you know, do you really have that big of a hand? Or are we just going to be okay, like, playing comfortably at the 4 level?
I think anytime it's right to go on to 5 clubs, 4 clubs will do the job.
Yeah.
But I do see why West liked his hand.
Yeah, no, I get it, right? Like, West, you know, could have more. Like, West could definitely have the same hand with 1 fewer spade and 1 more diamond, for example, and say, like, the queen of spades, and that would be obviously more, and West wouldn't have a bid over a heart. But given that West has passed on the first round, of course, West has, like, a decent amount of values, and he does have a fit in both the partner suits, but still, yeah, this is going to be relatively costly for East-West.
Yeah, and they'll probably manage to lose no spades one way or the other, but those trump tricks are gonna be enough to beat the hand. I mean, it's probably only down 1, right? So not terrible if 3 hearts is making.
No, I mean, it might not be awful.
You know, costly when 4 clubs is making, but, you know, not that costly. 6 sims or so.
Yeah, 3 hearts is down. So
3 hearts is down. They have a spade, 3 diamonds, and a club, right?
Yeah. Hey, Luke, it has started. Well, I think you're a little bit behind, my friend. I think you're a bit behind, but I will let you know.
And according to the Bridge Winners thread, you have no competition. The ACBL apparently is not doing any commentary of this round.
Ah. So yeah, they're just lazy. You know, sometimes you have to make that dedication. If you're going to be a pro bridge commentator, then you really have to put in the hours.
Yeah, I did. At a comment, you know, someone questioned the lack of coverage, and I did call people's attention to this. So possibly suspected are coming via that path, in which case, welcome. We're happy to have you.
Yeah. Okay. Declare has elected to play a diamond to the ace to take a club finesse, which...
That seems really optimistic.
Yeah, this is a very optimistic line of play after that double from South.
I mean, missing, with the doubler, known to basically have no aces, what else could he possibly have but trump tricks?
Right. So I think,
yeah,
this is going to be down 2 now, which is just kind of a disaster for Declare.
Yeah, he really needed to use that one entry to play on spades instead of on clubs. And it was Craig, C-R-A-I-G, so I am not a Greg, I'm a Craig.
This is the most confusing thing, and there's no way that anyone's ever going to get this right. But yeah.
Other table, 3 spades, West down 1. That seems pretty good given the 5-1 spade break. 7 trumps and them splitting almost as badly as possible to take 8 tricks anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, wait. Is that right? They had a 7 card fit 4-3.
Yeah. So, with East-West going down in the other room and 3 spades, it's not terrible for this East-West partnership, but obviously you can't really afford to be making mistakes like that. I mean, getting to 5 clubs is one thing, but then kind of just completely misjudging the play. This is not really something that the best declarers in the world are going to do in doubled contracts. Like, when the opponents double, it paints a very clear picture of the hand. And I think East was just, maybe not that comfortable, just thinking, oh, South has to have King Jack 4th of clubs for the double, but I think that is 100% clear. So East should have played the hand around that assumption and gotten out for down 1 safely.
Yeah, it's like, the guy thinks he's beating you, he has no aces. Where is he beating you if not trumps?
Right.
Anyway, so we have pretty aggressive action by North here. 2 diamonds showing 1 major, and he does have 1 major. He has absolutely nothing else.
Yes. Yeah, the 6-card heart suit, I mean, he's favorable, but that's really all he has going for him. And depending on where East-West end up, they might be able to find a sacrifice, given that South has 5-4 in the majors in support, also with a fairly weak hand. Yeah,
notice they only have 5 losers in hearts that they're favorable, so even a save over 3 no trump would be profitable, although I guess East-West can't make 3 no trump, right? They only have 8 tricks even if they guess the diamonds.
Right, and...
they can make 5 clubs.
They can make 5 clubs if they guess the diamond suit, or if they get a diamond lead at some point. So he's passed over 2 diamonds, which I'm not sure about that bid. I mean, obviously the 2 diamond bid is forcing.
I mean, yes and no, right? This would be a really great spot for South to pass.
Yeah, forcing. I think South is considering pass. I mean, South is looking at the vulnerability, and especially if North is known to overcall on this type of hand, then maybe South would expect they don't have a game. But yeah, I think it seems a bit more reasonable for South to expect that they could have a game a decent amount of the time. Partner needs what? Like ace king 6th of the major and an outside card somewhere, and you probably have good play for it.
Yeah, passing is a bet that East-West have a game because you're going minus in 2 diamonds, and right. I don't know, that's a bet I'm willing to make with no information.
Right, exactly. And
I think
it might not even help because West is pretty likely to reopen, I think, a lot of the time.
So I think 3 clubs showed bad with hearts. I think South was just making an artificial ask with 2 no trump. So East, I think, had the plan of over spades, show the stopper via Laban Soul, and over hearts, show the lack of a stopper via Laban Soul, which was going to work here because we can see in the other room, East West just ended up in 3 no trump, and they went down 2, but they were, so maybe that was more than necessary if they miscast the diamonds, but they could never make it.
Yeah, I wonder if this double is going to end the auction, because I don't know if East West are going to be on the same page about what's going on here. And West might think that this is penalty-oriented.
It's kind of a weirdly tough, East here has, a complete game force opposite a strong no trump, but nonetheless a pretty awkward hand, kind of knowing that there's this gaping heart problem.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the way that East has handled the auction since passing 2 diamonds. And I don't know if doubling 3 hearts or bidding 3 spades specifically would be a better way to fish out whether or not 3 no trump is a good contract. But East does double 3 hearts, West bids 4 clubs, East bids 5. I mean, if it doesn't work the first time, try again. This time it's going to be profitable. Maybe.
Well, it's going to be worth at least 3 M's because they're not going to go down as many as 2.
Yeah, I think as long as West reads into the auction a little bit, even if West figures out that North has diamond length based on the 5-2 spade split, I think West is going to believe that South is more likely to have the diamond queen than North.
I'm not as confident in that as you are because they're going to know. So they know they're only missing 11 high card points, right? 2 aces, a queen, and a jack. They're going to draw trump, so they'll know about the ace of clubs. Are they really they're going to know about the spade shortness, probably, because they might cast spades to get some distributional information.
Right.
Are they really going to play North to have had this exact hand? I don't know.
Well, the weaker South's hand is, the more likely South is just going to bid 3 hearts pass or correct, I think.
Yeah, maybe that's true. Maybe if someone's screwing around, it's probably the initial overcaller rather than the advancer, because the advancer usually wants to play it straight in these positions.
Yeah, so South pops up with the club ace, didn't want to get end played, switches to a heart, North wins. North probably continues spades at this point, I would expect.
I mean, yeah, I guess there's no reason to play. And even if you're worried about the queen of hearts being a pitch, it's not going to be a useful pitch.
Yeah.
He does do the most passive possible thing, playing a heart.
Yeah, Schiff says they know someone's might have psyched, and Yakbub asks, won't they play South to be the one that's psyched? I think...
No, I think very much not. You can explain?
Yeah, so, if South had a very weak hand, South would want to take up as much room as possible in the auction. And so that's why with a weak hand that really just wanted to fish around and get to 3 hearts, West's hand has already been shown. So East knows that if South is psyching or if the opponents are psyching, East already knows how high their side is bidding. This isn't the same as if it goes a 2-heart preempt pass and South is sitting on 4 small hearts and a 5 count, and South tries to go through 2 no trump. Now that psych is a little bit more popular because the hand sitting over the 2 no trump bidder might not necessarily have the same inferences. But here, East knows what's going on in the auction, so East is always going to take a call if it's their side's hand. So I think South is bidding their hand straight up.
Yeah, and there's another consideration here also, so it goes in no trump, 2 diamonds, overcall, which, sure, Jerry has a ridiculous hand, but he doesn't have to. He passes. He's going to have a yard roll from South's point of view. It's super dangerous for South to psych that advance, because what if partner is just the one with the sound overcall all along?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that as well.
North can afford to be frisky. South in this position absolutely can't.
Yeah, Schiff says either way, North-South did worse than passing throughout. Sometimes that happens.
And people who believe in karma would say North deserved it for that ridiculous overcall. I think you're 6'4", you're white-red, you do whatever you want, who cares?
Pretty much. Well, South has to find a discard. I mean, he can pitch either major. Herd overcall to heart over club. That makes a lot of sense. I don't think a preempt is right with the North hand.
No, and in fact, one thing, if you remember, I would do this occasionally, like not every time because you can't do it every time. There's game theory involved, but I would occasionally make a one-level overcall like this, and sometimes the opponents are missing a bunch of queens, and they misguess every one of them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's good to have that in your arsenal sometimes, just to, to make sure that you're appropriately varying your strategy, and that's a nice spot to vary it. Same way, you might make a heavy 2-level overcall opposite a passed hand for the same reason. You don't have a game, so you don't mind, making this deviation, and it can be a deviation that the opponents, grossly misread.
Right.
Heavy third seat weak 2s or something I always keep in my arsenal, playing a light opening style for that reason.
Yeah, Eric said herd overcall to heart, and then bid 4 hearts after a mixed raise from South. And I think the reason for that is he's just trying to take up space. At that point, he's preempting. Surely they don't play the last club for information. I don't think so.
No, well, you got it right. Nicely done.
Yeah, and I don't know the reason for getting this right, but I suspect that, we get the board adjusted to 5 clubs down 1.
You got it wrong. I mean, it is weird that he played the 10 for a first-round finesse. That did seem like he was about to get it wrong.
Yeah, I think so as well. But yeah, as you had said, we do basically get the information that North is short in spades and therefore is likely to have long diamonds. But I would be very tempted to think about this 2-no bid and be like, and South has to have something for this call, right? Like the Queen of Diamonds is at least a little bit of something.
Yeah, I think Declara may have just, not been attuned to that inference from the auction that, South can't afford to mislead North about his hand.
Right.
Anyway, moving on to the next hand, East probably is going to double or not, depending on his mood. I don't know.
North needs to have something for his fit as well. It's true, yeah. It's difficult when both opponents are very light for all of their actions.
I mean, it is true, but, except we know that someone has lied, so the question just becomes who's more likely to have lied. Yes, North needs to have something also, but we already know that one of them can't have what they promised. So, we have to reevaluate in light of that. Meanwhile, this has gone not at all how I would have anticipated. I would have thought that it would go a club double, a spade. So South's 1 heart showed spade. So, and West raised to 2 diamonds. And, where I would have thought that it would go like a club double, a spade, and no trump. And West would be declaring a no trump instead of East declaring 2 diamonds.
Yeah, and also South had the option to balance with a double here. Short diamonds, a 5th spade. I mean, I think I could go either way. The hand's just an 8 count, and if partner can't act over 2 diamonds, you're probably not making a game. But
what game could you possibly make when partner can't make a support double?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it might depend on the North-South no-trump ranges here. Like if North could still be an unbalanced 17 or something, then singleton spade, you could make 3-no.
I mean, I think for that reason, though, North would not risk a pass with that. They would do something.
Sure.
Maybe an unbalanced 2-no trump, maybe something, but, they know that action has gotten in the auction too often, so, it's one of the losses of support doubles is you can't make a general force double with that kind of hand, so because of that, you just have to manufacture something.
Yeah, well, everything's splitting well for East-West, which means 2 diamonds is going to take quite a few tricks here. That Queen of Hearts is even an entry to the Queen of Clubs, and to take a spade finesse later in the play.
So, still going to be a maximum of 10 tricks. You do have those 3 aces that aren't going anywhere, and you weren't making a game. So, this contract was as good as anything. I was just a little surprised at how the auction timed out. I think that one diamond overcall is, would be a small minority choice among American experts, but I'm not sure if he's American or not.
Yeah, I agree with you there, that at Imps there's a lot of reason to just make the takeout double even when you have a 5-card diamond suit here, because your most likely game is not going to be 5 diamonds or 3 no trump, it's going to be 4 of a major. So 2 diamonds makes 3. And the other table got to 2 spades down 1 north-south. So, flat board.
Funny. So it was, in a precision context, a diamond, and East was never able to bid anything.
Mm-hmm. That'll do it.
Alrighty, well, moving on to board 5 of this 15 board segment.
Yeah. Alright, so North opens a no trump. Unbalanced 15, but looks pretty natural. This might end the auction.
I was wondering how they got to 3-0 at the other table. I mean, it's obviously not a classic 1-0 even for that shape, but the alternatives are 1 diamond and 2 diamonds, which is a pretty big underbid, and 1 diamond and 3 diamonds, which is maybe not quite an overbid exactly, but it feels misdirected.
Well, you said they're playing precision. So, obviously, if North opens a strong club, they'll get to game because South game forces. But if North opens a diamond and precision and rebids 3 diamonds, then I can understand them getting to 3-0.
That is a good point. In fact, they did open a club, not alerted, but appears to be a strong club based on the 1 diamond opening the previous hand.
Then I'm surprised they didn't get to game. Oh, they did get to game. They did. Never mind.
They did get to game, yeah.
Yeah. They got to game.
After some fairly vigorous competition.
Yeah, so this hard opening lead is going to work out pretty well for the defense. Declare electing not to duck the first round of hearts, which I guess is pretty reasonable. It would have protected against a potential 6-2 heart split, but it would have opened the door for a potential spade shift, for example.
Bathurst got to 3-0 after 1 diamond opening and made it. Did they play from south or west? Got to look at that King, Queen, Jack, 10 of spades for a nanosecond before leading one?
Yeah, like if the King of Spades gets led and Declare ducks around, and then the Queen of Spades gets continued and Declare wins.
Well, you just win the first spade and duck a diamond. You have 9 tricks.
Oh, that too. Yeah, exactly. You can just win the first spade and duck a diamond, exactly. Well, ace, king of diamonds and a diamond, I guess.
Yeah, whatever.
Good call. So, they do stay safe in this room. They played a no trump, not 3-0, and pick up a few imps. So north-south overtake the lead. Over deck on top again. East will pass in first seat at this table, and South has a pretty nice hand. Gets to open a club, I assume. Yeah,
I do wonder if we got anyone who non-vulnerable would be tempted by weak 2 diamonds on the East cards.
Could be. Yeah, not at these colors.
Yeah, thank you. Clamato, I thought that I've run into Jeff Fang before. I don't recall running into the East player Yang, but doesn't mean I haven't. 6 clubs make. The spade finesse works, so that's certainly a pretty good start. They can lead a club, but it doesn't even help. I guess you can... Actually, on a trump lead, can you do everything? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, you just have 12 tricks. 1 rough and
Uh, mm,
Uh, you can do it, right? I mean, you have to play it wide open, but you need the spade finesse anyway, and the third spade is one pitch, so rough one heart, lose one red card, and pitch the other.
well, Rob's always confident first and backpedals. Hey, I trust you, chat. Whenever you say something, actually, I should know better. PJF always adds a question mark at the end of his comments. Okay, what do we do on a club lead?
Oh, that actually is a problem. We probably need to play a diamond immediately to open up communications back to the hand because we can't take a rough and get stranded there. And they can lead another club. Yeah, so I think on a club lead, I think I was right the first time. A club lead does beat 6 clubs.
I'll stare at it if they get there. You know what? Let's not worry about it now. Let's think about the auction first. So South has reversed.
Club lead, you need to move the Jack of Hearts to West so you have a squeeze. Anyway, back in the real world, I think they're going to play 3-no trump.
Yeah, so 3-no from North. I mean, South is probably not done. I guess a lot of it depends on what the 3-diamond bid is. Many players will play some sort of Levensaal over a reverse like this, so North's 3 diamonds might have showed a real hand.
Yeah, so I think the auction went the equivalent of a club, a spade response, 2 heart reverse, 3 diamonds, where 2 spades would, for Americans, I think, just have shown a 5th spade and been neutral about values, with 2-no being a slowdown. Here, 3 diamonds, game forcing, probably like quasi check back.
Right. Well, this is, that was not the lead.
No, obviously playing partner for a Doubleton diamond, and that doesn't even make any sense. I don't know why East wouldn't lead a high diamond.
Yeah, a little bit strange, and I think this is going to give Declare quite a bit of confidence to take the spade hook. If East had just led a heart, for example, I think Declare was just going to cash out, but now with low diamond 10 holding, Declare knows the queen of diamonds is still protected, even if the spade hook loses.
Yeah, there's no way that West is going to wake up later with the ace of diamonds. They can cast 4 diamond tricks now.
Right. And I'm also very confident that Declare is going to take another spade finesse, even though it could strand the ace of spades, because there's no way East would have opened the bidding, or wouldn't have opened the bidding with ace king jack 5th of diamonds.
I see, right, because he'll already have 9 tricks in by the time he gets to that point.
Yeah, he might do that as well, but we'll run the club suit first.
Well, he switched to diamonds, so I think he's just planning to catch all his winners and lead a spade to the 10.
Yeah, I think so as well. All right,
Yeah,
ace of hearts, king of hearts, spade hook, 12 tricks. And who thought they weren't making a slam on this one?
Right. I didn't anticipate the awesome slam-going power of the 10 of diamonds.
No. Really important card there. Oh, just kidding. We didn't take the spade finesse. Or maybe it looks like we didn't. It's reported as 3-no making 11. The other table got to 3 clubs?
Playing a strong club, really interesting. That made it harder to get to game.
Maybe East opened.
No, North made a negative response with his hand that, in precision, was just not quite enough for a classical positive response, and they just kind of languished.
Huh.
I think South bit a heart, showing at least 4 2 clubs and then 3 clubs, and North didn't anticipate South having that good a hand.
Yeah.
I mean, just a bad setup for precision, like an absolute maximum 1 diamond and an absolute minimum, or sorry, an absolute maximum also, rather, for South sequence. Yeah, no, I agree. I think South may have just misevaluated, but precision, sometimes a lot of these decisions are just regimented, and if, you have a hand that doesn't quite mesh up with that, you just end up in 3 clubs when you want to be a game.
Well, South at this table decided they didn't want to miss a game. Opened a club and just jumped all the way to 4 spades after that negative double from their partner.
Yeah, I do wonder if North could have a 5th spade, and now South has a, like, I think 4 spades is a good bit anyway, but if North could have a 5th spade, then it's even better.
Yeah, I do wonder. I mean, I assume North would always move if we had a slam here. Like if that ace of diamonds was the ace of spades and that queen of diamonds was the queen of clubs, we might just be making 6. And would North be moving with that hand? I don't know.
Got it.
Well, anyway, we get the ace of hearts lead, so it looks like Declare is probably not going to have too much difficulty in this contract anymore. Even if he ends up losing 2 spade tricks, you can pitch a club on the king of hearts, you can rough the club suit good.
Yeah, you also might be able to do everything like cash 2 clubs. If the queen drops, great. If it doesn't, then you can play heart pitching the now useless jack of clubs and rough a club.
Yeah. Alright, a diamond switch. So this is going to make Declare's life a little bit more challenging. I think the pretty natural line of play, though, is to effectively just give up 2 spade tricks when the suit's 3-2, where I was going to say win the ace of diamonds, and then basically just play king of spades out of hand, West will win the ace, take the queen of spades, rough a diamond back to hand, rough the club's good.
So if we take an ace of diamonds, we would still have the 4th trump in our hand. Yeah, this is going to make things a little more awkward. The South hand does not have any entries outside of, if you play trumps, the South hand has no entries.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible he's going to get the spade right after the overcall.
Yeah, like at match points, I think this would be a much more challenging problem. Playing teams, trying to find a way to just guarantee 10 tricks, has a lot going for it.
Yeah, so he has got the spade. That's going to help.
Yeah, spade to the queen. I mean, he could duck a spade. Obviously, he's a little bit concerned about that plan. No, he's just going after some sort of cross ruff. Diamond ruff, king of hearts pitch a club, queen of hearts pitch a diamond. Or this. Just play back a spade, and yeah, we're going to lose 1 more spade, but we can pitch both of our losers on the king, queen of hearts.
Yeah, and dummy also. I guess you can't play for the beer, but with diamond splitting, there is a beer available.
That's true.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna cash the queen of hearts, pitching a diamond, cash, as many winners as he can until he takes the jack. There we go.
Sure. Alright, the claim comes through. We get our 10 tricks. Hurd and Bathurst supposedly got to 5 spades in a different match. So their match must be close to be broadcast.
Possibly, or maybe it was just voted for and trying to see the scores for the entire event, if possible. don't, I don't know how to access that part of the. Here we go. Is that Shory Donnelly?
Yeah.
Probably.
It
Yeah, so
was
they're up by
close, but
40.
now it's not.
Shory is now up by 40.
Okay. Wow. All right, board
Yeah,
8.
3-0 making 7, 4 spades making 2.
Well, this time North has a pretty big hand. Opens a club.
And this might just end the auction. Nope. South does not want to risk playing a 3-1 club fit, understandably.
Yeah. So club, a diamond, 2 spades, game force, and really important for South to respect this and raise to 3 spades, or maybe raise to 4 spades, but I know that a lot of players get cold feet. They're like, I've responded on a 2 count, partner has jump shifted, like, I'm just going to pass, but sometimes partner just has game in their own hand when you have a fit.
So that is true, but actually I do think passing, especially non-vulnerable, is okay here. You weren't responding constructively. You were responding to try to get out of what you thought would often be a horrible contract. Now you've done that.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, you could definitely do that.
Partners, 2 spades is game forcing opposite a normal response, but he didn't open 2 clubs, so that means by definition it's not game forcing opposite a shaded response, and we know that we have a shaded response.
Sure. Yeah, if you kind of judge that the whole purpose of you responding is to just try and improve the part score, then bidding a diamond and passing 2 spades does have something going for it. But South bids 4 spades. I mean, I think it's too easy to construct hands from partner, like ace king 4th of spades, ace king queen 6th of clubs, ace and a diamond, or something like that, where you're just like absolutely gin for 10 tricks and spades.
Yeah, I mean the 2 spade bid, besides essentially being game forcing, improves South's hand a lot. Yep. So his formerly shaded response actually now looks a lot like a real response.
Yeah, for sure. So I like the 4 spade bid. Is it going to work out? East is on lead.
Yeah, so the diamond position is gonna help. And if it goes heart, it's gonna be a little awkward for Declare, right? Having those high spades threatened. Maybe you play 3 rounds of clubs, pitching dummies hearts now, so you can take the tap and dummy and play trumps. It gets a little tricky after a tap.
Oh, certainly 2 rounds of hearts would have presented Declare with a huge problem. This opening diamond lead, I mean, Declare would have had an easy going of it if he put up the queen and it held. He didn't give it much thought at all. Whoa!
He's decided that the king of diamonds is offside.
Yeah, this next trick is not going to go the way he wants.
The funniest one would be if they were playing, I guess even 3rd and 5th from king, jack, 4, deuce, diamond to the 10, diamond, deuce to the king, diamond, rough.
Yeah. Oh, I have had that happen to me so many times. Yeah, I do kind of wonder because, let's say he's right. That makes the rest of the hand a lot harder. And sometimes the simple answer is to just, take a finesse at trick 1, and if it wins, then, you have no more problems for the rest of the deal. And obviously, if the queen of diamonds got covered, then sure, you have to rethink your life.
Here we go.
But, yeah, diamond comes back to the king, and I assume as East we cash the hard ace at this point.
I would think so, and that'll just beat the hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Declare thought that East wouldn't lead from that kind of strength into a game-forcing hand, but, it turned out East had a really rough choice of leads. It was only non-strong suit are the 2 that were bid on his right. So... Ace of Hearts is also not a great lead into the strong hand on his right, so he was a little bit stuck, and I think Declare didn't anticipate that.
Oh, for sure, for sure, and but yeah, I mean, kind of going back to what I was saying, like, if the Diamond Queen holds trick 1, like, okay, sure, you still need clubs 4-3 and you need spades 3-2, but, like, you are done at that point. If the King of Diamonds is offside, there's going to be a lot of problems for you on this hand. Like, you have to duck a diamond, then you have to cash the Ace, King, Queen of Clubs pitching diamonds. You need to ruff your diamond, so diamonds probably need to be 3-3. Clubs need to be 4-3, but, like, you also have to rough the clubs good at that point. So the person with 3 clubs needs to not have the 10 of spades so that they can't rough in front of the 9. And then, like, you also need this to all happen with the opponents not tapping you out in hearts along the way. So I think even though the King of Diamonds, as you say, like, Declare is just like, well, this is very likely to be offside. He's right about that. But is it so likely that it's offside that it's better to play for all of these parlays to make 4 spades? Or should you just, like, take a normal 50-50 finesse? Jack of spades comes through. And now the 10 of clubs, and Declare actually is just down 2. Well, there you have it. So 11 imps going the way of Team Han. And is the match now tied? It is.
It sure is.
Wow. They're holding their own against the Overdeck team.
So, of course, in the robot tournaments, it starts pass, 1, no trump.
Yeah, opening a no with the south hand. Not quite the solid club suit.
So this is when I was saying that I kind of like heavy third seat preempt sometimes when there's no game available. This is the kind of hand that I might well open 3 clubs. It makes it really hard for the opponents. We know there's a good chance they have a strong major suit fit somewhere. We know that it's going to be fine for us. Like, we have 7-ish tricks and clubs. It's kind of, a good combination of we're probably not going to get in trouble by being too heavy, but it might be hard for the opponents to cope with it.
Yeah, so that type of strategy can work out really well, and I think, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you would open a club if your King Jack of Diamonds were the King Jack third of Hearts, because now the odds of the opponents having a fit in either major goes down, or at least the odds of them having a game in either major goes down. Now they can really only play in spades or hearts if they get lucky with the heart finesses working. So yeah, the fact that you have no defense against any major suit contract makes the preempt a little bit more attractive. But South opens a club here. Spade overcall from West. A little bit thin, unfavorable, especially opposite a past hand partner. But you do what you gotta do. Negative double, 2 hearts, strong spade raise, 2 spades showing a good hand, 2 no from North. I have a spade stopper, 3 no.
And again, kind of the same thing, from West's point of view. They could still have a spade fit. It gets past hearts where he has a doubleton, which could be important if that's the opponent's fit, as it is here.
All right, 10 of spades lead is going to go around to the king. And
yeah, so there's nothing to it, right?
No, but, the question is Declare going to play a club to the jack or a club to the ace?
I would maybe club to the ace, heart to the ace, club.
Okay, it does play club to the ace.
Wide open.
Yeah, you're going to feel really bad, though, if that happens and then you misguess the club.
Oh, I know. Here it's impossible, but I don't like the first round club finesse, so no.
It prevents you from getting a very silly result, is what it does.
Really all I ever want out of hand. That overcall, sure, could indicate that he's a little bit shorter in clubs, but I don't know. I think just bang down the king seems like it would be my strategy. Like I don't think the simple one spade overcall is enough to enough to sway me from the normal play.
Yeah, shift brings up what I was kind of getting at, which is that like non-vulnerable. I mean, these 50-point under tricks do add up, but vulnerable, I would be very tempted to just play a club to the jack.
Yeah, so East, meanwhile, has done something a little bit abnormal. He made that two heart, good race to two spades with only ace jack doubleton. So the player already knows
Ace
something.
jack 10 third.
Oh, it was ace jack. Oh, I'm sorry. He led the 10 from ace jack third, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind. I don't know.
And Declare is
Actually,
thinking.
if you take the first round finesse and it loses, you're never going down more than two, but that's probably not a great result.
Well, but
Yeah.
I mean, if at this point you misguess the clubs, like you might go down a lot. All right, looks like he's decided to take the club hook against East.
Yeah.
Heart to the ace, club, queen pops up, claim.
Yeah,
7 imps.
So the tie lasted all of 0 boards.
Yeah. We've had a lot of back and forth on the scorecard here.
Yeah, who was playing for Han at the other table? G. Lee, who we were talking about yesterday in our handicapping session, and Yanong Han, who I'm not familiar with.
I think they're four-handed. They might be. Yeah, Declare definitely could have gone down 5 on this board.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the trade-off. If you're going to cater to stiff queen offside, you have to play the hand completely wide open.
Right. 3 passes, West deciding not to open the 11 count in third seat. So North has 12 for triple three. Is there any chance North passes this out?
I think we've seen North being pretty aggressive. Yeah.
That is an opening bid, huh? Weak, no trumps, 4th seat vulnerable.
I do kind of wonder whether it's 14 to 16 and he's just like, screw it, one no trump.
I mean, you would think by just getting to 3-0 on the previous board and making it that you would be happy, but no, I guess. All right, a no, 2 diamonds, transferred hearts, 2 hearts, I'll pass.
He has 16 Pearson points, although I didn't read it, but apparently someone posted on Bridge Winners that Pearson points are bunk.
Yeah, I think I saw that article as well.
So the Jack of Diamonds being doubleton is certainly going to save him here. I think that's what he needs to avoid going down. You know, the club, a diamond, a heart, and 2 spades to lose on top.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't realize just how sketchy this contract was going to be, but
yeah,
right.
the club fence wins and everyone splits, and you still need the Jack doubleton of diamonds coming in to avoid going minus. There's just nowhere to develop a trick, really. I mean, maybe in spades, like the 9 of spades might come into play somehow.
Yeah, it's going to be too slow after that club lead, though. West is going to get in and play another club back, setting up their club trick.
Right, but it also might be good enough to pitch a diamond. If you didn't, if the Jack of Diamonds didn't come in, that'd be fine too.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's a good point. The other table, West probably did open the bidding in third seat with the 11 count. I think a lot of players would. And so East-West got to a no trump. They ended up making that contract. And this will be a double part score swing.
Yeah, that is exactly what happened. When a club, East bid a spade showing presumably it's like a 1-no type bid. It's a balanced hand in range, and West bid and played a no trump and got his 90.
All right, 9 to diamond switch comes through from West, realizing that his jack was dropping anyway. He fires back at clubs, so Declare can now just pull trumps. Probably does work on spades a little bit. Just in case the diamond suit can't be played profitably from the opponent's side.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe even exit a club and, hope that as here they don't have the 4th club to lead.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable, in fact. You could play back a club. There's no cost, and Declare does. And the defense would be rather tricky to beat the contract from here if East had the jack of diamonds. East would have to underlead their ace of spades to their partner's king. West would have to hop up with the king and then push a diamond through. That's going to be tough. So East just plays back a diamond.
Yeah, and with the 9 already having been played, Declare has nothing to do here. So, yep, so a small positive in each room for 5 imps to overdeck.
Yeah, nice result for them. I do wonder about West Pass, because so many players would just open almost any 11 count in 3rd seed if there's any reason to do so, and West had 4 spades and a somewhat decently directional club bid, opening bid.
Yeah, he was red. He knew his partner didn't have enough to open, possibly in their lifestyle if they're doing that, so... opening a somewhat random 11 count isn't that appealing if you're playing for 100 points and under trick.
Sure. South here has 16 count, opens a club.
Yeah, so possibly a mini no trump for North South, or they
they opened a 12 count in 4th seat on the previous hand.
Yeah, good point. The South probably now bids a no trump, showing the strong no trump range.
I would have thought, but South bids a heart, showing 3 hearts.
South bids a heart, showing 3 hearts. I don't have a bid from South yet. I wonder if my connection froze.
Yeah, I think so.
My connection, my browser is crashing again. I'll reopen this.
So North looks like bidding some sort of artificial check back to maybe show an invite. And I assume South has showed the extras now with 3 hearts, so 3 spades looks like a relay to 3 now. West on lead.
Yeah, I wonder if 1 heart maybe is just mandatory with any 3-card heart suit. I don't know.
Yeah. I was wondering how they were going to untangle it, but obviously they have some sort of system here.
Yeah, 3 spades, maybe 2 diamonds, and I'd a 4th heart and 3 spades with a transfer to 3 no.
Right, I'm just curious, when did South show extras? Or... No, they're not playing a strong club, right? That wouldn't make any sense. North's 1 diamond bid wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the North-South conventions.
Yeah, I would guess either 1 heart or 2 diamonds had to show a strong no trump, but who knows which. Anyway.
So diamond opening lead is going to be pretty effective if West finds it, and they do. 3 rounds of diamonds sets up West's entire diamond suit, and West has that king-queen doubleton of clubs as an entry.
Yeah, Declare in the other room only took 8 tricks, and probably it was along the same lines. There's just no possible 9th trick after this lead.
Right. You have a couple of entries to the north hand to hook against honor 10 third of clubs, and that's what Declare is going to try and do. Declare might be pretty happy.
I do not think that is what Declare is going to try to do.
Oh, yeah. No, that doesn't even work. Well...
The only possible holding is honor in East, so I think you have to play for both the king queen of clubs on side.
Well, it depends if you know diamonds are 5-3, right?
Oh, that is true, but let's assume from the carding that you do know that.
Yeah, if diamonds are known to be 5-3, then Craig's right. You need to play a club to the jack. But if diamonds are not known to be 5-3, then the percentage play in clubs is obviously to play for honor 10-3 on side, and that's what Declare is doing.
Yeah, I didn't see. So the opening lead was a Rusino 9, and he's played Queen Ace Deuce. So maybe that Deuce could have told Declare that they were 5-3 and not 4-4. He might have returned his higher remaining spot from 2.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Diamond comes back, so West is cashed out. Declare. I don't know if that was an appropriate time to claim. I mean, Declare only had 7 tricks off the top and was going to need the hearts to come
frustration
in.
Claim.
Yeah. But down 1's a push. So West gonna pass in first seat. North gets to open a club. South has a really nice hand. Whoa! Okay! Okay, I take it all back. 2 diamonds, double. What do we do with South? 3 diamonds!
I need to completely rethink my bracket now because East West are definitely going to win this thing.
We hope so. We want to see these guys tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, South makes a responsive double. Here's 3 spades from partner.
I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised that the South action was so fast that he wasn't was that a week 2 bid?
Oh, he's on tilt. It's pretty clear that he's on tilt. 3 spades. Man, what do you do as South? You have a 20 count. Partner made a takeout double. I mean, I think if he's really on tilt, he's just going to bid 6 no. But yeah, 6 hearts.
I think 6 hearts is the kind of mainstream choice, such as it is.
Yeah, 6 hearts has the virtue of being absolutely cold, which is nice. Okay, that's a bid. I mean, is North going to bump this? He doesn't.
Oh. I mean, South could have tried bidding 4 diamonds along the way, and then 6 hearts if he wanted to invite 7.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. 10 of diamonds lead. So 14-30. Okay, now for the big boy question. Was 3 diamonds doubled going for more than the value of the slam?
Well, they were going to take 3 tricks, right? At least.
So you can take 3. You can pull 3 rounds of trumps. You can take 2 hearts. You can take 2 clubs. You can take 2 spades because you can lead a spade to the queen and a spade back. So that's 9 tricks already. Is down 5. Is only 1,100. Even if you get one more trick somewhere.
So, I guess Declare, thing like, if you can stop Declare from taking that queen of clubs, he only has 2 diamonds and 1 spade.
Okay, so we can never get more than 1,400, is what you're saying.
You can take a second spade, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's down 5 or 6.
Alright. Win 1. Maybe.
Probably a push.
Yeah, probably a push. I mean, when West just doesn't open in first seat. North will open, and North-South will get to 6 hearts in a pretty natural way.
Yeah, I'll just end up in a check-back sequence, and South will take control in a different way.
Nice hand. Good auction, guys. I mean, it's a lot easier when you get the 2-diamond opener with hands like this. You know, South has a 20 count. Their partner made a takeout double. You're going to bid a slam. Sometimes these auctions are easier after a preempt. We got 3 more boards to play in the set. And then we'll see if there's another match that we might want to check out for the final segment. You know, while we wait for the board, because we're just kind of waiting, Shorey is up 52 over Donnelly, and Hammond is getting demolished by Roman by 41.2. Nice adjustment, guys.
Yeah, obviously disappointing for everyone who wanted to see Bob Hammond, one more time making a run at something at age 88, I believe.
He'll be around for another 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy just, eats a 16-ounce T-bone every day and is going to live forever. He is 86. He'll be 87. Possibly during the Philadelphia NABC. August 6th is his birthday, according to Wikipedia.
Ah. Everyone go wish Bob a happy birthday at the NABC.
And wish me afterward. I guess last year's NABC fell on my birthday. This year's doesn't.
Yeah, look, everyone's going to wish Bob a happy birthday. I mean, if you get an opportunity to wish 2 people a happy birthday, and I know this is asking a lot, then you should also wish Craig a happy birthday.
Thank you.
Matt says this is a high-scoring match. So we're 42 boards in, and we have 124 or 224 imps.
George Brad, as you say, he was on a ventilator during COVID, and not only survived and came off it, but came back playing Great Bridge. He was back playing NABC and trials within a few months, and playing pretty sharp bridge.
One under Trick Wonder can only do 1 happy birthday per season. Yeah, it's a big ask. I understand. On to board 13, though. Here we go. North gets to open a spade, unless this 11 count doesn't qualify. Oh, man. I was going to say maybe he can open a no trump.
Yeah, I wonder if there are any West who would let it, hear it go, a spade pass a no trump and be tempted to double. I would not be, but, maybe someone would.
Yeah, the 4-3-3 is a little bit bad.
Yeah, it's to pass.
2 diamonds from North. They might be playing Gazilli.
Yeah, probably are. So 2 diamonds is a little more convenient with a minimum.
Yep. Well, what we do is South. I mean, so if we're playing Gazilli, partner's limited to like 15, maybe 16. South decides to pass. It's a little bit risky in the American 2/1 style to pass with the South hand because partner could have up to like 18 or bad 19 for the 2 diamond bid.
That is true, but I think given that you don't have you could bump to 3 diamonds, but most of the time you're going to end up playing it there.
Right, yeah.
You're a little light for that, but it's fine.
Yeah, like how often do you miss a game by passing versus how often do you end up going down at the 3 level when you could have been down less at the 2 level?
Yeah, I think one thing about it is there's no preemptive value here, right? Our shortness is in partner suit, so the opponents aren't competing there, and we have 4-4 in the other two.
Yep.
So, like, it's kind of devastating to go minus knowing that we weren't trying to stop the opponents from doing anything. It was, like, purely under our own power.
Yeah. 3 rounds of diamonds.
This is going to be pretty comfortable. Just lead a spade up and probably eventually rough a spade and lose 1 club, I guess? Or, yeah.
You might lose 2, because it looks like you're going to get tapped out here. East can switch to a heart. If East has gotten any sort of signal from their partner. Okay, looks like we're not getting the heart switch, so... Now Declare does get to win the ace of clubs. Queen jack of spades, rough out the spade suit. Rough a heart, cash the last spade, and then give up a club. Just kidding. We don't have the entries. We don't have the entries to do all of this. Okay. I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, so we are getting back to the point where we do actually just lose 2 clubs.
Sure, that is correct. In fact, I've heard Italian players say it, Gazzili.
Gazzili. I'm still going to go with the American pronunciation. Oh. West has dumped down to the stiff jack of clubs. I didn't even realize. And Declare took the club hook. Incredible. Well played, everyone.
Great job.
I mean, I guess that's probably reasonable defense. It might even be, like, good defense at match points. Anyway, Declare has misguessed the club position at the end. Still goes plus, though. So, pretty happy with his result, I think. This match is pretty entertaining. Yeah, chat, you picked a good one. You all voted. I mean, you knew who we were going to watch. Table 2.
When did this segment start? Was it only an hour and 15 minutes ago?
Yeah, I think it was an hour and 15 minutes ago.
And without screens, the pace of play can be fairly quick, but this even for that is going pretty briskly.
Yeah, that might be why we're experiencing some delays at this point. The other table is caught up to us, though. They also bid and made 6 hearts on 12. They had a completely uncontested auction. Aha.
Yeah, like as did everyone else in the event.
That's true. Yeah, they played a precision diamond on the north hand, 4-3-1-5 shape, not the 2 diamond opener. So they were able to kind of very quickly find their heart fit. North raised hearts with 3 card support in the singleton diamond. All right, board 14 is on the table.
Yeah, so West obviously has a 2 club opener, but he might not get the chance to. No, I thought South, if he had a weak 2 diamonds available, might make it.
It is very popular to play multi in the European countries.
Yeah.
So strong 2 clubs with the 23 count, 2 diamonds, double by South, finally getting his lead direct in. Imagine if we redouble and just play it here.
Yeah, so a 23 count. So this is an absolute maximum in points, let alone having all the aces and kings in a good 5-card suit.
All right, so West bids 2-no, 3 hearts transfer to spades. West decides to ignore everything and just bid 3-no.
It is possible that 3-no shows 3 spades.
It's definitely possible. Given the double of 2 diamonds, I think this is an auction where West can... Okay, looks like East thinks that they're showing a spade fit.
Yeah, 4 hearts retransfer.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that West might have a singleton spade some of the time in this auction for the 2-no bid.
Yeah, although after the double, those odds go down, right? Because now he would often have a redouble.
Yeah. Well, they get to 4 spades, so diamond opening lead. And Declare shouldn't have too much trouble. I mean, if you were at the 6th level, you would have a lot of thinking to do, but being in only 4, you don't need to do much.
Yeah, and a heart lead obviously would have beaten 6 spades.
Yeah, you'd get a heart ref immediately. Pretty difficult given that South insisted on the diamond lead.
Yeah.
So second diamond goes
now
around to the queen and king. Yeah, and now Declare is just going to very simply pull trumps. Probably knock out the hard king.
Yeah, I could have pitched a hard, taken roughing finesse, but this is pretty straightforward. Now you don't even need the club finesse. You just pitch 3 clubs on the hearts and the 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, exactly. Shift is eyeballing Jeff Fang as a new potential partner. Very similar styles.
So that feels like, normal / good result for East West. Just, getting to their best game and not getting overboard with West Monster.
Yeah, although, is 6 spades actually making on a diamond lead? I wonder.
I mean, maybe if you guess the... I mean, you have to, play on clubs and get some roughs in? Like, there's a lot of work to do, especially with...
there's too much work.
Yeah, with North being able to rough the 3rd diamond if you try to pitch a heart on it, and South being short in hearts.
Yeah, for sure. So, as you say, looks like East-West got a pretty good result there. 3-no trump, of course, would have worked out just fine.
I suspect Deep Finesse might be able to make 6 spades, but very few
I don't think it can.
I was going to cheat and look at the board here. I was going to try to cheat and look at the board. Where's the...
I think you can back it all the way up and click on this. The DDS button.
Oh, for this hand, but where's the the Deep Finesse style chart where it's shows you what you can make in every strain?
I think you can go into the scores and maybe not.
Yeah, so I thought so too, but apparently not. At least not this time. I also crashed my browser window again. That's happened quite a few times on Real Bridge lately.
It's a new site. They're working out the kinks, I think this is the first time they've done a big broadcast like this, or at least maybe this is the first time they've done this in conjunction with the VooGraph tables. And
so I got it. If you click on the board number, you get that style chart as well as possibly the result at every table where it's been played. Indeed, you do.
Yep.
So you're correct. 11 is the limit.
What is the reason for switching to Real Bridge? I mean, it's not an interesting reason.
Yeah, I mean, how could it be?
Yes, I mean, okay, you know what? I will take up that challenge. Here is my fabricated Chat GPT story of why they switched to Real Bridge. Excuse me, while we wait for board 15.
I can fabricate a better one.
Yeah, can you? Go.
Yep. The Rombos own Bridge Base, and they don't want the appearance of a conflict of interest with Bridge Base having access to all the hand records.
Okay, yeah, that was pretty good. I had a pretty good one too, but we have board 15. We'll have to wait.
Of course.
Pass by South.
There are also people affiliated with Real Bridge playing in this tournament, but not to that degree. Anyway, a spade opening by West, presumably.
Yeah. So are we going to see two clubs from North?
Probably. It's terrible, but, you know, what the hell, right?
North does bid two clubs. I'm unconvinced, but...
Yeah, I hate it too, but whatever, you know, let the guy have some fun.
That's a fair point. Yeah. I mean, you just gotta let the boys play, right? So two clubs from North.
I would like it more at almost any other vulnerability.
Sure. Two hearts by East, two spades by West, and now East has a problem. East decides to bid three hearts. And that's going to end the auction.
Yeah, and West, I think, was hoping the auction would go on for one more round to almost any contract. Even if he didn't double, I think he'd be a lot more confident defending 3-0 or 4 of a major than he is defending 3 hearts.
Well, Jack of Clubs lead. So how bad is this going to go for Declare? There's 3 heart losers. There's a club loser. And the spade hook is on, so a diamond goes away. South, if South ever starts over roughing clubs, it's with naturals. I think this is probably going to make, right?
I think so too, and I think even a diamond lead wouldn't really help because Declare can just win and play a club toward the king and then eventually run the... Well, I guess actually you might have to lead a low spade off dummy immediately, because if you play a club to the king, North can hop up with the ace and play another diamond before the spade is set up for a pitch. Oh, then it actually doesn't even matter. You just lose a club, a diamond. No, you can never make it, right? You would lose a club, a diamond, and 3 hearts, or you... Oh, you take the spade finesse while you still have a diamond entry, but on a diamond lead, you can't do that. But right. I think a diamond lead beats it.
Yep.
Took me a while to get there, but I'm pretty confident.
Yeah. Nope, you were right. I let you talk it out. So ace of hearts.
You know, of course. And actually, it's kind of interesting. So the overcall feels like it was lead directing, but in fact, if he hadn't done it, South probably would lead a diamond, and that would have gone plus.
Yeah, because South has no reason to try and void himself in clubs with 2 natural trump tricks.
Although, it's actually interesting. So the option would have gone a spade pass, probably 3 hearts by East, right? Even though it's not Actually, yeah, it's a 10 count, so it's fine. 3 hearts invitational if they have it available. And West now has to decide whether to put down a void in dummy, you know, with ace king ace on the side as guaranteed tricks, or risk 3 spades in a possible worse spit.
Alright, 10 of clubs comes back. South probably going to decline to overruff, but this will just be a fast claim from Declarer after he sees the trumps don't split. So 3 hearts making 3. Not a bad result.
No, that feels pretty good for East West. All right, so that is the end of this segment. 15 boards in the books here. Bridge Base was sold to a French group, 3-ish years ago? Maybe even a little more than that. And I think the Rombos are part of the ownership group. Rob, you can correct me if you think that's wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that's what I was told.
I actually have no idea. Oh, we should head to the other table, though. Oh, the other table's finished. Let's look at the other results. So this match looks really close. 6 imps.
Yeah, I am 100% sure about the part of it being sold to a French group. I'm not. I'm a mere 98% sure that the Rombos are part of that group.
54.2 imps now in favor of Roman over Hammond. And in the Shorey versus Donnelly match, it's 62 in favor of Shorey. So the favorites in both matches are winning, even though Hammond's team had more seeding points. What is this article that you posted?
The obituary of Jan Comrist, WBF president.
Huh.
And funnily enough, the first time I met him had nothing to do with bridge. I was in Burgundy at a very expensive high-level wine dinner, and there was a guy there. We got to talking. He was like, "Oh, you play bridge? Me too." And he was a super serious collector, went to Burgundy every year, and it turned out it was Jan Commerce, who at the time was only active in Norwegian bridge, administrative circles, and later went on to be WBF president.
Wow. Well, I don't think I ever met the guy, but yeah, that's pretty unfortunate news because, I mean, I think I saw him do the draw for the Buenos Aires tournament. When he was doing the group draw, I was watching the live stream, and that was only, 5 months ago? That's unfortunate. I see Steve Weinstein commented on the article already.
Yeah, I think given the the history of people being at the top of the WBF who were not great for bridge, he had been a welcome change from that. I guess I think Jimmy Works is Patino. I think people had a high opinion of, but as with the ACBL board, not everyone who gets involved in bridge administration has bridge's best interest at heart.
Sure, yeah. I'm fishing around on the site. I just jumped into the John Hurd, Kevin Bathurst table since they're still playing for a few minutes, but it doesn't look like I can pull up the auction from the other room while I'm kibitzing this table. I see 3 clubs down 1, but I would have been curious to look at how they got there. This board 14, we saw one pair get to the spade game and make 11 tricks. That's what happened at the other table in this match. Camrus was very much opposed to tablets. I think I knew that, and that probably soured my reputation of him, or him in my mind, a little bit.
Yeah, I am very much on Team Tablet, but I know that it's polarizing, and people who are pro-card are extremely pro-card.
I feel like it's very similar to the mentality in chess with, when you play in a big chess tournament, you have to wear a suit. And, I think I once or twice played in tournaments like that, but for the most part, I mean, I would just wear my normal, t-shirt and shorts or whatever to a tournament to play. But this is kind of like an old school thing that I think just doesn't fit in with modern culture, but it has remained for a long time. And so similar in bridge, it's the game of bridge is supposed to be played with cards at a table while you socialize, and yeah.
It's just it's a card game, therefore it needs to have cards, and many people who support tablets agree that playing with cards is better, but not better enough to allow Lotan and his partner to do things with the cards, or for Antonio Nunez, like, the gains in security outweigh these losses from not having physical cards.
Right.
I think most people prefer cards, even people who think tablets are the way to go.
Yeah, but as Matthew points out, like for juniors, I mean, there's so many new card games that are just being printed in digital format. Like Hearthstone, for example, is a big one. That there just aren't physical cards to play these games, and so to attract younger players to the game, you really need some sort of like online server with like where you can sit and just like click cards and play in front of a computer and whatever. Shift asked about the Luba hand from earlier. I mean, I don't know what happened. I guess maybe we can see it in the match if it actually matters. It's very possible that like nothing happens ruling wise because it's not going to affect the match.
I would be very surprised if there's not a ruling, though, because even if it doesn't affect the final match score, the players have to know where they stand going into the second half.
Oh, right. But so, yeah, that's a good point. The directors should have a ruling by now, definitely. But I was thinking, like, if they had the hand and, like, they just hadn't, for whatever reason, created the ruling on it, and then, like, the match played out and it was just, like, a blowout, win by 100 or something, they could just, like, leave it and be like, we're not going to rule on it because it doesn't matter at this point. Like, sometimes that'll happen in the fourth segment, right? Like, there's some sort of, unusual situation that arises in the fourth segment of play, and then the director's like, okay, I'm going to start pulling people, and then they come back with, like, 2 boards to play in the set, and one team is up by 60, and they're just like, okay, I'm going to give up. So Robin says, like to play on the computer since you can stare at the previous trick. But when playing live, people like to turn over their cards. Yeah, that is the tendency, I think, in live play. I think as you get more experienced, sometimes when, like, it's right to leave a trick up. Like, there are times where I'll be playing and it's like the trick is going to be important. And so most of the time I will, like, play the card and flip my card over. But, like, if I know the trick's going to be important to declare or something, or my partner or whatever, like, you just get, like, a feel for this thing. And so, like, you'll leave your
100%.
card up. And then, the declarer will probably be like, hey, leave your cards up on the table. And then I'll be like, yep, already one step ahead of you. Like, I got you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think a lot of people when playing live will just, especially at club level games, for example, they'll just like flip the cards over and then they'll get upset with you if you ask to see the last trick.
Yeah, and that's also something, when you're an expert declarer, you're going to be much better at anticipating both expert and not expert declarers' problems in the play. So, you'll be able to, kind of figure out, oh, yeah, this is a key trick from their point of view, even if they don't necessarily know it themselves yet.
Yeah. So, okay, I hear what you're saying, Sir Robin. So it's like, here's the situation. We do see the 1 spade pass 3 hard auction, by the way. North John Hurd doesn't overcall 2 clubs on the hand. So,
Yeah, and I have a comment on this also when you're done.
Right. So it's like, here's the situation that I'm kind of visualizing, where it's like, declare, like, pulls trumps or whatever, and then thinks for a little while, and then say, like, leads the queen of diamonds off dummy, and it goes low, 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 right? Like, this is a thing where, and like, it's also sometimes this style in which they play this trick, because declare, like, leads the queen of diamonds and then, like, stares at right-hand opponent's card and then plays low from their hand, like, slowly, and leaves their own card face up on the table, and then I play low in 4th seat, and then they stare at my card, it's like, that's a position where I'm not going to flip the trick over immediately, because like Declarer is clearly looking for something in the card plays, and whether or not I know what it is, like it's obvious to me that Declarer is like trying to think about this particular trick in the cards that have been played. But if, it's like Declarer wins the opening lead and bangs down the ace of hearts, and I play a heart, and it goes heart, 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 and Declarer is like already reaching for another card from their hand, sure, I'm going to flip the card over immediately.
Yeah, and this kind of, tags along to kind of the last thing you said. Basically, when I'm declaring as Declare, I decree the tempo, whichever one flips their cards, and when I'm defending, I allow Declarer to decree that tempo. So I don't flip my card until Declarer does.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Mm-hmm.
There's no ethical problem. Just every time my card is up until Declarer decides the trick is complete.
Right.
Really, it's like the player who wins the trick really should have control over that. But in practice, it's safest to defer to Declarer because they, usually have kind of just more control of what's happening on the hand.
Right.
And then if you're asked to leave it up as defender, whether you won the trick or not, it's true it could convey some information, but, you can also just do it often enough that, you're not doing it like, no, I'm not doing it to, like, deceive people. It's just, I need to think about the hand sometimes in the middle of it, and my thinking process may take different times than others, and there's nothing to read into that. It's just like, hey, I just need a second here, please.
Yeah, I think that's actually a better way of phrasing it, because like in the example I came up with, Declarers like still has their card face up and is looking around at the table. But similarly, when I'm Declarer and a defender, like for example, like let's say a defender leads the king at trick 1, and I either have like ace jack third, or I have like nothing in the suit, right? I know the defender is going to take some time to process the spot cards that are played. So like it's going to go king low, low, low most of the time on this trick. So from my perspective, I'm just going to sit back and wait to see if they lead into my ace jack or, continue the suit or whatever. But for a defender, I know that they're going to spend some time thinking about this trick. So like as Declarer, it's going to go king low, low, and I'm going to play low in tempo, but I'm going to leave my card face up because like they're still, like I can tell they're still like staring at the trick and trying to figure out what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, for that reason, like, if you're Declarer and control the tempo a little bit, then it stops them from, transmitting information about their intentions to their partner. And, of course, it's always, I don't want to say it's always fine to, control the tempo as Declarer, because maybe that can be deceptive sometimes, but most of the time it's just, hey, I'm declaring and I'm going to think about the hand, and there's nothing to read into it. It's just Declarers need to think.
Right. Yep. Yeah. Well, the one table where North didn't overcall 2 clubs that we've seen so far, they got a diamond lead, and they defeated 3 hearts. In the Hammond-Roman match, Chambers did overcall 2 clubs, got the same club lead, and now Declarer has cashed the heart ace, should take the spade finesse.
I guess, Matthew, it is true. You don't want to get into a stalemate where no one's willing to ever turn their card over.
Yeah. Alright, there's the spade hook. Now Declarer can pull second trump and just make 3 hearts. So, man, that 2 club bid is pretty bad. I think it's fine. I probably wouldn't make it.
All right, so we have 15 more boards to play. Are all the scores in for, yeah, no, I guess not quite. They're still playing the last board of the Hammond match, but that was somewhat out of reach for Team Hammond. Down
yeah, both of the other 2 matches
or 52 really, yeah,
are pretty out there. One pair got to 3 hearts. What was the opening lead? There was no 2 club overcall by backer end, but South led a club anyway. This looks incorrect. But club to the ace, queen of clubs comes back. Declarer goes ace of hearts, heart. Can North switch to diamonds? I mean, North won't switch to diamonds, but maybe they could at that point. All right, a heart comes back. A spade up to the ace, a spade ruff. Diamond to the ace, spade ruff. Looks like Declare did okay. Spades broke. So one more set. I think we'll probably stick with the match that is close.
Yeah, for sure.
Unless...
Kind of exciting.
Unless... See, the thing is, if I put up a poll and be like, should we watch Gavin or not Gavin, Chad is going to vote to watch Gavin. That's fine. I mean, Gavin's not playing. Hold on. Let me clarify. Who to watch...
And Bob Hammond probably is done for the day, but he might also have some partisans out here.
Teammates of Gavin, old dudes, or close match, lull.
Fortunately, probably the best players are in the story match, and that, unsurprisingly, is the one that is least likely to turn around in the results.
Yeah, that's true.
72 imps, probably Donnelly's going to want to play the last segment, but they might even withdraw.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know the CPD character. I've never interacted with him. All I was told when I started streaming was to avoid interacting with him. And I've not been in a position where I've been required to make a choice in that regard, but that's all I know about him. So maybe chat can clue me in as to what the issue is.
Don't believe I had ever heard his name before this week.
So I don't know if he sponsors Beans or if they're just like friends or something and they play together or what the deal is. But they do play together an awful lot in like ACBL speedballs and stuff that he plays on stream.
Got it. Sorry, who?
Matt.
Weingarten?
Cool Beans.
Yeah, cool. Weingarten. I guess I would be surprised if he's sponsored just because I think he makes a nice living in tech, but who knows?
Yeah, but there's a big skill level disparity, I gotta say.
Little friends, or maybe it is a sponsorship thing. I don't know.
It could be. He owes Matt a lot of money, so it's the other way around.
I see.
Does he at least pay the entry fees to try and pay off his debt?
Yeah, his debt's not getting any smaller by playing in these things.
Yeah. Oh my god, we got 24 minutes until the next set starts.
Alright, I'm not going to make it all the way through the segment, I don't think, then.
Okay. That's pretty disappointing that we can't just jump into the next set. It has to be regimented like this.
Yeah, I think that's kind of typical for screen segments. Oh, you know what? So in shuffle and play segments, usually you can start whenever you want to, but of course here, where there's multiple players, multiple tables playing the same boards, there's a security problem if you start early.
Oh my god! Look at this scorecard. Shori against Donnelly. So, Shori came in up by 2 imps. They're now up by 72.
Wow.
What a set. Olivier asked, can we watch Gavin even if he is not playing? I don't know. Is he doing like commentary somewhere on his own match? Maybe.
Oh, maybe.
We could have like commentary-ception. I could watch Gavin doing commentary on his match. I could do commentary on the commentary.
So I wonder, Are there any running scores from the other matches posted on Bridge Winners? I suspect not.
Absolutely not.
Nah, I guess why would there be, right?
Yeah. Well, Hammond got penalized 7.2 for something. That feels like an awful large penalty.
So we do have a handful of results. So we have the survivors in the four-way. Dinkin, Dyson won there. So Holman is playing Ash for the final spot in that group. Melcher is playing Rombo for one spot there. And the Michael Zhu team, Edward Zhu, not Michael Zhu, against Milland, which is Shan Huang and Lin Lin Hu and I believe 3 other Chinese players visiting the U.S., but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
And Sartaj Hans playing four-handed beat Sievers. They withdrew, apparently.
My pick is looking good.
Yeah, I mean, that match, I think, was always one of our picks to be not close on day one.
Right.
So it looks like they'll probably be playing the 23 seed, who is Placket if they hold on, or Regal if they don't.
I'm just looking through the results from the other matches to see if there's anything interesting happening. Wow. Well, I gotta say that, like, getting to 4 hearts on the North-South cards on this board, whatever it is, board 2, is a bit pushy. Making 4 hearts is a ludicrous. The defense just has 5 cashers off the top. So club goes to the ace, East switch to the king of spades, and then played back a club? Huh? Now, has Declare even made it yet? He cashes the club king. Plays a diamond. Sure.
Yeah.
Now
Can't stop her from ruffing 2 diamonds now.
Yeah, diamond ruff low. Spade ruff. Diamond ruff low. And once the 5 of hearts holds, we just have a high cross ruff. Oh my god.
Yeah, the 10 of hearts came down when West shifted to a heart.
Yeah, this is an unbelievable result for North-South. East-West got to 3 spades in the other room. Managed to hold that to down 1 with the 5-1 trump split. How is Donnelly on both teams?
That is a good question.
Nice formatting, guys. Nice formatting. Yeah. Great question. Gavin and Raj have been kicked out. Why did this suddenly flip? Bro, can we go back? The last time that I had this match pulled up, the purple scores were on the left and the red scores were on the right. Can someone, like, confirm this by backing up, like, 2 minutes in the VOD? Like, why would it just randomly flip the Okay.
Wait, what do you, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, like...
Hammond was getting slaughtered. We knew that. What am I missing here?
No, Hammond was on the right and Roman was on the left. And now they just have flipped the 2 sides. It's like they just randomized which side they were on.
I wonder if it somehow has something to do with the last table that you popped into.
Could be, yeah. Someone only got to 4 hearts. Alright, Bob, you're getting exposed on stream. What did you do wrong here? Partner opened a club and you pick up a 20 count and you can't find your way past the 4 level. Let's see. A club. A diamond. Hello? Showing hearts. Oh my god! I was saying that Bob wasn't playing any of the newfangled conventions, but look at him here. He just bids a diamond showing 4 or more hearts. Wow, what a new age player. A heart by north. 3 diamonds showing something. 3 hearts. 4 clubs by south. 4 diamonds last train. 4 hearts by south. Huh. Well, 4 hearts was not forcing. I don't know what 3 diamonds showed, but like, man, I feel like sometimes when you have 20 high card points and your partner opens and you find a fit, maybe you should investigate a slam.
Indeed. All right, we have 15 minutes before the next segment. I'm going to step out and do a little bit of work here and then come back for at least a few boards of the last segment of the day.
Sounds good.
Cool. See you in a bit.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, spade control mix-up, but spade control, 4 diamonds showed a spade control. Yeah, Bob thought it was denying, but like, man, Bob, you gotta get your conventions straight. I know there's a lot of extra memory work on 1 diamond showing hearts, but you gotta realize that when partner doesn't sign off once you've denied the spade control, he's got the spade control. Tisk tisk, Bob. Tisk tisk. What did I put up a poll for earlier? Oh, we're watching the close match. Good vote, guys. I fully expected that any poll with Gavin anywhere in the name was going to get Gavin as the answer. Four spades making, 4 spades down 1. Oh yeah, this hand. East the Beast led a heart. I think that's his nickname, East the Beast. A diamond switch to the king, and another heart. Ruffed. But this is enough for East-West. Now, even if West gets in and just plays back another heart, the Ace of Hearts scores, or the 10 of Spades. Ace of Clubs, King of Clubs, pitch a heart. Oh, Queen of Clubs, pitch a heart. Okay, it's not over yet. But now the 4th round of clubs, and the 10 of Spades gets promoted. So Queen of Spades, West wins the Ace. Actually just plays back the Club 10. Simple enough. Yeah, very simple defense. Good defense. And how did 4 spades make? 4 spades made by trump lead. Aha. Now a heart switch, but it's too late, isn't it? Oh, it might not be too late. Heart comes back. No, it's fine. Declare can just pull trumps and then pitch hearts and then go ace of diamonds, diamond, or something like that. King of spades, queen of spades. Ace of clubs, king of clubs. Queen of clubs. You unfortunately can't ruff the clubs good. That would not get you up to enough tricks. So you actually have to play on diamonds. Ace of diamonds. Is this the right play? This isn't the right play, is it? It's low diamond first. Does it matter? I'm staring at this. So if East has King 10 fourth or King Jack fourth and we play low diamond, they can make a mistake by hopping up with King, but we could never make it if that was the layout. And what does Ace of Diamonds protect against? I guess stiff King with West. I might just lead a low diamond, rather hoping for East to make an error some of the time. It's going to be pretty hard. East knows our entire hand. Okay, maybe Ace of Diamonds and a diamond is good enough. Good play by East, the Jack of Diamonds. Trying to induce Declare to play low in case Declare had 4 of them, in fact. But he didn't. A couple of part score swings as well. But this match didn't start out close, and then it got even less close over this set. So we will continue watching the match that we were following. We got 11 minutes to go. So quick look back at the scores for the Overdeck Han match. Should I trust the teams? I guess I'm going... Well, no. We have Tian, Chun, Yang playing on both teams. So that's probably incorrect. But the rest of the players might... Oh, we have 2 Alessandro Gandoglia playing on the Overdeck team. They're twins. And their parents, for whatever reason, gave them the same first name. Dude, okay, hold on. Now I'm curious. Has that ever happened before in history? There's no Overdeck on the Overdeck team? I mean, there's no Shori on the Shori team. That's not surprising at this point. I'm a little bit more concerned about the 2 twin brothers with the same first name. Twins with same first name. Okay, I'm a huge fan of the AI overview whenever you search anything on Google. While not uncommon, giving twins the same first name can present challenges for parents and the twins themselves, potentially leading to confusion and difficulty in establishing individual identities. Thanks, Google. I appreciate that. So I don't think there have ever been twins in history with the same first name. I could be wrong. While not uncommon... But it's not uncommon. I know. There's a Sean and Sean pair of identical twins, but this is, I mean, it's still different. George Foreman named all 5 of his male children George Foreman. Were there any of them twins, though? I think I mean, what a damn narcissist. Why would you do that? I mean, that's like saying that the U.S. president has named his children, like, Donald Trump Jr. or something. Like, who would do such a thing? Actually, is that a well-known thing that happens? That anyone who names their son Jr.? Because this used to be, like, a super popular thing back in, like, the 60s, right? You would name your children Jr. But is it confirmed that all of them are psychopaths? Does anyone know? That, like, anyone who named their kid Junior is just crazy? This is pretty good, though. I mean, maybe it should be written this way if someone actually had 2 partners on the team. like 2 partnerships just to make it a little bit more clear about who was playing with who. But obviously we have a little bit of a crossover here. We have the Han Verdek team playing together. You're an identical twin, Mother would call out. Johnny Dickey, just not to get confused. Yeah, I do wonder about parents who have twins. Whether they just know most of the time, or if it's every once in a while they just can't figure it out. So the table that we weren't watching had this auction to 4 spades. They got a trump lead. Parents know, but it's hard to articulate. That makes sense. Yeah, people have like different auras or something. Your parents will know. I think I didn't really have much difficulty with all the twins that I met in school. They were different enough that you could just kind of tell the difference between them. Even if their looks were more or less identical, they would just have like different styles. Like different styles of clothes even. So you kind of knew who was who. It might have also just been because I learned which one was in which class. And so, what were the twins' name in my high school? Kyle and Casey. That like, I had a bunch of classes with Casey, but I didn't have a lot of classes with Kyle. Makes sense. How are we doing? 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. Someone said something about bridge winners, something or other earlier today. I'm looking. I don't see anything particularly interesting. I will click on an article, and if it looks appealing, we'll read it in the next 5 minutes. This does not look very interesting. Bridge compared with poker was the title of the article. Double dummy solver bug. What about this? Okay, let's look at this. Double dummy solver bug. Edit. Sorry for the noise, I misunderstood how the solver works. I don't know if I'm more or less interested in continuing to read the article after seeing that. Okay, let's keep going. We have like 3 minutes. From a recent Congress, Swiss pairs with unusual scoring. Match points converted to victory points. I was north. We don't have a hand. Okay, that's fine. Pass, pass. We opened a club. 4 hearts on our right. I'll pass. I was puzzled because the hand record indicated that East can take only 9 tricks and hearts. However, I could not see how to beat 4. Wait, what? Okay, so I went to a solver to find the solution. What is this? Bridgeweb's Bridge Solver. I've never seen this interface before in my life. Optimum, 4 hearts doubled down 1. So contract is 3 hearts by East. And it says East-West can make 9 tricks. Okay, so apparently there's a bug because we can... because East can always make 4? Hmm. So we lead a club. What's the idea? We knock out the heart. I don't know. Looks like the defense can just like lead clubs. Anyway, I'm pretty sure the double dummy solver's correct. Curiously, it also says 9 tricks is the limit, but no opening lead can beat it. Oh, they're just like misreading the thing? Is that what's going on? Because all the cards are green? Is that what's happening? I mean, it clearly says over here 3 hearts is the limit. And up here. No one doubled 4 hearts. Okay. We have wasted enough time. I think Craig's back. Let's rejoin the Discord. Hello.
So we have what, 1 minute to go before we see who we can kibitz?
Yeah. Chat voted on staying with the close match, so we'll stay there.
Hopefully they won't switch up these on view graphs last segment and screw up that plan.
Yeah, that would be pretty disappointing. I mean, this match is what, 6 imps, so it should be worth watching. Zero minutes. We're almost ready to go. Round of 64, the matches are only going to get better from here on out.
Yeah, this is a very strong set of 52 teams.
It really is, and while I don't want to take anything away from the teams that are like below the 32 mark, I mean, obviously the Roman team is going to defeat Hammond and assume their seed. Let's watch the Chinese table. Let's watch Ji Wan Feng Mu, and so on. We also get Jeff Fang again.
Yeah, so once again, we're catching play already in progress. Hopefully, that'll be something that Real Bridge can work on for the future.
Yeah. So West open a club, a spade overcall from North, 3 now, and Declare has won the opening spade lead from South.
Say, like, I get it, you're red-white, and collecting a penalty might not be enough, but man, you gotta think he was tempted to try to go after a spade.
Yeah, you probably should. I don't know, maybe not.
You're pretty unhappy if partner passes it out. That might have been what he was thinking, but of course, partner has 2 at most, on average 1.5. Probably he's going to reopen.
Yep. Well,
I don't know what Spade was going for, but it wasn't going to be all that fun for Declare.
No, it really wasn't. I mean, especially considering the defense is basically going to be the same as declaring 3 no trump. So if you're making 3 no, you just pull all of the trump, like on this hand, right, where West has king and a spade. You just pull all the trumps and then start cashing your tricks as if it was no trump.
I think actually Declare might hold it to down 3. Like a spade and 3 diamonds. If you guess the queen of diamonds right, it's going to be hard to shut him out of those. Or a club and 3 diamonds, rather.
Well, Declare here is just cashing the first 9 tricks, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, as mentioned, given that the defense could just take the same tricks and no trump as in spades, like they, in theory, could just do this against spades. They could cash the first 9 tricks and Declare gets the last...
Right, but that's the point. That's not enough. That's only 500.
No, that's down 4. That's down... Oh, yeah, that is down 3, 500. Yeah, you're right. North might get squeezed, or maybe South gets squeezed. Not sure. Anyway, 3-no Trump made 10 tricks here. North declined hopping up with the Club King, figuring that he might have been end played anyway, which was not true. South had a good heart at the end. So, 6:30 feels like an okay start for East-West.
Yep, it is a push, but kind of an exciting push.
I feel like the East nameplate or the West nameplate is not correct.
It seems unlikely, but you never know.
Yeah. So North opens 2 hearts, which, I mean, could just be preemptive. Could be hearts and a minor. Not sure.
It's probably 5-5 hearts and any other.
Yeah, South decides to just take a shot at game with, I mean, a nice 17 count there and heart fit. So how's this going to do? The King of Spades is on side. The diamonds, I think, are just going to come home because Declare is going to go like Ace of Diamonds, Diamond, and when West doesn't play the King, Declare might just duck.
Yeah, so let's see. And we're in okay shape anyway, right? I think. Obviously, yeah, because you like duck the diamond, and then if the king doesn't drop, you might just be able to rough it out with. If hearts are 3-2, you can like rough with the middle spot, and maybe diamonds are 3-3.
Yeah, and I think Declare's kind of going to have to start the hand that way. Now, I do wonder if he's going to try the Club Queen at trick 1.
I was about to ask, like, given that East is leading a club, do you think that the club finesse is more likely than the straight-up 50-50 spade finesse? And I think the answer is probably yes.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting question. It also kind of helps if Declare can win the Queen of Clubs at trick 1, because then he's not going to get forced.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, too. Notice the opening lead is the 5, and even if they're playing 3rd and 5th, most Americans would lead the 8. They would say 3rd from even, rather than 3rd from even or 5th from even or whatever.
All right, Ace of Diamonds, the Jack
standard
falls.
North American card.
Another diamond, and we'll see if Declare gets this right. I think they will. It's just, yeah. So they do stick in the 8. So now what is the question? Because technically East-West can pull 3 rounds of trumps.
Yeah, this might be harder if he's at King Doubleton of Hearts, King 3rd, it's safe to lead one.
Yeah, and if East-West do pull 3 rounds of trumps, Declare should still make it, because there is a pointed suit squeeze against West, but East does continue a club.
Now, did you put up the queen, or do you like to stick to your trick 1 if you don't put in the 10 or the 4? Yep.
Yeah, that's a good question. So Declare sticks in the 10. Roughs. So we have to rough the diamond suit now, I think. If we don't, the opponents have now understood and realized that...
Hang on a second. He's not making this hand, or he can go down here.
He definitely can. Yeah. Yeah,
you know, rough a diamond, heart to the king, heart to the ace diamond, they just beat it immediately.
Yeah, for sure. But
3 clubs doubled down 2. Interesting.
yeah, that's a result. I mean, Declare can essentially cross-ref from here. Like, it's not exactly a straight-up cross-ref, and there's some complications, but Declare could try to cross-ref. I mean, as you say, it's going to be pretty obvious to Declare that this line of play of roughing a diamond falls into the risk of what Craig mentioned, which is 2 rounds of hearts, and then another diamond throw. Yeah, so Declare has kind of realized that that line of play has a little bit too much danger. Spade to the queen. Club ruff. This is a really good start, and when West shows out, Declare is going to be in firm control at this point, I think. Maybe not.
I think East being out of both spades and diamonds could cause some problems here.
Yeah, that's true. So spade, the king pops up. So we win the ace. We got to ruff a club now. It's true that a good East player might have false carded the king of spades here. Obviously, if East had played a low spade, Declare would then just cash the jack at this point to pitch a diamond. So Declare might try and cash the jack of spades to pitch a diamond.
Yeah, so that'll put him down immediately.
Okay, what happens on a club ruff? Because that's the line of play Declare is actually looking at. So we ruff a club with the 6 of hearts. West throws a spade. Maybe West throws a diamond, it doesn't matter. Now we lead the diamond queen. If East lets this cash, then we just have a high cross ruff from there. So East has to ruff. If they ruff low, we over ruff. And then we ruff a spade with the heart queen. And I think we make it. So East has to ruff the queen of diamonds high. We pitch a spade. Yeah, but then we're just making. If they pull 2 rounds of trumps, the jack of spades is a winner. So I think if Declare roughs the queen of clubs and leads the diamond queen, he makes it. I should have said if the heart 4 and the heart 2 were switched, Declare would be down. Let's see, how true is that? I'm not convinced,
sure this
Shift.
is.
I don't think Dummy's small heart spot matters. I think the 10 and 9 are important. Only because the play was messed up earlier because Declare didn't play the queen of diamonds when you wanted. Yeah, I hate it when the players don't do the thing I want. So what do we know about East's hand? He started with 6 clubs, 2 diamonds, and at least 2 spades. If he started with 3 spades, they would have a doubleton heart on her. And if East had 2 spades, they have king third.
And maybe the doubleton heart is a little more likely, because with 3 hearts, he might have tried to trump, and with 2, he absolutely never would. Assuming you think he's good enough to put up the king of spades, but he is.
Okay, looks like Declare has gotten it right. Queen of clubs. I guess the last thing I didn't look at is what happens if West roughs in with the ace of hearts here. But they didn't. So queen of clubs is going to get roughed low.
I know West wants to keep his diamond stopper, but I wondered if it might be better to have pitched a diamond, even though it does set up Declare's seat.
Yeah, it just turns out to be irrelevant.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't matter. The Declare can just play trumps and nothing matters.
Yep, and now the queen of diamonds, and so East does rough in with the 8 of hearts. We get over rough with the 10. And now we get to rough a spade with the queen of hearts. And there's just nothing that East can do. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Wait, it just goes king of hearts, heart to the ace 10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
We did it. Good defense, guys.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so actually it was...
The 2 trumps will score trick 13.
Yeah, it was important for West to keep their 10 of diamonds, of course, seeing the send position. Yeah, a really tricky hand on both defense and as declare. And I guess... So that means in retrospect, because this line of play just doesn't work, Declare probably should have tried to cash the spade jack. If it held, then he would have an easy make from there.
Yeah, I wonder if they had just taken that club finesse trick 1, if things would have gone a lot more smoothly.
So was Shift right that if Declare had tried the queen of diamonds at an earlier point in play, that the contract would have made? I don't know. We're on to the next board. It's probably a relatively complicated deal.
Yeah.
East opens a spade.
North South can make a heart game here.
They did in the other
probably
room.
Should bid it. Yeah. Yeah. Too hard overcall. North will raise or cubit or do whatever he does. Probably just make a simple raise, and South with 6 trumps and good values probably should be bidding 4 hearts. I'm sure that's what happened in a bunch of rooms.
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, to me it looks like the North hand is a cubit opposite of vulnerable 2-level overcall.
I think it's close. You know, the straight queen and straight jack are bad. The good diamonds are good. 3 little hearts is bad. You know, I think it's either kind of a stretch for a cubit or a heavy raise, and whichever one of those you pick is fine with me.
Yep. North is thinking about it.
Like an offbeat 4 hearts is also possible, and just gambling the diamonds are good.
Yeah, for sure. I think a downside to the cubit, actually, is that East can double, and maybe you don't want to allow them to get that little bit of communication.
Yeah. I think I like 3 hearts, but I don't really dislike any of the other choices.
So North-South get to 4 hearts, and they have a club to lose, a diamond to lose, and a spade to lose, but the queen of trumps is coming down singleton. Declare just needs to be a little bit careful about how he handles the play to make sure that he doesn't suffer a diamond ruff and that he gets to get rid of his club loser. 3 spades lead is going to make him rather comfortable on this one.
Yeah, whereas West had no other plausible lead really after the opening bid, but it's going to set up Declare's king of spades and avoid attacking the clubs, which might have gotten a little bit annoying. Just draw trumps, lead a diamond, and maybe there's a little more to it. I guess you have to play on clubs to take a rough.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to go spade, and is East going to stick in the 10? Okay, East does stick in the 10. So this cuts down on Declare's options a little bit.
This could even have 3-2 Doubleton of spades. It's, vaguely possible from the spots. It would give South 4. But, you never know. I guess it was to give South 3, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's certainly possible.
Yeah, so the 10 of spades makes a lot of sense for that reason, that East doesn't have a count on the spade suit, especially since his partner would often raise to 2 spades with 3-card support. So East probably thinks it's overwhelmingly likely that his partner only has 2 of them. Well, I think there's a couple of options. We could cash a heart first before playing a club, or we could just immediately lead a club. I don't think this is one of the options.
Yeah, that was going to work out pretty well this time.
Yeah, it's actually going to work out quite well, because, unless East returns a diamond here. Presumably they will.
Well, that's okay. We're still fine, right? We can draw a couple of trumps, lead a club, and if West wins, then we have no club problem, and if East wins, he has no trump.
It's probably better to just play a 3rd diamond pitching a club at that point, hope that West roughs from something that's not a singleton.
Oh, yeah, that's possible too. And one way or another, I don't think there's any way to go down.
No.
Well, this was the best route to making 4 hearts. I agree with you. It looks a little strange, but maybe it's fine. I don't know.
East switches to clubs, so... Declare still has a little bit of a problem on this trick. If the hearts don't come in, then it could be right to go up with the ace of clubs here, pull a couple trumps, and try and run the diamond suit.
If he does that, he's going to go down.
Well, not because this time the Queen of Hearts does come in.
Right, but... Oh, is he? Yeah, so he can just draw all the trumps and then play on diamonds since he hasn't had his diamond stripped out of his hand. Right.
Right. But yeah, this is another option. And if this was kind of the option you were taking on this line of defense, then I feel as if maybe you should have just played on clubs yourself rather than risking the possibility of not necessarily a diamond rough, but the opponents to cut communication in diamonds. Well, 4 hearts makes, so we get a push board. Looks like Overdeck is maintaining a 14 imp lead. That's all thanks to a little bit of carryover, but they picked up 8 on that earlier hand where 4 hearts went down 1. The tricky play problem.
And finally, we possibly have 4 correct names at this table, with Gondolia coming in to replace Jeff Fang.
Got it. I think we're good. Schiff said, Queen of Diamonds earlier doesn't work. Declare needed to draw trumps and play for the pointed suit squeeze on West. Interesting. So the defense could always come out on top, is what you're saying? If they're careful. 2 passes go around to Diamond in the north seat. Precision style. South bids a heart. Passes around to East, who makes a takeout double hearts. No trump from West.
Or North-South playing like an artificial game forcing 1-no or something where everything else is non-forcing?
South's a passed hand.
Oh, South is a passed hand. I missed that. Okay.
Well, Schiff, the point is, if the only way to make it is the squeeze, then the defense can get in with both hearts and play spades to cut communication. One no in the west. The other table got to 1 no trump in the north. and made that.
Yeah, so each side looks like they have 20 highs, right?
Yep.
But I think even though one no only made 90, this is going to be in the running for down 2 east-west. They have 4 diamonds and a spade on top. Hearts off, spade king is off. You know, they could probably score a 6 trick and maybe somehow even a 7th, but it's not automatic at all.
No, I suspect in the other
6 trick.
room, maybe a spade lead from east at some point gave. Well, actually, I'm not sure. I don't know.
I'll take it back. The hearts are frozen, so Declare can probably lead a spade to the queen and duck a spade and score a 6 trick that way.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, a spade to the queen does make the most sense. But it looks like Declare is going to take 3 diamonds first to strip out the diamond suit. South pitches a discouraging heart, it looks like, maybe. The 7. So now we gotta play a spade to the queen. Alright, Declare is trying to be clever.
Yeah, actually, maybe this makes some sense. Once the opponents are out of clubs, they have to lead a major suit, so that's kind of the equivalent of leading a spade to the queen, except some of the time it's the equivalent of leading a spade to the queen without even losing a trick.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And Declare is not necessarily playing to make it, just trying to get out for down 1 as best as possible. So Declare has to make 2 discards from their own hand on the clubs and 1 discard from dummy. A spade can be pitched from dummy, and Declare can pitch a heart from hand, but pitching another card from either major suit would be risky, so Declare has to pitch the 9 of diamonds, which is fine.
I mean, it's safe to pitch 2 hearts from the west hand, given that the opponents are going to be on lead. They, probably the heart runners are split. Like, you might have to guess, which would be annoying if you pitch 2 hearts, but, theoretically, it's almost always safe to.
Yeah, but you don't really want to give the opportunity for North to have the ace queen of hearts. That would just be a disaster.
Yeah, that's true. I think somewhat unlikely, but it is true. It would be pretty devastating if it was that layout.
All right. 9 of clubs holds. Not sure about that play from South. I think South really should have overtaken. That 9 of clubs holding strongly sounds to me like please partner switch to a different suit. But North continues clubs. There's the 9 of diamonds pitch. Dummy pitches a spade. And so it's not as if this guarantees that you're going to be able to steal an extra trick, but this is a pretty sensible plan. If the clubs happen to be 5-3, Declare would have been in a little bit of trouble having done this.
Yeah, but he would have been anyway, because he does something which guarantees giving up the lead, and they still have 5-3 clubs all winning.
Right. Although, if Declare had just not cashed out the diamonds, Declare would have safe diamond discards from the west hand.
Yeah, but then the defense would have safe diamond exits some of the time, which is bad for you.
Right. Yep.
I think his goal was just to put himself in a position where the defense would have to open up a major for a 6th trick, and, if anything better happened after that, fantastic, but the main goal was just to have the defense break something for him.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like his ploy is going to work out because he'll probably just exit a spade here. North is going to throw a heart, and it's going to go spade, South wins the jack and exits a spade. Declare has to lead out of hand, so the defense gets the last 2 tricks.
So we'll get the down one that he was going after for a push.
Yeah.
It would be a match point lost, but an imp push.
Yeah, exactly. There's the heart discard, so spade up. The South does need to win the jack on this trick, because otherwise Declare can win the 9 and throw South in, and then South would once again be unplayed.
He would have to guess the heart, but probably he would at that point, having seen North open and all the other high cards.
For sure. So, jack of spades, spade exit, and this will be down 1. Spade exit. Any minute now. Oh no!
What?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, that's not going to be a great result for North-South here. So 1 no making in both rooms. This is going to be 5 more imps to team Overdeck, who's pulling ahead a little bit. They're now up by 19. Still 11 boards to go. And it looks like a pretty nice result for Team Han in the other room. 5 hearts doubled making East-West. Wow.
I mean, you only have 1 loser, so I guess there isn't really an overtrick in it, but 5 hearts looks like it's fine. Yeah.
All right, West opens a heart. 3 spades from North, preempt. I mean, it is an 8-card suit, but it's pretty poor 8-card suit. So presumably East will bid 4 hearts. They do. What do you do South? Do you bid 4 spades? South says yes. 4 hearts is just always a transfer, right? West bids 4 no.
I mean, 4 hearts is usually a transfer. I do wonder if, if he thought that his hand might be, strong enough to, and short enough in hearts to buy it. Like, it's a the more hearts you have, the more transfer it is. He only has 3 of them.
5 spades. Okay. East passes.
So this is forcing.
Well, but also, isn't that a response to, like, keycard from East?
Depends on whether 4-no was keycard or not, but I guess it had to be. You can't really do it with 2 places to play. You would just bid your second suit.
Yeah, so double would be the 0th step past the first step, maybe, or double even past odd.
Or double 0 past 1. Like, I never know what people do in these situations.
Right. I mean, maybe there's an agreement that because we're beyond the 5 level that some rules don't apply anymore, and this is just a forcing pass, as you suggested, but...
I think it could be a depot thing, since we're past 5 hearts, double even pass odd, and we do have 1. I'm going to go with that.
All right.
And, I mean, 6 hearts, I think, could be made. Whether I realize it was not made in the other room, but, I mean, via diamond roughing finesse, and you can rough club safely in dummy, and the heart finesse is on. Maybe you can't do everything, because you can only rough 1 club to still take the heart finesse.
Queen of Diamonds lead. They never underlead an ace. We play low. Well, Declare's thinking about playing low. There's the ace. Sometimes it works.
You can't ever be right to cover that, right?
No. But you never really expect the stiff ace. Okay, so now that Declare has lost just one diamond, they've got a spade loser, a heart loser, and presumably a club loser. Yeah, a club goes back to the queen and ace.
Yeah, so this might have been necessary, right? Because Declare actually did have the opportunity to set up an extra diamond trick to pitch a club if they didn't get this going.
Yeah, I think West had to switch to a black suit because obviously if West switches to a heart, the king of hearts sets up. But I think a spade to the ace and a heart through was still fine.
I'm not sure, right? So, and let's say West does, let's say it's 10 of hearts holding heart ruffed. Now Declare could have unblocked the spade, passed the queen of spades, dropping the jack, keeping the lead in his hand, and lead the four of diamonds.
Yeah, but he's just splits. I mean, you can't afford to...
Because you've already lost your heart. That's right, never mind. I'm thinking, if you haven't lost the heart, if they had played spade, then you could do that?
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, this, I guess, is now just a matter of the defense remembering to cast their 3 remaining high card winners.
Yep.
I guess, is it possible something really weird happens and West gets a diamond rough? I don't think so. I'm not sure why Declare hasn't played a spade already.
Yeah, I agree. You're not doing badly in this hand if you just knock out the ace of trumps and give up 3 more tricks. You're going to be minus 500. The opponents were making their contract. If there is a diamond rough coming, you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, this is going to be a good result for North-South, of course, since their teammates are plus 850.
Right. 850. So, 500 will be a pretty good result.
Yeah, I think it's going to be win 8. Is that correct for 350?
I think so. So the match will get closer once again. I mean, it's still 11 imps difference, which is about a game swing between the two teams. East not really thinking about whether or not to win the ace of spades, just trying to decide, should I continue the jack of diamonds to try and give partner a ruff, or should I try and get a club ruff myself? Neither one of which are going to work out. I mean, I guess it's possible that... no, there's no way. Even if a club goes to the king, West just cashes the heart ace.
Well, what is East thinking about here?
He's trying to decide what to play next, jack of diamonds or a club.
No, I suppose. It's just a little weird that he's thinking before playing the ace and not after.
Yeah. Honeybee asked, did anyone bid 6 hearts? I don't know. We can... Okay, he's worked out what to do. Ace of spades and... Drumroll, jack of diamonds. Good enough.
It is good enough, right?
Yeah.
Because the ace of clubs is gone, yep. So this is board 20. No, someone made 6 hearts but did not bid it. Looks like Cran was in 5 hearts doubled and made an over trick for 1050. And Hurd and Bathurst were in 4 spades doubled in North-South and made 790 to win 17.
Yeah, that's a pretty amazing result. I mean, they're already crushing in their match, so they didn't need it, but it always feels good to bid and make doubled games at imps.
Oh, you know what? I don't think it is win 17. It looks like it is set for imp pairs in the rankings when you pull up the actual board number, because they're win 17, but no one is reciprocal at lose 17.
Yeah, like we said, I mean, Real Bridge is just a new interface, never been used before. We're just trying things out.
As long as the results are right, that's all I care about. Mostly I was pulling it up to see if 6 hearts actually is makeable, and Deep Finesse says no. 11 tricks is the limit.
No, it's definitely not. North can just lead a heart, and when South gets in with Club Ace, South leads another heart. And there's just nothing Declare can do.
Right. I like there are layouts, I guess, where you could make it, but this isn't one of them.
Yeah.
So, a light diamond opening. We've seen this pair opens just about every 11 count.
Yeah, playing a precision system allows you to be a little bit lighter with your opening bids. So South gets to bid a heart.
And South, even in precision, of course, is going to force the game. We'll see whether they stop off to try to play 3 no trumps if their hand is flat, or just hear the heart raise and go straight to game. Straight to a heart game.
Yeah, South thinking over a diamond is a little bit unusual. I mean, maybe you can have a system where this is a 2-club response to a diamond precision bid, but South bids a heart. West does not come in with a spade. King, Queen, Jack, 4th.
I think South might have just been thinking more like, okay, partner bids, whatever he does, like, how am I gonna, he bids a no trump, and, just to be prepared for, quick bidding on the subsequent rounds of the auction. Or who knows, like maybe he was, lost in thought about the previous board. God only knows.
Right. King of Spades opening lead.
So this should be pretty easy, right? This actually is cold for 5, or not cold for 5, but of course with both clubs on side, you should make 5 unless you talk yourself out of using the 10 of clubs.
Right, as long as you preserve enough entries to the north hand to lead clubs up twice, you'll be able to do it. So Declare wins the Ace of Spades. Couldn't find a reason to duck.
Clubs. I mean, by the way, you might fall into it for a fairly simple reason that I think the next play out of East hand might be the Queen of Clubs.
Yeah, that's true. Wow. East just plays a spade back.
I mean, I guess if West had only 3 spades and this was cashing, maybe you want to take them, but it doesn't look like Declare's pitch is coming. I guess West always has exit cards. Maybe this is fine.
I mean, what if South had Ace Queen? Oh, East knows that South doesn't have diamonds. I guess that's the main point here, isn't it?
How does East know that?
He has diamonds.
Oh, even if South had Ace Queen doubleton of diamonds, he probably wouldn't have a useful pitch. And if he did, we couldn't do anything about it. So yeah, I guess. It looks a little weird, but I guess that actually is probably totally safe to do what he did.
Yeah.
So let's see. Yep.
Club to the 10. Well done. 11 tricks. So probably a good play all around. Ooh. Maybe a chance for the overdeck team to pick up some imps here. 4 hearts went down 1 in the other room. And there's only 2 top losers on the hand.
And with both pointed aces offside and trumps 4-1, maybe there's some pitfalls that we'll see. You do have this 4th club to deal with. You do have some diamonds to deal with. Maybe they just started losing some roughs and the hand fell apart.
Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, if you just played a rough as spade in the East hand, I think you're basically fine because you can take 5 hearts, a spade, a diamond, and 3 clubs. That's 10. If you try to rough a diamond in the West hand, maybe bad things happen. And the spade, I guess, is a little more likely to survive because you only have 5 of them, but it's a little more natural to rough in the hand that doesn't have king queen jack of trumps.
Yeah, for sure. But as you say, I mean, it's a small percentage increase, and we're playing imps, not match points. So you kind of have to outweigh the risk reward here of the potential overtrick for roughing a diamond, for example, in the west hand versus roughing a spade in the east hand.
It's true, but I don't even see it though, because if you rough a diamond, it gets over roughed. You're still okay because now you can rough another diamond with the ace of trumps and make 10 tricks that way, just losing a diamond, a spade, and a heart.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe it's a recording error. It's possible. We've seen a few of those this week, but I
If you
agree
want to
that
talk,
going down in four hearts feels like a pretty poor result east-west on these cards. So overdeck, if this is accurate, four hearts making is going to be not going to put the match out of reach, but it's going to put them in a good position.
now it's even more heartbreaking than I suspected. There was an opening trump lead, and Declare went up with the ace and dummy, so the line of play I just suggested was no longer possible.
Wow. Yeah, I think that's just not really being careful about how to play the hand, not fully thinking it through. Now, I mean,
Yeah, so now a diamond got over roughed, and North was able just to return a trump. He drew a second round of trumps himself. A diamond got over roughed. North returned his last trump, and now Declare was stranded, needing either the clubs to break or a club diamond squeeze.
yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, so kind of a combination of bad, very bad luck in the layout of the cards and, somewhat poor technical play added up to a pretty tragic minus that's going to put this match close to out of reach.
Yeah, so 2 rounds of spades. Declare probably going to rough a spade immediately. Leads a diamond. I think that's fine. Huh.
Yeah, so here he's totally fine, kind of along the lines that I was positing earlier. You can just, start drawing some trumps, probably, give up on the overtrick, unblock the hearts, and just play a club to the king.
Yeah, there is the possibility to play for a variety of overtricks here, but I don't think any of them come to fruition.
Yeah, it's not safe to play 3 rounds of clubs, because if somehow North is roughing that, then we do lose our 10th trick.
Right.
So it's club to the king, cash the last hard, maybe something good happens. Probably not. I guess nothing good could happen.
Yeah, basically no.
Things are just blocked.
Yeah.
But, 10 tricks is good enough.
Yep. Club to the king, ace of hearts, give up a diamond at the end. So...
Yeah, so combination of good lead, right? The singleton trump is not everyone's choice, but was effective, probably both technically anyway, and very effective here, where Declare just got a little sloppy on it. And I think, possibly Declare just assumed hearts were 3-2 from the opening lead, because who leads a singleton trump besides Gib Robots?
Specifically the 9 of hearts, if you're playing against strong opponents, it could be 10-9 doubleton, but most players would lead the 10 from that holding. But from small doubleton, or 3 small, you would tend to lead a low spot. So actually, I think if you trust your opponents, the 9 of hearts is going to always be a singleton here.
Well... So first question, South, what do you do? 2 diamonds may not be an option here. 3 diamonds pass, 1 diamond precision.
I mean, I tend to like opening, so I think 1 diamond is okay, especially if you're playing a precision style opening bid.
Yeah. I mean, you do hate to open light with shortness in both majors, because that can sometimes make it easier for the opponents to get in. Here, like, pass and try to bid a 2-suited later can be a pretty viable strategy.
Yeah, for sure. Well, South might get an opportunity to make
Looking
a...
for one or the other, just, throwing it out there.
Yeah, yeah. Four hearts by west, four spades by north.
I mean, I think he has to bid five hearts here with five spades. He knows his partner is overwhelmingly likely to be void.
Yeah, and queen third of hearts. Ace queen of diamonds look like good cards on this auction, so I think East probably expects to make five hearts quite often.
Right, like, don't you think you're gonna win the diamond finesse? Baby partner has a diamond to rough, maybe he doesn't, and in this hand, if the diamond finesse works, he would have a claim in five hearts.
Right. So there's five hearts. Now what do we do with South? Probably five spades.
You can't pass, you can't double because you have no defense, and it's not a responsive double, it's just a double.
Yeah, I mean, you could be even more aggressive, but you have no aces, which is what I'd be concerned about.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant by just a double. Like, even if it's sort of defined as card showing, in real life it ends the auction almost every time.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking about a 5-no bid from South, but it's probably a little bit much.
I mean, I think that's more than a little much. I don't know. It's a brutal position. Like, I'm kind of indifferent to whether you open or it's kind of gamble that you'll be able to do something good later. But on this hand, maybe it didn't even matter. Like, it would have got a diamond, four hearts, four spades, five hearts to him anyway. Like, maybe now he's a little more comfortable passing, but only a little. He still does have a pretty good hand to support his spades.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think five spades is clear. Like, maybe 5-no if you want to be super aggressive. Like, I mean, looking at the hands, like, you want to get to six spades on these north-south cards. But, whoa! You didn't even bid five spades? No! That wasn't the bid. How could South not bid five spades? I was thinking about six. That's a big difference of opinion. It's going to cost them dearly.
Was five spades going to make...
It would on a heart
right?
lead. I don't know if East would lead a heart, but it would make on a heart lead. You rough, you play the jack of spades, find out the bad news, club to the ace, pull 3 more rounds of trumps, run the clubs, pitch a heart, East roughs in with their natural, and they get the diamond ace.
Yeah, I guess at that point East doesn't have an exit card. He can exit with a heart, but we have enough trumps to take the tap and still play on diamonds.
Yeah, and I guess it doesn't matter if East leads a spade either. We win the jack of spades, we get the bad news, club to the ace, heart rough, king, queen of clubs, pitch it, and then another club pitching a heart. It's the same thing, so we always make 5. It was going to get doubled, too.
Yeah, one thing I don't like about South's pass here is, we had some hands like this earlier. North stuck his neck out, bidding 4 spades opposite a passing precision partner. I think you really owe it to him to respect the fact that he was willing to contract for 10 tricks, even knowing that you couldn't open the bidding, and look at your hand and say, well, I have this ridiculously good hand with a void and adequate trump support given a 4-level overcall.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes your partner has 5 spades to make this bid. Sometimes your partner has 7 spades to make this bid. So, in the worst case scenario, you're in a 5-2 fit, you get cracked, you go for like 1100, boo-hoo. But at Imps, it tends to be right to bid if you don't know who's making what. And could the opponents be making 5 hearts? You have no defense. Of course they could. So sometimes 5 spades is just a good save. Sometimes 5 spades is making because you have a bunch of offense and your partner has a good spade suit and the ace of one of your minors. So...
Yep. If you're 2-1-5-5, I like the pass, but I think the heart void is enough of an offensive surprise that I'm willing to... just accept the risk. As you say, like, it could work out badly, but, I think, it's just too dangerous just to never act with that hand on that kind of auction.
Yeah, for sure. Well, on to board 24, so Team Overdeck is off to a 34 imp lead now. There's still 7 boards to play. West opens a weak no trump. North gets to overcall, showing hearts in a minor, I assume.
Yeah, and somehow it's hard to imagine he's getting to 5 hearts. I mean, maybe East-West propelled the auction in diamonds and North-South felt compelled to bid out, but they certainly don't want to get there under their own power, and 5 diamonds was not making.
Nope. Nope. 5 diamonds would have been down at least 1 and probably exactly 1.
Yeah, the spade spots are a little too weak to lose both the king and queen of spades.
Okay, North decides to make a penalty double of the no trump. I wonder if that's because they didn't have a way to show this hand, or if North just thinks, let's treat it as penalty.
Given that the West no trump is presumably a mini, like doubling once you reach a certain high card threshold with 2 possible good leads and very good defensive prospects against no trump, I think is just fine. Like, also, doubling and then showing your hand, as he's starting to do here, seems like a better strategy than showing your hand and having partner mostly expect a weaker hand.
That's true. Yeah, if North's bid was 2 hearts, hearts in a minor, North might have been worried it goes 2 hearts, all pass. So that would be a strong reason to start with the penalty double.
Right, and South would be justified in taking the inference, while my partner couldn't double, his hand must be limited.
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
I think we're seeing how you get to 5 hearts doubled. I think if I'm North, I probably do bid 5 hearts here. It's got to be cheap. It could be a make. We're not doing much to 5 diamonds.
Yeah, North decides to pass, and of course South passes this out. Well,
I mean, can't argue with good judgment.
Yeah, they do go plus.
Yeah, they'll win a somewhat scary 4 imps.
Oh, South got off to a club lead. How did that happen?
That's a good question.
Well, this is going to allow North to cash the ace-king of clubs. Switch to the king of hearts.
The unbid suit.
Yeah, I was just thinking, on a heart lead, Declare wins the ace, roughs a heart, pulls trumps, roughs a heart, exits a club, and now the opponents are end played in spades, so Declare only loses a spade from there.
Well, he's only going to lose 1 spade anyway, right? Without the 9, I think he's going to strip out the hand and place another spade. Just hope for honor doubleton.
I think Declare will strip the hand and run the jack of spades to North, playing them for both the king and queen.
But that's fine too, right? You'll still get out for down 1 that way?
Yeah. Yeah. Declare roughs with the 4 of diamonds. Maybe not. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they roughed with the 10.
I mean, North-South bid and raise hearts. It's totally, why does it matter?
It doesn't. But just like, it doesn't matter if you rough high either. Alright, Declare has stripped the hearts, and I think we'll see the jack of spades run around to North now.
Yep.
There it is. Playing the penalty doubler for both the king and queen. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so whatever card North plays is the end of the hand.
Yep. Okay, well, 5 diamonds goes down 1, and add that to 100 in the other room. That's 3 imps. 4 imps?
I think it's 4 imps, 150 for the Lee team.
So they're making the comeback. They still need to pick up 30 more over the course of the next 6 boards. Doable. But man, a couple of missed opportunities along the way. This could be an opportunity for Han to pick up some imps.
Yeah,
The key to
and
the
I
hand
think,
is, I think, the stiff spade in West's hand.
so I do want to see this. It looks exciting, but I think after this, I'm going to leave it to you to take people through the last 5 boards and go out to meet a few people.
Sounds good.
So tomorrow I will definitely be here for the first half, second half TBD. I have evening plans, but I'm not sure exactly what time.
Sounds good.
Maybe the same story again. 3 but not 4 segments. So, a spade, let's see if South is inclined to preempt here, which I think most people would. I don't think 2 clubs is really in the picture.
There's 3 clubs, so West will bid 3 no probably, despite the 5-card heart suit. Oh, if they can bid
no.
3 diamonds, I guess this is helpful.
Thank you, George. Is it George Brad or Brad George? How do you prefer to be addressed? Yeah, this is great. Now we can 2-step to 3-no Trump instead of having to commit himself. And this is going to shock West, but I think he will not be concerned that East has misinterpreted the 3-diamond bid. I think these guys know what they're doing well enough.
Yeah, so what is West going to do? I mean, West has 1 key card and no aces. I mean, I think you just bid 5 diamonds, as West does. I think it's really hard for East to bid 6, but I guess we'll find out. Yeah. Apparently it's not very hard for East to bid 6.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it's pretty easy for East to bid 6. You know, Spade Finesse race to be working if you need it. You got a good diamond fit. You know, you have 3 aces and a control in the 4th suit. Like, what more do you need here?
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
I mean, the preempt, I think, did, you know, East bid that 6 diamonds real fast, and I think part of his thinking was, you know, that he's just not worried about taking 6 spade tricks.
Sure, yeah. That's a fair
we
point.
think 3 diamonds was a transfer to hearts.
Yeah. Good midnight ATN.
Yeah, so is there anything to this? So if you're South, I don't know what you lead. Probably the ace of clubs, right? Maybe partner
Trump?
has a singleton.
I don't know.
Yeah, Trump is possible, but like, if it sounds like there's any possibility that East West have had an accident, you don't want to lead a Trump?
That's true, although I think the ace of clubs is pretty likely to get roughed on an auction like this.
Yeah, it's true. You know, the layout that I would be catering to with ace of clubs is like East having king doubleton and bidding on the power of that, where partner just has a singleton and, you know, East couldn't figure out that they had a 2-3 club fit. Oh wait, North is on lead. Never mind. I forgot about the transfer that threw
yeah, that's true. That's true.
into West.
Yeah, so North is on lead. Leads partner's club suit, so this will go club to the ace. And
That's it. West hand is high.
yeah. Yeah, West has everything.
Hearts are 4-3, so West can just draw trumps and claim. For a push.
Well, I would say a missed opportunity for Han, but unfortunately the overdeck team was a little bit too much on the ball. Got to 6 diamonds here, same as at the other table.
Yeah, I don't know, the East-West bidding looks pretty sensible to me. You know, the transfer is automatic, 4 diamonds, show the second suit. As you say, nothing really to do but raise with no aces, and, you know, I think he's had plenty enough information to be confident this was going to be a make.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, you're probably right about the spade finesse. I mean, sometimes South has it, but it's true.
Yeah, but, you know, if South had it, who cares? West hand is high.
Well, this time West has a stiff spade, right? But West usually isn't going to have a stiff spade.
No, that's true. But, you know, not much you can do, but, you know, I don't know. I think they're not all going to be cold, but I think this one rated to be percentage, and in fact, it was better than percentage.
Sure.
Anyway, I am out, so I will see you 11:30 Eastern, 10:30 Central tomorrow for the round of 32.
We start half an hour earlier.
Oh, screens, right. I will see you at 11 Eastern, 10 Central.
Sounds good. See ya.
Oh my God, all right, another one I can't leave for.
Are you staying?
No, this doesn't look exciting enough. But check out this West hand. We saw almost an identical hand earlier, except that seven of diamonds was a small spade.
Yeah, we did. We did.
Alrighty, thanks to all the kibitzers. I will see you in the morning. Bye.
See ya. All right. Well, other table got to 4 spades down 1 in the north. Are Han going to do better in this room? I guess it's possible that the overdeck team realizes in the other room that they're up by quite a bit, and they're just deciding to bid games to essentially hedge against losing a ton of imps on any one board, and figure that they can cruise to victory that way. East opens 3 hearts, take out double by south, pass by west, north bids. 3 spades. Is south going to take the bump? South says no, and this looks like a good decision, given that there's 4 quick tricks that east-west can take. Now, if they don't take the 4 cashers, would 4 spades have made? Like, for example, if West just goes Jack of clubs, King of clubs at tricks 1 and 2? I guess not. You're always going to lose 3 diamonds and a club at the very least. So good stop by Han here, assuming they make it. Brad says, someone said Team 51 beat Rubenstein. Whoa. Is this someone trustworthy? Or is this just like, LOL, haha, someone beat Rubenstein, haha? So 9 of clubs overtaken. Big club. BZL says their source is trustworthy. It's showing that way in the results page. Oh my. Well, that is a big upset. And I thought that... Were we watching them earlier, or was it someone else? But that's a pretty unfortunate result. So 2 rounds of clubs. Declare roughs low. Just plays a diamond immediately. This can't possibly be the right play, can it? The Destroyers won by 17 imps. Oh my. I think a diamond at trick 2 was just conceding. Or trick 3 or whatever it was. Like, even if East had the Jack of diamonds, East-West were just going to get a diamond rough by doing that. I think declare... Oh no, you're only in 3. You know what? I apologize. If we're in 4, we probably had to pull trumps. But in 3, declare's line of play seems perfectly fine. Aliuna asks how many Rosenbergs has Zia won pair games with? I think 2. Are there more Rosenbergs? Oh, there's Debbie. I don't know. Have they ever played a mixed pairs? My guess is probably not. That doesn't seem like a partnership that Zia would want anything to do with. But I'm not really sure. I would be surprised if he's ever played with Mama Rosenberg. 5 diamonds down 2 in the north. Well, I might have been spot on about my analysis that north-south are just bidding game at every table. The silvers setting in are too overpowered. They might be. That's a huge result for them. Was that that was McAllister's team, right? He always plays four-handed. Did they... Was that the team that added someone at the last minute? It might have been. But I know that John likes to play four-handed. He wants to play every board. Yeah, we did watch them earlier today, right? Weren't they pretty far behind after the first segment? It looks like they made the big comeback. North-South bid to 3 diamonds here. Looks like we don't get to see much of anything in the play. We're zooming through this one. Schiff says board 17 from this set after the set. Is this the 4-heart board? This better not be the 4-heart board. If it is, you probably shouldn't tell me. But I'll take a look after the set. So the comeback's on. We're down to 19, and here North-South have gone down in 3-0. 3-0 Trump in the South. If we can manage to reach 3-0 from the North, that'll make. Alright, 14 count from South. Probably opens a heart. I mean, I guess if they just continue winning part score swings, we could see a tie match, maybe. One no trump. Well, North-South aren't getting to 3-0 from the right side. They could still get to 4 spades or 4 hearts, both of which make. Just kidding. Yeah, absolutely just kidding. I guess 4 rounds of clubs would do that contract in. Okay, looks like we're going to see a push. West on lead, ace-king 5th, tends to be right to lead low from this holding into 3-0. Mostly for this reason, that queen doubleton or queen third. So there's the low club lead, looks like an attitude lead in fact. 4 of clubs to the queen, holding, and a club back. East-West will just cash out. The hand's not over after East-West cash out, but I guess declare... is going to save all of their hearts because they need the heart finesse. Elena says, according to bridge winners, Zia has won major parallels with 11 different partners, but not Debbie Rosenberg. Why would bridge winners know this? Right, club to the queen holds. Club back to the king. Ace of clubs. So I think Declare pitches a diamond from both hands, and then a spade from dummy and a heart from hand. Someone posted it on the winner announcement for Platinum Pairs. Why wouldn't bridge winners know about someone who wins at bridge? You know, you got me there. Like, here's where percentages come into play if you're trying to, learn these calculations. What's more likely, the heart finesse or 3-3 spades? Heart finesse is 50-50. If you don't know what the odds are of spades splitting 3-3, then you won't know what to play for. Like, you could pitch a heart from dummy and keep all of the 5 spades and hope that the spades split, but that's less likely than the heart finesse just being onside. So it's better to pitch a spade from dummy here and a heart from hand, and then take 2 heart finesses. Honeybee says Zia foresaw his son playing with Kevin, but not himself. Did he say that in some sort of interview? I do wonder how that partnership came about, just in general. EPL says better than 50-50 with West showing up ace-king of clubs. So yeah, actually that's a really good point too. Good call. Good call. I mean, East pitched a discouraging heart on the previous trick. You know, maybe South is a little bit concerned about that. Yeah, ATN got there. The heart discard. But still. You should expect that your world-class opponents can make these false cards sometimes. I have no idea why we're in the tank for so long on this trick. I almost hope there's a VuGraph error so that we can get on to the next board. Okay. But this doesn't work. Like, West just plays a diamond now. I mean, West would never play anything that's not a diamond at this point. Like, if West switches to spades, yeah, declare... Right, as I was saying, Declare took the heart finesse, and it worked, and they, you know, pushed the board. 3-0 down 1 east-west. This is not the result that Team Han is looking for. How bad is that contract? 3-0 in the west, even. 3 spades, 3 hearts, maybe 3 diamonds, and a club. It looks like 10 tricks. That feels like an awful lot of tricks. I mean, the defense can set up some tricks somewhere, maybe in clubs, but that king-queen doubleton of diamonds... Wait, this is the card combination. This is the card combination. Ace 8 fourth opposite Jack 9 7 fourth. You play low to the 9 and then run the Jack, right? Yeah. So, okay, it looks like the defense is going to get 2 diamond tricks, and South will get in a couple times to put clubs through. I guess this is just going to go down. I take it all back. Declare can't just go ace of diamonds diamond. I mean, they could, I suppose. But that is not the percentage play. Well, South is thinking over 3-0. What's North going to lead? They had a gazillion auction. A spade, a no trump, 2 clubs, showing the big hand. Or clubs. 2 diamonds, game 4. 2 hearts, showing something. 2 spades, 3 diamonds, 3-0. Okay, South is just asking about the auction before passing. Makes sense. So North is probably gonna lead. I guess a heart, right? East has showed spades and diamonds, I think. Not sure. We'll see what North leads. If they lead a heart, I suppose Declare could stick in the 9, which would not go well for them. But it all comes back to how do you play the diamond suit. There are entry problems as well. Yeah, this hand's a bit of a mess. Okay, there's the heart lead. Now Declare is going to think for 5 minutes. We've already been analyzing 3 no trump during the auction, but now Declare gets the turn. If you hop up with the queen to lead a low diamond, how many tricks do we think we're taking? They do hop up with the queen. And presumably they lead a low diamond. I mean, I guess you could set up the long spade even. If the club hook works, or if the hearts come home, setting up the long spade will get you a 9th trick. Maybe you don't even touch the diamonds. Entries are just really weird. I mean, if you knew the 10 of hearts was falling, like, maybe the best play was to actually put in the 9 of hearts at trick 1. If it holds, then you continue hearts, knock out the ace. North is in, North can't attack clubs. And then you just duck a spade and try and take 4 spades, 3 hearts, a diamond, and a club. That feels like a pretty strong play. I don't know why Declare didn't choose that. Declare does duck a spade. But the problem is, by doing this now, South gets in and puts a club through. So now I don't think we get to fall back on the hearts splitting. North would score 2 hearts with that line. Well, yeah, South has the 10 of hearts, but I mean, most of the time, the person who has the heart length is going to have the 10, right? So if the 9 of hearts wins at trick 1, then we're in good shape. I mean, it's not quite a claim. We still need 4-3 spades, and we still need a little bit of help, given that our communication's a bit shoddy. But I think we're good. But yeah, I totally understand that now with South holding 10 doubleton of hearts, that line of play was not going to succeed. But I think that looks a little bit better than what Declare is doing now. Because now South just wins and puts a club through. Five of spades was really not the card from North. I sincerely hope North gave a much louder and clearer signal. Oh! Well, that didn't do it. The 10 of hearts comes back. That's exactly what Declare wanted to see. Yucky, yucky. Yeah, now Declare just has enough tricks. Overdeck has been thrown overboard and is no longer on deck. Has been called. Yeah, this is going to be a bit too much to overcome with one board to play. So congrats to Team Overdeck for making it to the round of 32. Tough battle. Tough battle. I was a little bit disappointed. I wanted to see more of that junior player, or who I assume was a junior player. Opening, what was it? It was like 2 diamonds on Jack 10, 9, 5th and out. Was that the hand? That looks like fun. We need to bring more fun into the game of bridge. At least I think so. Oh, Declare has, in fact, made an overtrick. 12 imps. Yeah, 2 diamonds on a 4-2, 5-2, 2 count. Impressive. Impressive stuff. But looks like they're not going to make it through to the next round, so they were fun to watch. Hopefully they'll be back. First seat favorable, all 3 opponents unpassed hands. Not the most ideal scenario going into a national knockout with the idea that you're competing against all 3 other players at the table. Last board, the victory lap. East-West got to 3 hearts in the other room. They made it. Looks like a solid result. They stopped just low enough. Diamonds don't split, but spades do, so Declare can set up the spade suit. And just lose a trump, a club, and 2 spades. East opens a spade. West gets to bid a no trump. Imagine if Gibb was sitting north, they would overcall 2 diamonds. East bids 2 hearts. So West definitely has to raise 3 hearts, and East will let it go, having just a minimum opener. See the Queen of Clubs lead, maybe the stiff diamond. I guess a diamond to the ace, diamond rough, spade, misguess. No, East open spades. But I mean, diamond to the ace, diamond rough, partner gets in with the heart ace, gives you another diamond rough. I guess that would be a way to beat this thing. Seems pretty sensible. So what's Declare gonna do? Wins the Diamond King. I think North 100% should play the Jack of Diamonds here. You really can't tell Declare that the diamonds split. Yeah, like, the 3 of diamonds is just not a good play from North. I think Declare almost certainly knows now that the diamonds are 5-1. Although maybe not. Declare played another diamond back immediately. Obviously, South roughing doesn't really help the defense. Declare can use the ace of diamonds to pitch a club loser. But I kind of expected Declare to try and start setting up the spades immediately. This is fine, though. The problem's going to occur that now the opponents can get in and play another diamond through, and you're going to be left in an uncomfortable position. And of course, if you just pull 2 rounds of trumps, the opponents might be able to just pull a 3rd round of trumps and then knock out the entry to your spades. The long spades. An uncomfortable position like the back of a Volkswagen? Hey, don't talk about my car like that. I'm sure that everyone who's been in the back of my Volkswagen has had a good time. Queen of Clubs, ducked. This is finally a good play. No offense, but I mean, North or South obviously doesn't want North to get in and continue playing diamonds through, so not South, East. East, Declare. That's the guy. East doesn't want North to get in and continue playing diamonds through, so he ducks. This is like a really awkwardly played hand. Yeah, so East now plays another spade before touching the trump suit. Hasn't my immigrant car been deported yet? Shouldn't you be asleep? Oh, did I miss a reference? BZL says, glad I'm not the only one who likes that quote. I must have missed a reference. Okay, Jack of Clubs. So, what's Declare's plan? You got some serious issues, bud. You haven't touched the trump suit. You don't know if spades are splitting. I think we just rough and dummy. King of Hearts, heart to the ace. Jack of Spades. That seems like the play. Just kidding. We rough in hand, and now what? That 6 of diamonds is not a winner. Jack of Spades before touching trumps, pitching a diamond. This is like the worst played hand that I've ever seen. Alright. Okay, so hold on. Back up slowly. Declare is going to take the heart finesse, and then I stand by my comment. I'm Declare absolutely is taking this heart hook, and then this is really the worst played hand I've ever seen. It wasn't enough. They made it to day 2. Welcome to day 2, guys. I don't think you can play like this on day 2 and win. But 3 hearts down 1, so congrats to Team Overdeck for making it through. Shift wanted me to analyze a hand. Let's take a look at... This is really bokeh. Good night, ATN. Let's see what happened in the other matches that we were kibitzing. So, Shori dismantled Donnelly in the second half. And Hammond themselves fell to the Roman team. We'll also take a look at this. Let me see if this thing can update. Scoreboard. Boom. Okay. Some matches are not in, but Rubenstein did lose to Silversetten Destroyers. That's the one. They were four-handed. That's a pretty huge result for them, especially considering I thought that they were leading going into the evening. It's really hard to imagine that Grew and Moss and Rosenberg playing with his sponsor would ever drop that sort of lead against a team of this caliber. But huge result. They were leading by a lot at the half. Wait, who was leading by a lot at the half? I thought Rubenstein was leading by a lot. It's really disappointing we didn't get to see that set on being covered then. But they only have so many operators. Rubenstein was leading, and they made a huge comeback against, three-handed with Grossack in. I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. I mean, maybe they just outplayed them. Is that possible? Who knows? We'll never see any of the hands. But other winners. So Hans won Lal wins, Shori wins, Leibowitz, the other Grossack team, wins. Street and Rosenthal are in. Goodman. So far, we haven't seen any upsets in the head-to-head matches. Holman, the low seed out of that four-way, got knocked out. Meltzer, the low seed out of that four-way, got knocked out. And Zoo, the low seed out of that four-way, got knocked out. So far, every single favorite has made it, even though Rippy defeated Millens, for example. In fact, that's the... Oh, no. Rubenstein. I forgot. I forgot. Schiff says, some of the middle seeds played four-ways, advancing 3, while the higher seeds played a 1v1. I know. That was my comment upon seeing this format earlier today. I was very confused by this. And, by the way, there were 3 buys. So we could have given out 1 buy and had more head-to-heads, but instead we gave out 3 buys. Why did we give out 3 buys? I don't know. But that seems a bit arbitrary and random. You know what would have happened if we gave out 1 buy? Zimmerman would have had to play today. You know what happens after giving out 3 buys? Zimmerman gets to sit out today. Suspicious? Okay. Anyway. So a couple of matches still yet to play. They flipped a coin and it came up 3. That sentence just tickles me in all the right ways. What was this board 17 from this match? Other table. Dude, not this shit again. Okay, we gotta try and analyze this board again. So, 2 heart opener. Apparently, it's just systemic. East can't really overcall 3 clubs. 4 hearts by South seems pretty normal. I'll pass. Auction seems reasonable. East opening lead. I think there's a case to be made for clubs, spades, or hearts. Given that North is... So I'm speculating that North has showed a 2-suiter, because I don't know if that's actually true, but just looking at North's hand, I think that's pretty likely. Spades, I think, is less likely than after a normal preempt to be effective. Because after a normal preempt from North, king of spades, spade to the ace, 3rd spade, like, we might actually get a ruff. Opposite the 2-suiter, North is far less likely to have 3 spades than a 2-heart preempt, I think. So, you know, diamonds are obviously out. That's North's 2nd suit. I guess a club it is. So club opening lead makes sense. They lead their traditional spot card, 5 of clubs. And now what about North's play? This is going to take hours. I think I gave some commentary earlier on it. We'll try and do a fair job of analyzing, but this hand is super complicated. So Declare won the ace of clubs. I wish there was a way to, like, freeze it. There we go. We can freeze it after the 5 of clubs lead. I think it's sensible to try and stick in the club queen. That would make your life a lot easier. It prevents you from getting tapped out. And also, you know, if the spade king is offside, this prevents the opponents from scoring a spade trick. You can pitch on the ace of clubs on the next round. So queen of clubs, I think, is sensible. But if not for that, Declare really needs to come up with a plan to actually score enough tricks. Because Declare is in serious danger of getting tapped. Like, if the king of clubs is offside, Declare winning the ace of clubs has to set up diamonds. Because if you don't set up diamonds, you're really risking not taking too many tricks on this hand. And then the opponents are going to get in and presumably play another club. And so you'll have to ruff. Sometimes the queen of 10 of clubs is enough to prevent them from playing a second club. Like maybe West actually has the diamond king. Goes ace of diamonds diamond, West wins and can't play a second club, and then you're in pretty good shape. But when East has the diamond king, East wins and plays another club. If you have to ruff, you haven't necessarily set up the diamonds, you haven't taken a spade finesse, you haven't pulled any trumps. So I think it's really hard to do the math to figure out what's the optimal play of ace of clubs, queen of clubs. I have to admit I might be tempted to stick in the queen at trick 1, but Declare plays the ace. So let's not dwell on this point because a lot of interesting things happen from here. So ace of diamonds and a diamond I think has to happen. And Declare correctly guesses when West doesn't play the king that East has it, which I think is a sensible assumption. So now it might look tempting for East to play trumps, but here's what happens if East plays trumps. Heart to the ace, heart back, and another heart. Well, Declare gets to overtake the heart, take a spade hook, ruff the club, see if the king shows up, cash the diamond queen, see if the diamonds split, pitch a club, and then play the 7 of hearts. So East pitches a club, Declare pitches a club from dummy, and West gets squeezed in spades and diamonds. West pitches a diamond, both the diamonds win, West pitches a spade, now the 8 of spades becomes high after taking another spade finesse. So East can't win the king of diamonds and switch to trumps, because that'll happen. What East actually did at the table looks pretty reasonable, which was to play back another club. Declare, given that they played the ace at trick 1, is pretty likely to misguess. I think another sensible play is to actually just switch to the 10 of spades here as East. Obviously, Declare is going to take the finesse, but then you can play another spade cutting communication between the hands, and that would break up a potential squeeze later in the play. Now, I don't know if that's actually good enough to beat the thing here. I assume it is, but maybe it's not. Like, let's say we switch to the 10 of spades, Declare wins. So now, for example, if the defense, or if Declare tries to pull trumps as they did in the previous line where East played a heart, West could, in theory, win the ace of hearts and just play back a spade. And this will kill the communication between Declare's hand and dummy. I guess Declare might now be able to start cross-ruffing the hand, like club ruff, and then try the diamond queen. If he discards, we pitch a spade. Now we lead a diamond. At this point, we're basically good. We just rough the diamond suit good and now play the 9 of hearts. We got to back out. I will get back to that in just a second. Here we go. Oh, do I need to hide me? I don't. Okay, so we're at diamond to the king. Schiff says, curious if double dummy, the spade 10 beats the contract at trick 4. Yeah, so what were we just looking at? Spade to the queen. Now a heart, 10 of hearts. So the line we were thinking of is if West wins the ace and then plays back a spade to kind of break up this sort of squeeze, then Declare actually just roughs a club and roughs the diamond suit good to make the contract. So that wouldn't work. If West plays back a heart to the king at this point, then I think similarly East is in an impossible situation. Because if East returns a heart, then the same squeeze functions. If East plays back the king of spades, now Declare can ruff a club and ruff the diamond suit good. And then ruff a club back, pull trumps with their high heart, and take the rest. Whoops. So on a spade to the 10, or a spade to the queen, and now the 10 of hearts, it sounds as if West playing the ace of hearts just isn't good enough. So I guess West needs to duck this around to their partner. But now what? Because similarly here, the king of spades comes back. Now we can play a second trump. I guess this is a little bit risky. The king of spades comes back and then a second trump. At this point, if it goes heart, heart, you go down. So Declare now might actually need to ruff a club and ruff a diamond. But then, well, actually that is probably good enough, right? Club ruff, diamond. Oh no, this isn't good enough. This is not good enough because we ruff the diamond, but now we lead a heart, West wins, and then gives partner a diamond ruff. So Declare can't take that line of play. What about the queen of diamonds then? Because if East lets this cash, we pitch a club, let's say. Now we ruff the diamond suit good. East, at this point, it doesn't help to ruff, so they pitch a club. But now West doesn't have a diamond to give their partner a ruff, so we just play the 9 of hearts and then ruff in on the spade high, and then pull the last trump, cash the 4 of diamonds. So going all the way back to the queen of diamonds, East is going to have to ruff. So we over-ruff. Now we ruff a club, back to hand. If West pitches a diamond here, when we ruff, we can just pull trumps. So West can't pitch a diamond, they have to pitch a spade. So we ruff. Now we ruff a diamond. But now we're down. Huh. So Declare could make it double dummy here, remember, going all the way back. But if Declare took this line of play doesn't work. This line of play would succeed if diamonds were 3-3, but it would go down otherwise. So going all the way back, after the 10 of hearts to the king, and then the king of spades to the ace, Declare could make it from here by pulling a second round of trumps. Lead the 4 of hearts. Apparently a club ruff is good enough. I'm a little bit surprised. Club ruff, and now the queen of diamonds ruffed, and now a club ruff. What am I missing? Did I miss something obvious? Maybe I missed something obvious. Now a diamond ruff. Oh my god. Okay. Actually, this still works, right? Okay, I did miss something. I got to this position, I was just like, we're down. But we aren't. Because we can ruff a spade and now exit the queen of hearts. Stepping stone to the jack of spades. West wins, and we've pulled the trumps. Cute. Cute. So this line of play actually does work. So then going all the way back... After ace of diamonds, diamond to the king, is there a defense that East can come up with which beats it? So apparently a spade back doesn't win, because either Declare could pull 2 rounds of trumps, playing for West to have the ace doubleton, or do what we just did and then reach that stepping stone end play. So the only alternative was what happened at the table, which was to continue a club, declare misguesses. So now, can Declare make it? I guess this is the important question to think about. So what did Declare do? Declare took a spade finesse, roughed a club, and then took another spade finesse. East popped up with the king, and it might have been important for Declare to try and cash the jack of spades here, because this king could be a false card. Spades could still be splitting. If you cash the jack of spades, you can then just cross rough. But Declare was kind of unable to do so, given the actual lay of the cards. So Declare roughed a club, tried the diamond queen, but East roughed, over roughed. Declare roughed the jack of spades, but East was able to rough. And Declare, who started with 5 hearts, has now run out of hearts. Dummy has the high trump, but West has a high diamond. So this ended up down 1. So could Declare do anything once they've misguessed the club? I guess that's the main question. Going all the way back here, I guess maybe Declare's only chance is to... Or Declare's only way to make it double dummy here is to pop up with the club queen. That looks correct to me. Let me take one more look. After this, if we lead the queen of diamonds immediately... I mean, here East can pitch a spade. Let's say East pitches a spade. We pitch, say, a club. Now we rough a diamond. East pitches another spade. Yeah, this isn't good. Now East just gets a rough. West gets in with the heart ace and they get a spade rough. So that's no good. And similarly, if we just rough a diamond and try and pull trumps, they cash 2 trumps and lead a diamond for East to rough. I think we're going to see that double dummy says the queen of clubs is the only play. Just kidding. Just kidding. Nope, I was totally joking. I knew it all along. So what happens now? Is it the same sort of situation? Can we get to the spot where we rough everything good and East is forced to rough with a middle heart, and then we just end play West into giving us the jack of spades? Maybe? So yeah, how does this work? So we play the 10 of clubs, we rough. This has to happen. We gotta take a spade finesse, because we looked at both diamond plays, and East either sheds spades and gets a spade rough, or they get a diamond rough. So spade to the queen. Declare roughs a club. So we saw what happened on spade to the king and ace. Am I convinced that we go down from there? Maybe. Let's just take one more stare at this position, because we got to a fairly similar spot. So the queen of clubs got roughed. We tried the queen of diamonds. East had to rough this trick. So we over-roughed. You can't pull trumps because it could go heart, West wins the ace, heart to the king, and then East cashes 2 clubs. That would be the worst possible. If we play the jack of spades and don't rough, East roughs small, and then they have 2 heart tricks. Yeah, so here... Alright, this time, finally a point for me. I get 1 point. Declare can no longer make it from this position. So, could Declare have done differently from earlier? So now if we lead a low diamond, what are East's options? If East discards, you get to... that was a misclick. 9 of hearts. You get to ruff low. Once again, we can't pull trumps, so I guess we would have to ruff the spade. So East has to ruff this, because if East discards, then we play a diamond throw and we actually promote a trump trick. So East has to ruff. But if East plays back the 8 of clubs for a ruff sluff, this is it. This is it. If East plays back the 8 of clubs for a ruff sluff, we pitch the 8 of spades and ruff with the heart queen. And if East plays back a trump, wait, hold on. No, West can win the ace and then play the 10 of diamonds for East to ruff. And then West gets the 2 of hearts. So yeah, so even going back to this point, I don't think Declare can do anything. What if they don't play a diamond? What if they play a heart? Is this hand not fantastic? This is... The problem with this hand is that there aren't squeezes. That's the problem. I mean, there was the simple squeeze in spades and diamonds, but like hands that just require really delicate timing are so complex. There are so many variations. I'm just thankful this wasn't a one heart contract. Then there would be so many more variations. Hey, Therese. Good morning to you. I am super tired. I'm super tired, but I'm also really excited to solve this hand. I think we're about batting 50% by now. So what happens if we play a heart? There are just too many possibilities here. A heart doesn't work. East wins the king, heart to the ace, spade ruff. Okay, so queen of diamonds doesn't work, low diamond doesn't work, heart doesn't work. I'm confident to say Double Dummy is going to agree with me once again that North is down. Yep. Okay. So stepping back to the previous trick, we ruff the queen of clubs. All right, what happens if we play a heart? So let's say we lead the 10 of hearts. I guess if West wins the ace of hearts, let's say Declare unblocks and plays another heart, Declare has to commit to which hand they win the third heart in. Playing hearts. Okay, playing hearts doesn't make any sense. So even at this point, username already in use, please try another. Someone's trying to steal my identity. Oh my god. Okay. Where were we? All right, so at this point, I think Declare is also down. Oh, hello? I can't click Double Dummy anymore. No! What happened? Did I break something? Oh, the entire site is just broken. Let me refresh. Let's try again. We'll get back there. Oh, are we back? Yeah, we're back. So even at this point, after playing a second spade over, we're just going down. So the mistake, if we can call it that, happened at least one trick earlier. Heart ruff. Could North do anything from here? You know what? I'm tired. Let's wrap this up. Let's wrap this up. Hey, Schiff. Stream came back muted. I'm sorry. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's just click the button. All right, so where is the error? Double Dummy says there's nothing the defense can do. Absolutely nothing that the defense can do after a diamond goes around to the king. They cannot beat this contract, even after a club. The error was that Declare actually just needed to pull trumps. Surprising. I don't know. Sometimes pulling trumps and claim is the answer. Oh, well. Wait, maybe I can do this thing. Boom. There we go. See that? Good? Now people will know when to tune in tomorrow morning. But have a good day, everyone. Take care. See y'all next time.